Following the sad collapse of the Marble family, caused by the actions of the Sylvester family, the youthful leader of the Marbles family was compelled to end his own father's life by the order of Count Sylvester, the head of House Sylvester, an opposing group to the Marbles family. That day was very sorrowful because young Lord Leon's hands became covered with his father's blood. Now that the family leader was deceased, Leon Marbles was then the successor to lead this weakening family, the very family that people once respected as the top experts in magic involving the dead. Since he had become the leader of the Marbles family, Leon was conducting a meeting with other aristocrats living in the Marbles family's lands. The aristocrats expressed worries about their enemy, House Sylvester, which was gradually seizing Marbles' land daily. It was uncertain when they might fully invade Marbles' territory. A particular noble strongly suggested that Leon should strengthen their defenses. As they kept on insisting with him, Leon kindly stopped them, encouraging them to be patient instead, particularly because choices such as these needed more time for careful thought. However, the aristocrats continued, thinking they did not have much time left. Yet Leon firmly thought that foolish choices could bring misfortune to his respected Marbles family. When the meeting concluded, Leon thought about how, after his father's death, Lord Rune von Marbles, Leon Marbles, became the head of the Marbles family when he was only 14. The Marbles family was previously feared as a strong group of magic users who controlled the dead. However, that respected image has long ago disappeared into historical records. Because Leon did not have much experience in leading, he desired to find some advice. He thought about what his parents might have done in such a serious situation. Leon understood his parents would not answer him because deceased people do not speak, and his parents could not give advice from the afterlife. He still truly needed some helpful direction. He greatly wished to discover a way to bring back honor and wealth to his family. Leon went to the study that previously was used by Wieland von Marbles, who was the original founder of the Marbles family, and who also had the distinction of being the only necromancer on the entire continent in his era. People say the Marbles family initially became important because the first family head became famous through battles, but from the time of their founding family head's greatest success, the Marbles family line has found it difficult to have another fully skilled necromancer. This caused the family's wealth and status to go on a downward trend, and by a twist of fate, Leon had also been compelled to kill his own father. After he entered the room, Leon took the book that recorded their family history. The founding Marbles family head, Wieland von Marbles, was an almost legendary person. With a simple hand gesture, he could clear away his enemies like a deadly storm, calling forth groups of undead beings in a continuous march of death. Within only 2 months, the entire eastern area was brought under his control through conquest. People say that Wieland von Marbles made an agreement with the demon Marbas, which revealed one of the continent's biggest mysteries and hidden knowledge about necromancy. This was all achievable because of the feared book, the Necronomicon, that gave him the ability to govern as the supreme ruler of the continent. This book, right before Leon, was the Necronomicon itself, a very valuable family treasure handed down from their founder. It was the exact book that caused the Marbles family to become the only necromancer family on the continent. When Leon started to open the book, he perceived an authoritative voice talking directly to him. Surprised, Leon understood this strange voice was communicating through thoughts, but he was confused about how he could hear it, particularly because the family head's office was protected by an old magical barrier. Still, he replied, asking who was speaking. The voice resounded, with a slightly threatening tone, telling him not to fear because it meant no harm to him or his family. Leon felt uncertain about trusting the words from such an unseen and mysterious source. All at once, Leon started to move into a different reality. At that moment, a huge, legendary lion appeared directly in front of him. The very first question Leon asked this being was about their current location. Hearing this response, Marbas understood that Leon appeared not to know about the existence of powerful black lions, implying his ancestors probably never informed him. Marbas recalled Leon's father, Rune, but also observed that the magical connection binding his father to him had been broken. Growling, Marbas commented that Rune was a very gentle man for a leader of a family known for dark arts, so his death was not entirely unexpected. Marbas then questioned Leon, asking who delivered the deadly strike to his father. Without any pause, Leon stated that he was the one who ended his father's life. This made Marbas roar loudly, with great anger. Yet, before harming Leon, Marbas questioned him again, asking if he truly killed the person Marbas had a sworn agreement with. Leon's answer stayed unchanged. insisting that he was responsible for his father's death. Marbas then entered a state of extreme, uncontrolled rage. A dark red liquid suddenly hit Leon, and through this, Marbas saw past events connected to Leon. Noticing Leon's entirely blank and emotionless face, both before and after killing his father, Marbas understood that Leon's emotions had been suppressed. While Leon's hands released the guillotine's rope, it did not mean he was truly responsible for his father's death. Nevertheless, Leon maintained that he was to blame, and there was no use in rejecting this fact. It was at this moment that Marbas, the Black Lion, detected something deeper in Leon than only sadness. He observed a menacing energy coming from Leon, an energy so powerful that even the mighty Marbas started to shrink back like a small cat. At this point, Marbas was completely certain that Leon would become greater than his forefathers. Marbas then became somewhat modest and began to introduce who he was. He stated he was Marbas, one of the 72 demons from hell. He was the demon who rejected the world of demons and decided to live together with humans as an alternative. His initial very close friend for life was Wieland von Marbles. He also said he was the origin of the necromancy that turned into the special skill of the Marbles family. Upon hearing this, Leon recalled that he had listened to these stories previously. Leon was already aware that when their ancestor established the Marbles family, this very lion, Marbas, had taught him the prohibited skill of necromancy. Marbas agreed with this, also saying he was now tied to the Necronomicon, even though he was a powerful demon before this connection. Leon also remembered how the founding family head frequently told them that necromancy was inherent to Marbas, so Leon could not understand why Marbas, the great lion, eventually left the Marbles family. Marbas quickly detected the hostility Leon felt and asked him about this feeling. Leon voiced his worry that since the era of their founder, the Marbles family had not produced a necromancer as skilled as Wieland. The sole explanation Leon could imagine was that the great lion, Marbas, had deserted them. Marbas clarified one specific point very firmly. The cause for Leon and his relatives being unable to use the real power of a necromancer was their insufficient strength to act as a suitable container. Not one of Wieland's successors could compare to the immense talent that Wieland had. The single factor hindering the Marbles family was the weakening of their family lineage. Following a brief period of thought, Leon was prepared to accept what Marbas was stating. Ultimately, it is a natural principle that the powerful overcome the less powerful. This was a contributing factor to why he felt little regret concerning his father's death, particularly as his father had nothing exceptional to provide. Having said that, Leon resolved to bear the responsibility his father was meant to carry on his own. Because Marbas, the Black Lion, asserted he had not abandoned them, Leon requested this lion, Marbas, to perform a favor for him. However, Marbas reminded Leon that a favor is a kind deed in which one side usually experiences a disadvantage. As a demon, Marbas favored an agreement, or a bargain, over simply doing a favor. Given this situation, Leon chose to form an agreement to gain necromantic power. He additionally challenged Marbas's pride by asking if this powerful being was truly able to bestow such an ability. Marbas seemed slightly irritated with Leon for doubting his abilities. For Marbas, the crucial question was if Leon himself could even handle such extraordinary power. Leon immediately affirmed this. He felt he fully deserved it. If he were an unskilled nobody, he would not have been allowed to interact with a superior demon like Marbas, the Black Lion. People say that common individuals merely need to speak with a demon before losing all their magical energy, experience illusions, and in the end, die. That Leon was still standing indicated he must have at least a small amount of potential, making him worthy of this great lion Marbas's notice. Marbas conceded that Leon was definitely not average. He also appeared to have a good amount of courage as well. Considering this, Marbas, the Black Lion, was prepared for the agreement. But because it was an agreement, Leon needed to give something back. Leon was ready to give whatever Marbas wanted and inquired about what Marbas's price might be. Marbas laughed and then confidently stated that he required every single part of Leon's existence. This request sounded wonderful to Leon, as he was very prepared to give up every aspect of his humble life to a powerful demon like Marbas. The scene then changed to a meeting among all the nobles of the Marbles household. The only one missing was Leon, partly due to him not being invited. The white-bearded man, Sir Kirchel, voiced his worries to the other nobles present. He confidently stated that Lord Leon had insufficient power to make very important decisions that impacted the whole family. He felt certain that his other colleagues also agreed with this belief of his. The other nobles remained silent, and their lack of response seemed to confirm his statement. Therefore, Sir Kerchal intended to manage all family affairs for the time being. He thought he should lead because he was Lord Leon's uncle, making him the current family head's nearest relative. Then, he allowed others to voice any objections to him becoming the family's caretaker. One noble quickly supported Sir Kerchal, thinking it would be foolish to go against him, considering the other option was just a young boy, not yet an adult. He definitely did not want to entrust important choices to an undeserving child like Leon. Gradually yet steadily, the other nobles voted for Sir Kerchal to manage family matters for the present time. However, Pullen, the fat man, indicated his disagreement. He thought Lord Leon was the sole direct heir of the former family head, and their family had no past instances of choosing the next leader against the direct line of succession. Replying to this, another noble stared disapprovingly. He felt lineage was useless if their whole family could be destroyed out. The soldiers of those Sylvester ruffians were advancing against the Marbles family at that very moment. Although he acknowledged Pullen's worries regarding the right of inheritance, it was all meaningless if they were all to perish by blindly obeying an incapable leader. Yet Pullen continued to disagree with his colleagues' choices and statements. He thought that each person present was there only because the deceased Lord Rune had kindly given them a seat. Thus, everyone there had a duty to the family to fight until the very end, even if the current family head had not yet formed his own group of supporters. Pullen would not passively observe Leon's uncle, Sir Kerchal, seize Leon's proper position as heir. Incidentally, this man Pullen appeared to be a dedicated supporter of the former family head. Hearing this, Sir Kerchal stood up, noting that the current family head apparently had at least a single loyal supporter. Pullen told Sir Kerchal to stop the nonsense and clearly state what he truly intended to say. Sir Kerchal retorted with a harsh and biting voice. However loyal Pullen might be, Sir Kerchal thought he was not clever enough to realize the matter was already decided. He approached Pullen and then put his hand upon his shoulder, giving off a threatening feeling, while warning Pullen to consider carefully before he spoke again. He told him everyone was assembled there for a single reason, to make a difficult decision that would still be the best option for the family. Therefore, he advised Pullen not to obstruct their path to survival, as a single incorrect choice might result in everyone being killed. The scene then returned to Marbas, the Black Lion, and Leon, who were engaged in their serious discussion. Marbas explained how, due to this alteration in the pack's focus, the full range of his power was now limited. He also remembered how gentle and inexperienced Leon's father, Rune, was as his partner in the pact. His father had a much larger magical energy reserve than Leon currently possessed. Regarding magical energy, Leon recalled that any demon forming an agreement with a human needs to take magical energy from their human partner to restore their own supply. So Leon asked Marbas what he planned to do now. Marbas, the Black Lion, snapped his fingers and then changed his form into a small, adorable fluffy cat, stating this form would require less energy to sustain. Leon felt relieved because with this new appearance, Marbas, the Black Lion, could easily be mistaken for a cute pet rather than a frightening demon. Marbas did not like being called a cute pet, so he gave Leon a very fierce look, projecting a menacing presence for saying that. Regardless, Marbas decided it was now time for them to move to the following stage. Leon felt puzzled and interested, asking what would happen next. Marbas, the Black Lion, replied with a question, asking if Leon had forgotten his desire to gain power equal to their ancestor Whelan. Leon confessed that he truly did desire that kind of power. Marbas reminded him the sole method to get that power and reach the same level as their ancestor Whelan was to do what he did. Therefore, they would be traveling to the secret shrine of the ancestor Whelan. Yet, before they started their travel, Marbas cautioned Leon that the journey might cost him his life, so he asked if Leon still agreed. Leon just showed a puzzled look when he heard Marbas continue to doubt his determination. Regardless, Marbas started to walk on his small paws, showing the path. Following their brief travel, Leon found he was moving through a dense forest, specifically the misty woods belonging to the Marbles family territory. Marbas, the Black Lion, explained that this forest could be a very confusing maze for anyone not from the Marbles family line. Leon appeared to already know something about this, as his father had informed him that only the true family head could enter the secret shrine. Yet, something still puzzled Leon. If this location was meant to give his ancestors necromantic power, why had the Marbles family not produced any successful necromancers? Marbas explained the cause. None of them had managed to succeed in the trial. This was the most basic condition for anyone wanting to follow the way to achieve great necromantic power. So far, no one has managed to meet this initial requirement and successfully navigate the mist. When they reached the specific place they were heading to, Marbas lifted his small paw, indicating for Leon to halt. This was the spot where their trial would start. The test was straightforward. Leon needed to go down into the mines. However, before going far into the unknown areas, Marbas stated clearly he could not offer any assistance. This would be a challenge to determine Leon's courage and strength. Marbas offered one final piece of useful guidance. He strongly advised Leon to always obey the Necronomicon's directions, particularly because it contained the secret to the power Leon wanted, the specific power of necromancy. As Leon went further into the mines, he unexpectedly encountered the green beings people usually refer to as goblins. However, these goblins were not the only creatures present there. There was also a woman held captive by these vile goblins, who appeared to enjoy causing suffering to women. Just then, the Necronomicon showed a response. It made a sound, then opened its pages, and attention was drawn to a written passage on one of its pages. The passage stated, "The journey to mastering necromancy starts with knowing the method to bring the dead back to life." At the same time, the goblins were prepared to assault Leon. He saw another written passage, urging him to kill living beings to begin his path because he was meant to obey the Necronomicon's orders. Leon drew his sword and stood confidently facing the goblins, who rapidly rushed toward him holding their weapons. Leon moved his short sword in an arc, immediately striking down one of the attacking goblins, and this was considered his first successful kill. The story then shifted to an earlier time, showing Leon standing with his father in a graveyard. His father desired him to pay close attention to his upcoming words. In the respected Marbles family, his father told him that the thing their family respected most was death. The Marbles family was a group of necromancers who controlled the undead. For their family, bringing the dead back was considered the most important skill. At that time, Leon questioned if bringing back the dead was actually achievable. He had consistently believed that necromancers needed to kill to obtain power, regardless of their wishes. His father confirmed that users of dark magic were indeed feared by numerous people throughout the continent, but this did not imply they were required to turn into cruel and evil people. His father requested Leon to make a promise that, regardless of who he fought against in combat, if he had control over someone's life or death, he would ensure their end was as calm as it could be. This particular question remained in Leon's thoughts, and at times he wondered if he still needed to honor his promise with every enemy he met. Returning to the current time, as Leon stood, encircled by these disgusting goblins, that identical question resonated in his thoughts. Ultimately, he thought that beings as wicked as these goblins deserved nothing short of a very painful end. However, the kindest method to handle them, he concluded, was to target their neck bones with lethal accuracy. This was the fastest method to kill them while causing the minimum amount of suffering. Meanwhile, Marbas, the Black Lion, was utterly astonished after seeing Leon achieve his first kill so easily. Although Leon did not appear very skilled with a sword, he hit the neck bone with incredible precision. For a brief time, Marbas thought it could have been good fortune or perhaps an inherent talent. Yet, with additional goblins attacking, Marbas, the Black Lion, knew he would shortly discover the truth. Our attention returns to Leon. In his own thoughts, even he felt his latest kill was due more to luck than ability. He was certain that battling these green beings would be difficult because goblins are naturally cunning and tricky. And, complicating things further, it was quite hard to see clearly. The surroundings would become even more dim as he kept killing more goblins. He observed that a torch went out every time he killed a goblin. He understood he must adapt to the growing darkness while there was still time. Rather than just slashing wildly at the enemy, he changed his attention to stabbing and striking with great accuracy. He began his continuous killing of enemies, and for every goblin that he defeated, another torchlight nearby would extinguish. Although the area was becoming darker, Leon's eyesight was adapting, so he could perceive his surroundings adequately now. His main worry was the state of his dagger, which was getting damaged from the fighting. However, he had not anticipated much better from a decorative weapon. Unexpectedly, a goblin jumped high into the air to attack him, but Leon swiftly fought back by hurling his dagger at the attacking enemy, cutting the goblin's cheek. Witnessing Leon throw away his only weapon surprised Marbas, the Black Lion, very much. It seemed crazy that he just got rid of his weapon during the battle. But Leon's reason for throwing his dagger was clear. He intended to take a larger, more effective weapon, As soon as he obtained it, he used it with lethal accuracy, cutting the goblin and thereby stopping the immediate danger. Now that the threat was removed, he moved towards the young woman in trouble and started to untie her ropes. The woman felt extremely thankful, at last saved by a hero, like one from a storybook. However, the conclusion of her tale was not happy and pleasant. Before the woman could even complete showing her thankfulness, Leon stabbed her directly in the center of her chest. Just as his weapon made contact, Leon recalled some advice his father had shared. His father had talked about monsters capable of imitating humans, which he met during his journeys over the continents. Leon cruelly stabbed her once more, which made her moan from the pain. The cause for this surprising second attack was again his father's advice. He had clearly instructed Leon that individuals who trick and misuse the confidence of others should not have a calm death. Such people needed to feel the identical terror and hopelessness their own victims had endured. Therefore, Leon thought this disguised monster deserved to understand that lesson by experiencing great pain. As he started to torment her, her cries resonated throughout the mine. When she died, the final torchlight went out completely. The setting changes to a hotel building where some entertainers are putting on a show, and Sir Kirtle was the center of attention, with women around him. He was enjoying himself greatly, completely sure the Marbles family would soon be his to control. The woman seated to his left side felt just as certain, believing a man such as Sir Kirtle was much better for the position of family leader than a youthful-looking boy like Leon. The young women surrounding them kept on praising him, and Sir Kirtle was delighting in their compliments. He thought he was a better choice than Leon, who he believed would lead the Marbles family to complete ruin. Sir Kirtle felt sure that him gaining control was the most beneficial outcome for the family. While this despicable man was laughing full of happiness, the brown-haired associate questioned how they would handle Leon. The residents of their lands were very devoted to Leon's father, potentially making it more difficult to get rid of Leon. However, Sir Kirtle comforted him, stating that he already had a strategy prepared. He planned to make Leon's death appear reasonable after it happened. Because dead people cannot speak, accusing Leon with false stories would be simple. The brown-haired associate was pleased to learn this. Ultimately, the last instance of someone hearing from a dead person was many centuries before. At the time, the founding family head, Whelan, used the power of necromancy. Raising their glasses, they honored the victory they thought was approaching soon. Meanwhile, our view shifts to Lord Count Sylvester of House Sylvester. He was asking his soldiers about the advancement of their scheme to conquer the Marbles family. One of his soldiers informed him that Sir Kirtle was basically a tool operating for House Sylvester. Now, they only required formal permission for total war from the royal family. Count Sylvester was greatly pleased with the situation. He thought it was ridiculous that the Marbles family believed their enemy would not attack, especially since the initial fight was not long ago. Count Sylvester's followers gave him much praise, admitting none of this could have happened without their leader's amazing ability to predict events. He also made certain to acknowledge Sir Kirtle, who, in Count Sylvester's opinion, was unknowingly helping his enemies. The idea that the long history of the Marbles family, spanning centuries, would conclude because of a foolish traitor. This thought was extremely amusing to Count Sylvester. He commanded his soldiers to speed up their preparations. Count Sylvester believed he was experiencing a run of good fortune. First, that foolish father, Lord Rune, was beheaded by his own son. Now, the son, Leon, would be the following one. However, he was unaware of something important. The supposedly weak person he mentioned was getting ready to become truly formidable. Back in the mine, Leon had just killed the final monster, and the mine was completely dark as all torches were out. This indicated she was the last monster to defeat. As he stated this, the torches suddenly lit up again. This brought great comfort to Leon. Marbus, the Black Lion, at the same time, was extremely happy to have Leon as his partner. He jumped over Leon's body, making Leon fall into the puddle of blood. Marbus was excited by the power Leon had, which was sufficient to destroy a whole camp of orcs by himself. He was astonished that Leon not only recognized the monster's fake appearance, but also managed to stab its body that appeared impossible to damage. Although Leon was thankful for the praise, he preferred not to face orcs, because he heard they hated humans more than anything. Yet Marbus, the Black Lion, was very interested in how Leon succeeded in seeing through the disguise. He desired to know how he achieved it. The solution, Leon believed, was quite straightforward. After all the other torchlights had extinguished, a single one continued to burn. The important detail was that the illumination from that torch had a distinct color. It was green, which is the color associated with the dead. For every monster that he had killed, the torches went out individually, one after another, and as expected, the final torch remained burning until the very end. That provided a sufficient clue for Leon to understand the woman was actually a monster in a disguise, and he therefore killed her based on that realization. Marbus, the Black Lion, became even more thrilled. Now, usually he would not anticipate a young boy of that age to achieve so much in such very difficult conditions. When a person's life is in danger, it is already hard to understand the situation, much less to act immediately, without any delay or doubt. Nevertheless, Leon did precisely that, defeating all the foes alone and smoothly by using his intelligence. Although Marbus, the Black Lion, was at first worried about Leon's magical energy supply, he now thought that a person's capability should not be judged only by their amount of magical energy. He felt sure that Leon was concealing something unique, something truly remarkable that made him even more excited. He was now eagerly anticipating what new abilities Leon might demonstrate next. Since Leon had finished his initial test, it was now appropriate to proceed to the following one. His primary assignment had been to end the life of a living creature, and because he has now achieved this, the Necronomicon directed him to bring back the dead ones. Considering this instruction, Leon could only understand it to mean he needed to make undead soldiers from the goblins he had just killed. And by doing so, he was preparing to take his initial real step to becoming a necromancer who is never defeated. This understanding filled him with an immense amount of excitement. Leon discovered the way of necromancy that was presented to him. Marbus, the small, fluffy creature of doom, urged him to look at the defeated goblins and then to guide a stream of magical energy into his sight. This action would then permit a network of threads to form and connect to the dead bodies. By obeying those directions, Leon successfully found and joined each thread to the goblins. These particular threads are called death lines. They float above the limits of death, with each thread connecting the soul from this existence to the next one. Marbus clarified that a necromancer's main skill involves detaching the souls from the corpses of the dead. This confirmed the soul removal process, and after filling those souls with their own magical energy, the necromancer effectively started the reanimation spell. This was soon demonstrated when the goblins were brought back to life, surrounded by a dark energy and marked with a symbol above their heads. Marbus provided him with a clear visual example by commanding one of the undead goblins to assault Leon, but then stopped the goblin's attack just before it hit. Marbus, the demon, called this stage of the procedure branding. And although there were various methods for raising the undead, this specific technique was preferred for monsters. Marbus promised to explain other types of necromancy in more detail later. Leon stood ready, having gained new knowledge from this demonstration. Now it was his opportunity to completely replicate the entire procedure. However, before he started, a question remained in his thoughts, recalling his ancestors' statements. Leon mentioned how it is much more difficult to bring back a human compared to a monster. At this moment, he was eager to find out if his skill level allowed him to safely reanimate a human as one of his undead fighters. In response, Marbus asked if Leon needed that specific ability among his skills. Leon affirmed that he did, which led to a sarcastic remark from Marbus, who questioned which human would be the target of Leon's magic. As it happened, Leon announced the man's name was Kirchall, his sole uncle, the disloyal scoundrel who was trying to seize control of the family. Shifting back to Sir Kirchall's point of view, we observe him speaking ill of Leon's father, considering him an ignorant fool. He viewed himself as a man who seizes opportunities, believing he was destined for greatness following his own brother's death. Now, the sole remaining task was to deal with Leon, the family's direct successor. Any normal person would experience guilt, maybe even deep sadness, at the idea of killing their own nephew. However, this man was like trash, thinking it would not cause him any problem whatsoever. Actually, he wished for this time to be a celebration rather than a period of sadness. But while they were happily savoring their drinks, a strong tremor shook the entire building. The large ceiling light broke and fell right in the center, shocking everyone present. Sir Kirchall paused to understand what was happening. None of them could accept that the place experienced such a powerful tremor, especially since a magical item protected it. Sir Kirchall's eyes quickly looked around as he signaled to his companions to stay silent. Speaking aloud, he called out to the hidden intruder, ridiculing the person for trying to kill him. Leon's voice replied, teasing his uncle, Sir Kirchall, for having such absurd thoughts. His golden brown eyes looked at the man with coldness from afar. Sir Kirchall viewed Leon as merely an incapable young leader of a ruined family. He signaled to his guards to deal with the young Leon. However, Leon, looking very serious and determined, directly told this older man, Sir Kershaw, to show him respect as the family's leader. Sir Kershaw asked why Leon had come there so late at night. Leon coldly retorted, saying he did not require an appointment to visit one of his followers, and even mocked Sir Kershaw for his arrogance. Sir Kershaw, now visibly annoyed, shouted at Leon for considering himself a deserving family head, able to lead them. He questioned if Leon feared that his valuable position would soon be lost to someone else. The contemptible man, Sir Kershaw, believed it was much too late for Leon to be concerned about those matters because Leon's father was already deceased and no one could offer him protection any longer. Revealing his true thoughts, Leon countered that he fully knew he was the only one who could defend himself. Sir Kershaw laughed at Leon for proudly coming there by himself, confronting his uncle even if it meant risking his life. Leon promptly corrected him. He stated he had never mentioned anything about arriving there alone. Sir Kershaw did not understand the strange things Leon was saying, when all at once the floor below him started to shake violently. Sir Kershaw's body trembled, and he wondered what kind of magic was being employed. He could feel the frightening presence of a dark power. He could not accept the appearance of the undead creatures in front of him. This was clearly necromancy, and he recognized it all too well. The despicable Sir Kershaw whispered his confusion. Even his own brother, the deceased family head, and Leon's father, Rune, could not control such a powerful, death-altering skill. Leon pointed out that the Marbles family had a more significant history with necromancy in earlier times. Despite the current circumstances now turning against Sir Kershaw, Sir Kershaw unwisely commanded his guards to immediately overcome the undead goblin creatures. Together, they rushed forward, trying to vanquish the undead goblins. Just as one of their swords was about to touch Leon's face, an undead goblin blocked by striking against the guard's weapon, which surprised the guard very much. With his sword pushed aside, the guard was left completely vulnerable to an attack from another goblin. His life ended when the goblin's blade cut across his stomach, thereby killing him instantly. As his lifeless body fell to the floor, Sir Kershaw's expression was one of pure terror. This man was extremely frightened. The other undead goblins advanced to defeat the guards who were still standing, killing all of them completely. Witnessing this terrible event unfold, the disloyal Sir Kershaw could only believe he was confronting a madman. The goblins ripped Sir Kershaw's guards apart, yet he just stood there, incapable of forming coherent thoughts. This terrible slaughter was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. It was indeed true that Leon was controlling necromancy filled with both anger and terror. Sir Kershaw questioned how this situation could have ever started. As he formed a dark sphere of energy in his hand, he yelled at Leon for disrespecting the genuine abilities of the founding family head, Whelan. In reply, Leon mocked him, asking what was improper about the actual family leader being able to use such magic. Incapable of tolerating his remarks, Sir Kershaw declared Leon's explanation to be nonsense because necromancy had long been thought of as a forgotten skill, something even Leon's father, Rune, could not control. Sir Kershaw's pride could not handle the reality that a child, much younger, was capable of controlling such a strong power. Choosing to give weight to his own statements, Leon moved his hand before cautioning Sir Kershaw that he was committing a serious error. At that instant, he commanded his goblin minions to rush forward and assault Sir Kershaw. This man, Sir Kershaw, was essentially being overwhelmed by multiple attackers simultaneously, and using the small amount of power he possessed, he launched the Dark Sphere, which burned the goblins instantly when it hit them. Sir Kershaw's assault might have appeared to cause some harm, but it had minimal effect on the undead goblin bodies, which simply healed from the damage and continued their relentless assault. The despicable old man was powerless, so he pleaded with his guards for assistance. However, when he turned to look, his eyes showed only complete hopelessness. Lifeless bodies were scattered on the floor, every one of them dead. As a final attempt, Sir Kershaw swore quietly and launched several more attacks. Naturally, in these circumstances, his command of magic was merely somewhat better than average. In summary, he was completely ineffective here. Sir Kershaw tried to use persuasion, claiming Leon would face repercussions for betraying him in this manner. Leon ignored his uncle's complaints and simply ordered one of his goblins to stab Sir Kershaw in the chest. The weapon struck accurately, sending a shock of intense pain through Sir Kershaw. His blood poured onto the floor. He tried to resist by using his magical abilities, but his command over them and his foresight rapidly weakened. As his final option, he called Leon a traitor for attacking his own family member. Leon's thoughts wandered to a connected memory he once had with his father about the continent's history. Leon knew that every region has its conquerors and then its defeated, and eventually their positions would inevitably reverse. Sir Kerchal believed Leon was squandering time by lecturing him then, but Leon carried on with his words, stating that although his methods might be unfeeling and harsh, there was one important lesson he had learned from reading a book. According to Leon, forgiveness was a privilege granted exclusively to the winner, and Sir Kerchal had also been that winner previously. Nevertheless, he ultimately betrayed the family head, Rune, to chase his own ambitions for power. But circumstances were different now. The harsh reality struck Sir Kerchal painfully, but Leon kept stating truths and logical points to a man facing imminent death. He offered no goodbye to his disloyal uncle and sincerely wished Sir Kerchal would suffer into his next existence, promising to commemorate this day annually. Leon planned to punish Sir Kerchal by ending his life. Within just a few seconds, the goblins attacked the old man with their weapons. His life concluded painfully, accompanied by a terrible, loud cry of agony. Now that this man was dead, Marbus was somewhat impressed by Leon's ruthless and effective tactics. He was quite amazed that a novice necromancer could use its powers so accurately. It seemed as though Leon possessed 10 years of experience. Hearing this, Leon, the main character, achieved an exciting new understanding, a plan so scary it even frightens Marbas, the demon furball. The story now changes to a very important meeting of the council, where some rich landowners are unsure why Sir Kerchal has asked them to meet yet again. They cannot understand why he has been so very bothersome recently. But one bald noble thinks this meeting must be about something very important, because they were called so quickly. They consider if House Sylvester is responsible by breaking the peace agreement and attacking House Marbles when they are very weak. Not all of them think this is true, because breaking a big agreement like that would be a very daring action from the enemy family. A war also cannot keep going unless the family leaders give their permission, so in the end they decide to push aside these worries and wait for Sir Kerchal to arrive. Well, a person does come, but it is not Sir Kerchal. It is a young boy, and his every step makes the council members feel uneasy and start to think very deeply. They cannot understand at all why Leon is there when his uncle, Sir Kerchal, called the meeting. It makes no understandable sense for Leon to come instead of his uncle. Leon does not waste any time at all, and right away he talks about the big unspoken issue. He knows they thought they would see his uncle, Sir Kerchal, and he has some very interesting news for them. Sir Kerchal will not be coming to this meeting, mostly because he is unable to come and cannot be at the meeting. Wanting to understand more clearly, one of the council members asks him to please explain. Leon calmly sits down before he announces that Sir Kerchal is dead, which makes everyone in the room feel a sudden chill of fear. He even says very clearly that he was the one who killed his uncle. And after explaining that, Leon wonders if any of them want to say something about his choice. This young man is truly the master of bold and witty remarks everywhere. Hitting the table hard, one of the council members shouts his angry disagreement, asking for a good reason for killing an important older member of the family. They do not want Leon to just do anything he likes as the family leader. Well, too bad for them. That is exactly what Leon plans to do. He says Sir Kerchal was a traitor to the family name, a man who went against the family leader, and even gave important secret information to the enemy family. This man, Sir Kerchal, was bold enough to try to take Leon's place as the true leader of the family. But besides that, what Leon finds truly funny is how quickly these council members are praising Sir Kerchal so much. They are protecting Sir Kerchal and arguing strongly against Leon. After all, the council members were asked to come by Sir Kerchal, and because he is not there, the only sensible thought is that what Leon said must be true. They find it hard to believe Sir Kerchal was beaten by a young, unimportant boy with no experience. Instead of just feeling sad about Sir Kerchal's defeat, they realize how serious the current situation is. One council member is clever enough to quickly agree with Leon right away, trying to please him because he thinks the young family leader, Leon, has gained some kind of new strong power. The other council members quickly do the same thing as him, and they all suddenly start blaming Sir Kerchal for his disloyal actions. Leon does not want to listen to anything from these two-faced liars, and he declares them guilty of doing something wrong. Their crime, he says, is that they did not report a traitor who was hiding among them. The council members are extremely scared and shocked, feeling like this young boy is beating them in every point of the argument. They argued back at Leon, asking for proof to support his punishment for them, as if saying he was accusing them of murder without a good reason. The young family leader, Leon, says that he is already prepared for that question, and he is ready to show them some proof for what he said. He then shows them how Sir Kirchhoff was a traitor. He uses his special magic with the dead to bring out the spirits of bad people, which makes goblin creatures appear from another world. The council members are very confused and extremely shocked to see him using necromancy right in front of them. From the dead things he brought back, Sir Kirchhoff's body stands up in front of them. Leon says Sir Kirchhoff's name out loud. The dead man's body, like a zombie, is barely staying together. Then Leon commands the dead traitor to tell everyone about his bad actions. The council members continue to ask the same uninteresting question again, and Leon is tired of answering it many times. To him, it is very simple. Necromancy is a magic used by the leaders of the Marbles family. The undead goblins make a loud roar at the council members, which makes the council members try to run away from there. But before these terrible people can even get away from their chairs, one of them falls to the floor already, with his head cut off from his body. Another council member pulls his hurt body slowly across the ground because his legs have been cut off. Leon has no time to show kindness and decides this meeting is not finished yet at all. He uses Sir Kirchhoff's dead body as the tool to cause their deaths. The dead human body stands up in front of its master, Leon, with its mouth open very wide. Leon asks another question, wanting to know if the council members were also part of the traitor Sir Kirchhoff's bad action. The dried, dead body of Sir Kirchhoff tells them only what is true. Every one of the council members was to blame for trying to remove the family leader. They all knew Sir Kirchhoff was a traitor who gave away secret information. After this was confirmed, Leon felt satisfied with the choices he made. The council member with blonde hair there thinks he is special and asks to be saved. The same thing happens with the other terrible council members. They are all asking for another chance to live. Leon gives them a fitting punishment by having his goblins rip their bodies apart. Now that the entire council was completely destroyed, Leon completely accepts and uses his necromancy powers as the real leader of the Marbles family. Their family's old power, lost for a long time, was finally brought back. Leon stands above the dead bodies of the council members he killed, with his Necronomicon book floating strangely next to him. He looks at what happened because of his actions before he looks at a servant shaking in the dark corners. Without waiting, he strongly asks to know where Poland is located, the servant, who was very scared by all the killing. The servant nervously tells him that Poland is kept in the underground jails because he was accused of trying to cause rebellion. When Leon hears this, he commands the servant to show him the way there. As Leon starts to walk towards the door, he looks at the soldiers who are still there, telling them that they can run away if they want to, but if they decide to stay there, he will not be responsible for what might happen to them next. He goes away, believing they will make the correct choice for themselves. At the Sylvester family's place, a man walks up to Count Sylvester, and he gives him a written letter. Count Sylvester takes the letter and reads it slowly, with a small sign of feeling better now showing in his eyes. The letter says that the Emperor's family has decided to go against House Marbles, which makes him feel excited. The messenger says that this was what they thought would happen, as House Marbles has nothing good to give, and the soldiers they do have are not useful in a fight. Count Sylvester agrees with him and tells his men to continue with their plan, feeling very sure that House Marbles will be defeated in 1 month. He then asks the messenger if he is ready for his job, and the messenger confidently says that he is ready. Still, Count Sylvester makes sure that his soldiers are completely ready for what is going to happen. His main planner, finding Count Sylvester's confidence funny, says as a joke that the only real dangers to their victory would be if a very strong necromancer suddenly appeared, or if House Marbles' founder, who died long ago and possibly came back to life. This joke only makes Count Sylvester feel even more sure of himself. In the underground jails of House Marbles, Leon finds Poland locked in a jail cell. The moment Poland sees him, he starts begging and saying sorry, admitting he let Sir Kirchhoff's bad plans grow, which in the end put Leon in danger, feeling very guilty. Poland insists that he should die because he failed. But Leon thinks about the situation in a different way. Poland was the only person who went against Sir Kirchhoff, which showed he was loyal and made him a good person to have on his side. Because of this, Leon tells him to stand up, saying that there are many things they need to do and that he needs Poland to help him with these things. Poland is very surprised, asking what kind of help Leon could possibly need from a person like him. Leon, seeing the many flies flying around Poland, just tells him to clean himself up and then meet him in his office, and there they will talk more about the plans. Poland happily agrees, promising to be loyal as Leon walks away. When it becomes night, Leon stands near his window, looking outside, while Marbas, in his small cat shape, sits on his shoulder, and Marbas is slowly cleaning his own fur. Marbas, the cat, speaks first, asking what Leon plans to do next. Leon stops for a moment, thinking deeply until Pullen finally comes into the room. To Pullen's great surprise, Leon shows him a very daring plan to pretend to be Sir Kirchhoff to trick House Sylvester. Pullen right away said he was worried, explaining that to pretend to be someone so well would be almost impossible to do. But Leon has different ways to do things. Without stopping to think, he calls out a special creature, a doppelganger, and it changes into the exact look of Sir Kirchhoff right in front of Pullen's eyes. Very shocked, Pullen can barely believe what he is seeing. Leon has just easily called an undead helper. He had heard people talking about Leon's powers, but seeing this himself makes him understand just how strong this necromancer really is. Still, Pullen has worries in his mind. Even if the doppelganger looks exactly like Sir Kirchhoff, controlling it well enough to trick House Sylvester is a completely different, harder problem. He nervously tells his worries, afraid that their trick will be found out very quickly. Pullen says that undead creatures cannot perfectly copy how a person talks, writes, or acts. But this is not just any normal undead creature. It is a trick made by a creature called a doppelganger, which Leon was able to find. Different from normal undead, this doppelganger can not only copy someone's looks, but it can also remember their thoughts and act like them to show its powers. The doppelganger uses Sir Kirchhoff's magic, which shocks Pullen because it is so perfectly copied. Leon then remembers when he first met this creature in the Dark Mine while he was looking for a book. At that time, the doppelganger looked like a woman. After Leon killed it, he had asked for its name. Marbas then told him it was called a doppelganger, a being that could copy a person's looks, how they act, and even their special powers. At that moment, it had been copying a traveler it had killed, along with the traveler's friend. When Leon heard this, he had started to think of a plan. Without waiting, he had used his special necromancy magic to make the doppelganger's dead body rise up from the ground. This creature was once a servant of the first leader of House Marble's, Wieland, and now the creature belonged to Wieland's family member, Leon. After so many years, it had finally come back to the master it should serve. This other powerful demon-like being seemed very angry about this, while Leon looked at his new servant, Marbas, knowing Marbas liked him more than this other being. Marbas warns Leon that this doppelganger creature can change into any person a necromancer has met. The only rule is it cannot change into someone stronger than the necromancer. Marbas strongly tells Leon that he should act modest because he is still not very strong yet. Even though Leon trapped his uncle, Sir Kirchhoff's spirit, into his group of undead soldiers, Marbas says that a human spirit will finally disappear completely. That is why Marbas suggested Leon should not get involved with House Marble's problems, because he did not have a way to fix things forever. But Leon disagreed very strongly, saying he would not betray his own family. If he leaves the family, innocent people on their land will be killed by the Sylvester family members. Marbas, the demon furball, asks if Leon cares so much about others that he would risk his own life for them. Even though Leon can be cruel, he is ready to die for his family. Marbas thinks Leon is being too loyal for no good reason. Instead of talking more about that, he talks about the more important problem they have now. A purple ghost-like creature appears in front of them, and Marbas suggests Leon should bring this creature back to life and use it to help him. Leon asks if Marbas knows this creature. It seems this creature was part of the first family leader Wieland's group of undead servants. With Leon's current situation, it will help him a lot, as long as he can handle its bad temper, that is. Without waiting any longer, Leon says the magic words, which makes the ghost-like creature appear in a shape that looks almost like a human. The creature stares angrily at its new master, Leon, before Marbas, the demon furball, roughly pushes it for coming back to its newest master. The creature has just come back to life, and Marbas is already being mean to it. Leon watches their small fight happen. The purple creature Crow thinks for a little while before it decides what to do next. This creature, Crow, actually copies a powerful fire attack using special hand movements before it changes to look exactly like Leon. It also argues back against Marbas, which makes Marbas very surprised at how brave and rude it is. Suddenly, there are two black lions in the room, and they look exactly the same. Having another group meeting, Pullen suggests they could use Crow's copying ability to make a perfect copy of Sir Kirchhoff, even his smallest habits. He feels very sure that this trick will be successful in a secret spying mission against the Sylvester family. It is a very good suggestion, and Leon likes this idea. Pullen asks, to ask one last question to make things clear, talking about how the Sylvester family will try to get help from the Emperor's family. He asks why the family leader, Leon, is so determined to protect House Marbles, even when running away would give him a much better chance to live. It is the same idea that the demon Marbas also gave to him, but Leon thinks he has a very strong duty he must do, which is to protect his family. After hearing this answer, Pullen decides he will serve the family leader, Leon, until he dies. But he is confused about what makes Leon try so hard for his family. It is a good question, because Leon himself had thought about the same thing for some time. While Leon is not really a great hero who fights for what is right, all he truly cares about is becoming a good leader of the family, which is why he must show he deserves to be the leader. For this moment, the reason for his strong decision is still a secret and not clear, but that is also why he is waiting to start his plans, so he can become stronger and show his answer through what he does. Right now, to reach that goal, he first needs to get rid of the people who are a danger to the peace of House Marbles. Leon refuses to make the same too trusting mistakes as his father, and thinks he will one day find his own answer, his own reason to fight. After the meeting, Leon meets Crow, his doppelganger. This situation is very much like a game of deception now. The creature, Crow, keeps saying rude things to its master, Leon, and Marbas. Marbas, the demon furball, gets argued against by both Leon and Crow at the same time. Crow is the last special gift left by the first family leader, Whelan, for the person who came after him. Now that Leon has gotten a very strong servant, a killer with very clever skills, he could do many difficult jobs very easily. Crow's best skill is killing, and his second best skill is, of course, saying mean things to Marbas, the demon cat, and Marbas keeps getting angry because of Crow's bad words. Leon says that he very much needs help from Crow's special powers. He wants Crow to copy or act like his dead uncle, Sir Kerchal. Crow thinks the job should be very easy, saying a piece of snake when the correct saying is a piece of cake. Anyway, Leon thinks Crow's way of saying it is much cooler and sounds better. Their small and silly argument finally stops when Pullen knocks on the door and comes into the room, telling the family leader, Leon, about a letter sent by the Sylvester family addressed to him. Wanting to know what it says, Leon opens the letter and he learns how the Sylvester family is saying bad things about House Marbles for not doing their duties for more than 100 years. Now, to punish House Marbles for hurting its people for fun, the Sylvester family has taken rightful leadership under Count Sylvester's orders. This is a clear statement of war between House Marbles and House Sylvester. They even give a condition to save the people of House Marbles if they choose to give up early. But if these conditions are stated, the Sylvester army will completely destroy the Marbles family's lands in 1 month. The Emperor will be supporting them, and Count Sylvester himself will lead the attack. Ending the letter, things are about to become very serious. Still, they have 1 month to get ready. For some reason, Leon is not scared to face this difficult challenge. Marbas agrees that while they do have some extra time, they should use that time to run away and get their soldiers together to fight later. Leon corrects Marbas, the demon cat, suggesting he will use his necromancy powers and saying that he is not even going to wait for the 1 month to be over. Marbas thinks this crazy boy Leon has completely lost his mind now. He cannot fight an army of hundreds of soldiers. It is a danger much bigger than dealing with one bad uncle. Marbas, the demon cat, asks if Leon is still ready to fight them when things are so badly against him. Hearing that question, Leon smiles, thinking they will all be fine. After all, he plans to stop being kind from now on and bring terrible destruction to all his enemies. In the town, stories about Sir Kerchal being missing spread very quickly, with village people whispering it was a bad sign, especially since their old leader, Lord Rune, died just a few months ago. People start to worry more about Leon, as many think he must be very, very sad, because he has now lost his last living family member after his father died. But one of the men tells the others that he trusts Leon and thinks he will handle things well, even with all the problems. The people of the town stay hopeful, not knowing that the Sylvester army is coming closer to them, having already said they will start a war. While they are talking, Pullen stops them, telling them to be careful what they say and to stop spreading untrue stories. When they turn around, they see Leon standing right behind Pullen, which makes them bow down and quickly say sorry, telling him they were just having a casual conversation. They also tell Leon they are sorry for his uncle supposedly being gone, saying it is very sad to lose someone so near. But Leon corrects them, saying his uncle, Sir Kerchal, is still alive, but too sick to be seen by people often. He says this because he knows it is better to make them think his uncle is alive, to keep them calm. As he turns to leave, Leon says that the village people support his uncle a bit too much. Really, he says this as a trick to fool the people who were friends with his uncle. He then tells Poland to stop anyone who saw what happened or is telling untrue stories about his uncle. Poland understands this as a direct command. He asks why Leon came to the middle of town himself, as Poland would have happily said his words for him, but Leon says strongly that he wants to take care of it himself. As they got to the edge of the main town area, Marbas starts to speak, feeling a powerful magic energy coming from inside a place. When they go inside, Leon tells Poland to wait at the door until he comes back. Poland agrees, but says he is worried about his young master Leon's safety. Leon tells him he will be okay, and tells him to close the door tightly behind him. Leon does not want anyone to get out of or get into the building. After that, Leon walks into a messy room covered in blood where chairs, tables, and bottles are thrown everywhere, and a few people are busy cleaning the big mess. Among those people, Leon sees a boy who has wolf-like ears, and then he turns to Marbas, asking if this is the person Marbas told him about. Marbas says yes. The boy they are looking at is strong and has muscles with wolf ears, and a very strong feeling of powerful energy is all around him. Seeing him, Marbas gets very excited, saying that the Leon family has never been good at finding people with special abilities, but Leon has found one. Walking up to him, Leon asks if he can have a little bit of his time, but the boy right away starts saying sorry, explaining that there was a big fight at their place the night before, and he asks if Leon could please come back some other time. Suddenly, a woman who calls the boy Walter kicks him very hard, saying sorry to Leon and strongly saying they never meant for a beast to meet him. She then hits Walter again and shouts at him for talking so normally to Lord Marbas. Kneeling on the floor, Walter quickly says sorry, explaining he did not know who Marbas was because he was new to this place. Not paying attention to the noise, Leon strongly asks again for a little bit of Walter's time. The woman steps forward, offering to talk to Leon herself instead of Walter. But Leon refuses her offer, telling her that he needs to talk only with Walter. According to the demon Marbas, this boy Walter has a very big ability to grow stronger, which makes him a very good person to join Leon's family group. At the same time, Walter stays kneeling on the floor, completely still from shock, because he realizes he is with Lord Leon of House Marbles, and he had just talked to him so normally. Suddenly, Walter is very surprised when Leon does a magic spell that sends out a dark smoke, and this smoke starts to go all around Walter's body, making his injuries get better. Looking at his body that is now healed, Walter is so surprised he cannot speak, but Leon is losing his patience. One more time, he strongly asks for some of Walter's time. Hearing this, the woman quickly says sorry, telling Leon that Walter is her slave, and if the young Lord Leon wants to talk with him, he must ask for her permission first. Looking at her, Leon thinks that she does not know about what happened to his uncle, Sir Cachal, which means he can speak more freely with her now. With a small smile, he asks her when his family's land started to allow people to have slaves and why she is calling him by the name he had when he was a child. These questions make the woman look clearly uncomfortable, like she is trying to hide a secret. But Leon understands her completely, and he lets out a strong, dark energy. He opens his Necronomicon book, telling her he knows she thinks he is not good enough to be a leader. Marbas is also very excited about getting Walter to join them, and becomes very angry that the woman dares to be rude to his partner Leon, calling his Necronomicon. Leon tells the woman that he is also very worried about her making people into slaves. He commands her to free any other slaves she might have, giving her 10 minutes to do it, or she will be punished. When she hears this, the woman looks clearly nervous, but instead of looking scared, she puts her head down with a bad, cunning smile. Making fun of him, she calls Leon by his childhood name again, asking if he is really ready for what she plans to do. She then says sorry in a fake way for using the wrong name for him again. But Leon is not bothered at all and ignores her rude words. He turns to Walter, who is sitting next to him, looking scared and confused, not sure what Leon sees in him or wants from him. All of a sudden, the woman snaps her fingers loudly, and all of her guards quickly surround Leon with their weapons out and ready. With a sure smile, she orders them to attack, saying that if anything goes wrong, Sir Cachal will help them. Leon, however, does not move and seems completely calm and not worried. As the attackers run towards him, he calmly lifts his hand and uses his dark magic powers to call undead troll creatures. As soon as these trolls appear from the magic, the huge, scary creatures start cruelly cutting down everyone in their way without any kindness. Seeing all the killing, the woman cannot believe it and feels more and more scared. In all that fighting, Leon walks to one of his trolls and calmly asks for its sword, saying his own sword is too broken to use well. The troll does what he says and gives him a sword, and then, without waiting, Leon joins the big fight himself, cutting and killing the last few enemies that are still standing. The woman, who is still alive, watches everything in great shock, finding it very hard to understand how Leon has gotten such very strong power. Walter, just as shocked as her, stayed quiet and did not speak, feeling his confusion. Leon turns to him and says clearly that the only reason he let him live is because Walter will be very important for his plans later on. Walter still cannot understand why a man from a rich, important family would be talking to someone like him. He knows he is just a wanderer that people ignore all over the land. Yet Leon seems to want something from him. Since he was a child, Walter had been hurt badly and treated unfairly, like someone who did not belong, because he was part beast. He was seen as a sign of bad luck by the human children in his village who hurt him with beatings all the time, which was something he never really understood. He was just an innocent child, and none of it seemed fair to him. But one day, when he could not take it anymore, something inside him broke and changed. He fought back for himself, letting out a strong energy all around his body. His mind went crazy as he remembered the faces of the children who hurt him, and with a wild, unstoppable feeling of wanting to kill, he killed all of them. When he finally understood what he did and saw the dead bodies all around him, he could not believe what he had done himself. Fear took hold of him, fear of knowing the truth, fear that he had become the terrible monster everyone said he was. Feeling too much, he ran away, trying very hard to believe he was not what they always said he was. Coming back to the present time, Leon walks towards the woman, holding the troll's knife tightly, as she nervously shouts that Sir Kershal will not ignore this if he kills her. Gathering dark energy in his hand, Leon tells her that even though he might not yet be good enough to be called the family leader, soon he will be, and she does not belong on his family's land. With those words, he throws the dark energy at her, killing her right away. As Leon turns to leave, Walter stands behind him, watching everything calmly without much reaction. He has just seen Leon kill someone right in front of him, but strangely, he does not feel any fear when he is near Leon. This understanding makes him feel confused. Leon walks closer with a smile on his face and asks Walter to help him. Before Walter agrees, he wants to ask Leon a question first. Without waiting, Walter changes into his strong, powerful true form, saying he is a young member of the Demon Wolf tribe, the group that is insulted and avoided the most among all beast-like people. With strong feeling in his voice, he asks how long his tribe must keep living with so much shame and bad feelings. Leon looks him in the eyes and tells him that they will not have to suffer that kind of treatment anymore, even though Leon says he does not know much about Walter's people. He makes one thing very clear. If they have been insulted and treated unfairly, then from now on he will not allow it to happen. He promises Walter that he will be an important and trusted part of his family group, making this promise with his words. As Leon holds out his hand to Walter, Walter starts to cry and accepts Leon's offer to join him. Leon, seeing that Walter is quiet for a moment, asks if Walter's quietness means he agrees to join. Crying very hard, Walter says yes, telling Leon he will be happy to serve him no matter what happens. At the same time, in the powerful archival empire, Esteban, the emperor of their current time, is sitting on his royal chair while his son Louis stands next to him. Louis speaks to the man kneeling in front of them, asking why he was called to come there. The nervous man says that he has brought a letter from the Sylvester family. This annoys Louis, who thinks being called for something small like a letter is rude to him. He says that his father, Emperor Esteban, will be very angry because of such rudeness. The man quickly says sorry, begging and saying his only wish was to give the message very quickly because Crown Prince Louis is now the most powerful man in their time, and the messenger is clearly scared of making him angry. But Louis's annoyance changes to interest when the man says that House Sylvester has warned about an attack on House Marbles. The messenger suggests that Louis should use this chance to help House Sylvester, making sure their shared enemy, House Marbles, is defeated. Louis thinks about the idea, but says he has some worries. House Marbles has a past of using necromancy, so starting a big war against them is a dangerous plan. The man tells him not to worry, saying that even though House Marbles once had strong necromancy powers, neither the current leader Leon nor the last leader Lord Rune could use such power well. He also says that House Sylvester's army has become much stronger. Hearing this, Louis agrees and tells the man to send an answer, saying the archival empire supports House Sylvester. Getting rid of an enemy at such a time is a chance they must take. The messenger bows politely, agreeing to take the job of delivering the answer, and he quickly leaves the room after that. Louis praises how his father, Esteban, has ruled, saying he made it possible for them to destroy House Marbles so easily. But while Louis is talking, Emperor Esteban stays completely quiet, with his cold face not changing and his wide eyes looking at nothing. Louis then lifts up his father's dead-looking body, smiling in a cunning way, as he says that soon everything will belong to him. At House Marbles, inside Leon's office, Walter stands in front of him, now wearing proper clothes. Pullen steps forward and puts a special necklace around Walter's neck, an item that is very important. Pullen explains that even though Leon and the others see Walter as part of their family, normal people will not accept him so easily. Suddenly, Walter gasps with surprise as his wolf ears disappear. The moment he puts on the necklace, Pullen tells him the special item is meant to hide his beast man look, as it could cause problems for Leon's plans. Though confused, Walter finally agrees, which makes Pullen smile with happiness. Leon, who has been watching all of this, calls for a meeting about very important things. When they are all together, he says that just words are not enough, so they must all promise their loyalty to him with something stronger than just words. With a very sharp look, he asks if they are really ready to promise to be completely loyal to him forever. When Pullen hears this, he starts to cry, promising his loyalty to Leon with very sincere and serious words. Following what Pullen did, Crow, the doppelganger, also promises to be loyal. Seeing this happen, Marbas becomes very excited, thinking that both complete control and making others obey are now on their side. Seeing everyone promise their loyalty, Walter does the same thing too, but he feels confused when he sees Leon talking not to them, but to the empty table. Leon is not bothered and suggests making a special magic pact with all of them. He says very clearly that if they refuse, it just means they do not want to join him. A magic pact like this changes the magic energy of everyone involved into a connecting pattern, making a promise that cannot be broken. This special connection lets them share secrets that none of them can tell to people outside their group. Since everyone agrees to this, Leon starts the magic process, putting dark magic into his hand. He makes a magic door open in the floor. A huge amount of dark energy shoots out from it, and then two giant, scary demon hands come out, holding an old paper scroll. As the paper scroll opens up, Pullen and Walter start to read what is written on it. At that exact moment, the giant Marbas shows his real, scary demon form, saying he is the godlike protector of the family and the demon that House Marbles got its name from. With a very deep, loud voice, Marbas recites the rules of the pact, asking for their loyalty to this promise, and announcing Leon as the king of all undead. Pullen and Walter are both staring at the huge monster standing very tall in front of them as Marbas stands behind Leon. Leon introduces Marbas as his trusted friend and helper and tells them Marbas has promised to treat them with respect too. In a very deep, scary voice, Marbas sees their quietness as agreement and says this pact will be made permanent with their actual souls. Once it is made, they can never break it. Pullen nervously tells him that they would never even try to do something like that. In his own thoughts, however, he cannot believe it. The demon Marbas, the exact same being that the First Lord Wayland made a deal with, is standing right there. At that moment, he finally understands why Leon suddenly became such a very strong necromancer. A very strong pressure from magic energy fills up the entire room. Even though Pullen and Walter are naturally good at feeling magic energy, they find they cannot move because of the very strong feeling from Marbas's powerful presence. Pullen cannot stop thinking about what other amazing things Leon can do. However, as they look at the giant beast, to their great surprise, Marbas suddenly changes into a very small kitten. Walter, very surprised, is about to ask what just happened there, but Pullen quickly stops him from talking by putting his hand over Walter's mouth. Marbas sees this and asks Walter what he was going to say. Thinking very fast, Pullen nervously answers, saying that Walter was just amazed at Marbas's huge size and shape, as he probably had never seen such an amazing thing before. Marbas believes this explanation, but he warns them not to tell anyone that he exists. With a war coming soon, knowing about Marbas could be very helpful to their enemies. He also explains that his true form can only be seen by those who have made a special pact with Leon. To any other person, he cannot be seen at all. Marbas then says that there are many people who liked Sir Kurtrell. When Walter hears that name, Sir Kurtrell, Walter suddenly remembers something from the past. He once saw Sir Kurtrell visiting the woman who was his master, giving a letter to her. Hearing this news, Marbas becomes very excited, understanding they now have their next clue. Leon asks more questions, but Walter says he does not know anything else about it. But when they left the pub before, Crow, the doppelganger, took a special box with him as something won from the fight. When Marbas sees this box, Marbas remembers that Crow, the doppelganger, has always been a very greedy creature. He tells Leon that because they had killed everyone in the pub, Crow must have thought he could take anything he wanted. Feeling curious, Leon looks at the box himself, and he finds a written letter inside of it, and the seal on it is already broken. It looks like they have found the exact letter they were talking about, all because Crow, the doppelganger, was so greedy. Leon opens the letter and starts to read it out loud for everyone. The letter is written to House Marbles from House Sylvester, officially saying they are starting a war against them. The letter says that House Marbles has not done its job to serve Emperor Esteban of their time, which is seen as a very serious crime. Because of this, House Sylvester has given them 1 month to give up. If not, they will start a war and destroy everything that tries to stop them. The letter is signed by Count Sylvester, the leader of House Sylvester. When they hear this, both Pullen and Walter are very shocked. Leon, however, thinks the situation is funny. He tells Marbas his idea of controlling undead creatures with his thoughts, something he thinks could be very interesting. With that idea in mind, they look towards Crow, the doppelganger, and Leon gives him a special job to do. At the Sylvester family's place, a messenger comes back to tell Count Sylvester that he has given the war letter to House Marbles. He also says that Sir Kerchal's face when he saw the letter showed only pure fear. Hearing this, Count Sylvester laughs at the idea of tricking Sir Kerchal, but he tells his men to keep Sir Kerchal alive, thinking he is a stupid person who can still be useful. They think it is better for power to be with Sir Kerchal than with anyone else, so it is best for them if he stays alive. Count Sylvester then asks about Leon, and the messenger says there is no special news about him. He guesses that Leon might have already been killed by Sir Kerchal. Count Sylvester thinks this idea is very funny, which makes the messenger ask why he is so worried about just a 14-year-old boy. In reply, Count Sylvester asks his own question. What does the messenger think is the worst unfair thing people have ever felt? The messenger waits nervously before saying that he does not know the answer. Count Sylvester then tells him the answer. It is facing a very, very strong enemy you cannot escape from, and watching as everything you have is destroyed. According to Count Sylvester, there is no greater pain than feeling that. He then asks the messenger what he would do if he faced such an unfair situation. The messenger stays quiet, so Count Sylvester adds that his worry is about Leon. Leon, who has a special skill that is not easy to see just by looking. The messenger still does not fully believe it, doubting that Leon has any kind of amazing skill. But Count Sylvester ignores his doubts, saying that Leon is from the Marbles family line, and nothing should be surprising when it is about them. The messenger finally agrees with what Count Sylvester says. Back at House Marbles, in Leon's office, Crow, the doppelganger, has completely changed to look exactly like Leon. Every movement, every word, it is all copied perfectly. Watching his copy speak and move so exactly the same, Leon has to be impressed by how amazing the copying is. Getting the praise, Crow, the doppelganger, smiles slyly and looks at Marbas, making fun of him by saying he has much more to give than someone who spends time as just a small kitten. The rude comment is barely finished before Marbas quickly starts to attack Crow. Seeing the sudden fight start between them, Walter looks very confused by what is happening. He moves closer to Pullen and quietly asks if things are always so crazy and disorganized there. But Pullen just tells him to be quiet. We find a dim courtyard with a battered skeleton on the floor, faint purple flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Leon stands by, totally calm. He just finished practicing necromancy that left the undead in pieces. Surrounded by splintered crystals and collapsed zombies, Leon, in a plain white shirt, catches his breath. The tall purple doppelganger bows dramatically, asking about the next trial. Meanwhile, Marbas silently approves from the shadows, impressed by Leon's progress. Marbas, looking like a tiny lion, signals Leon to keep going. His red eyes shine with pride and impatience. He's sure Leon's ready for deadlier magic, because apparently raising the fallen is only the opening act in this show. In an ornate hall, Leon now wears black robes. Pullen stands anxiously. The doppelganger stays eerily calm. Marbas's aura seeps across the floor, announcing Leon's next necromantic skill, something so powerful it might change the fate of their looming conflict. Marbas's huge, fiery gaze demands Leon's definition of dark magic. He suspects Leon's basic skeleton raising won't cut it. Those crimson eyes practically shout, "You think this is serious now? Wait till you see the real horrors lurking in advanced necromancy." Leon stands firm in sleek black attire, returning Marbus's stare without flinching. He's calm on the outside, but a flicker in his eyes hints he knows things are about to go from spooky to downright terrifying in record time. Leon admits he studied dark arts with Uncle Kirchel, sounding halfway confident and halfway unsure. He wonders if that training will measure up to whatever monster-tier magic Marbus has planned. Probably not, but you've gotta start somewhere. Marbus dismisses Uncle Kirchel's teachings as cheap illusions. He growls that if Leon wants real power, he must forget those amateur tricks. That's one way to encourage a student: trash everything they've learned and offer no comforting sugarcoat. Leon strokes his chin, recalling how Welland von Marbus once conquered entire continents. Clearly, reanimated skeleton armies alone couldn't explain those lightning-fast victories. Maybe great-grandpa had an even darker bag of tricks up his tattered necromancer sleeve. In his mind, Leon envisions Welland, tall and cloaked, swirling with necromantic mists. He realizes this ancestor wielded magic beyond simple undead troops. The family legacy might be bigger and much creepier than anyone let on. Leon snaps his fingers with renewed determination, the sound echoing through the hall. He's done settling for beginner-level spells. Time to unearth the truth behind Welland's unbeatable power and maybe earn some bragging rights for House Marbus. A small swirl of dark magic dances above Leon's palm. He understands that necromancy is just one sliver of a huge, forbidden domain. Controlling hordes of undead takes massive mana, and he's ready to chase that power. Purple flames crackle in his hand, alive and fierce. It throbs with hidden might, marking a step up from typical death magic. Leon seems almost thrilled to wield this new level of darkness. Pullen practically cheers over Leon's rising power. Leon stands tall in ornate black robes while Marbus watches without much excitement. It's the typical House Marbus dynamic: everyone's either starstruck by necromancy or too cool to care. Marbus bristles at being labeled a mere vassal to Welland. His fluffy lion form might seem cute, but he's seriously insulted. He even calls the doppelganger a shape-shifting clown, just to vent his lingering resentment. Leon smirks, reassuring Marbus he's loyal to House Marbus. The cat's ego stays intact. Leon's green eyes reflect ambition to surpass every ancestor. If he's got demon cat approval, he must be on the right track. Marbus teases the doppelganger, calling it a coward. The doppelganger retorts with flair. Both throw snarky lines like rival siblings. Sometimes the afterlife's biggest conflict is two magical entities bickering while Leon tries to learn gloom and doom spells. Leon calmly steps in, telling them to save the quips for later. With a deep breath, he asks Marbus which dark magic branch comes next. He's had enough cat and doppelganger drama, time for real necromantic growth. Marbus raises a paw and warns Leon there's a prerequisite before unlocking truly advanced spells. The serious gleam in his red eyes suggests this next step won't be a casual stroll through the graveyard. Leon tilts his head, looking puzzled. He braces for whatever new ordeal looms. Let's face it, every time he finishes one trial, Marbus tosses a bigger challenge at him. That's Demon Cat mentorship for you. Marbus reveals that Leon must delve into his own subconscious to unlock greater power. The hall's atmosphere thickens as the Demon Cat's words sink in, because nothing screams fun weekend like exploring the darkest corners of your own mind. Leon repeats my subconscious, and the purple glow around him flickers. He's part curious, part uneasy. Let's be real, diving into the mental abyss is not your everyday hobby, but apparently it's a must for real necromancer upgrades. Marbus explains that hidden regions of the mind store untapped magic. Ordinary undead raising is child's play compared to what Leon can achieve by unlocking that vault. His half-lidded gaze suggests the cat knows just how dangerous this can get. Marbus grins, claiming a noble war will be easy once Leon harnesses these powers. The cat's practically drooling with excitement. Clearly, he wants House Marbus back on top, and he's betting big on Leon's monstrous potential. Leon conjures a small wave of shadowy flame while Marbus warns him of the high mana cost. The sizzling purple sparks hint this power comes with a hefty price tag. Still, Leon doesn't look too worried. He nods, accepting the price of power. His eyes remain calm, showing a steeled resolve. If it means restoring House Marbus, Leon seems ready to pay with every scrap of mana he's got. From below, Marbus reassures everyone not to worry. Leon's mana pool might be massive. Pullen hovers anxiously, but the cat seems confident. When a demon lion says you're special, you either panic or feel oddly flattered. Marbus predicts Leon's reserves could rival even Welland's. This might be a blessing or a curse. Leon stands there, quietly resolved, probably thinking, challenge accepted, because these guys love flirting with cataclysmic levels of magic. A quick text note, Leon can't back out now. If he wants House Marbus restored, forbidden magic is the only path. He exhales, hand on heart, grateful for Marbus's confidence. Next stop, unstoppable Necromancer territory. Marbus cautions that tapping Leon's hidden potential so quickly is risky. There's a shortcut, but no safety guarantees. Typical demon cat disclaimer, might explode your brain, might unlock godlike power, proceed at your own peril, kid. Leon, undeterred, politely asks for details. He's all manners, even when dealing with taboo spells. That unwavering curiosity glows in his eyes. He'll do whatever it takes to rescue his ancient house from complete oblivion. Marbus narrows his gaze, hinting at a forbidden ritual that could define Leon's destiny. Each word drips with ominous promise like a cat unearthing old secrets. Things are about to get a whole lot darker. Marbus smirks at Leon's fierce determination to revive House Marbus. He's amused by this near-limitless ambition, like a demon lion patron proud of his chosen champion. If reckless drive is the key, Leon's got it. Marbus explains the first step. Leon must burn every last drop of mana. Purple energy swirls in a dramatic flourish as Leon's curiosity meets his hunger for power. Time to push that magical engine to its limit. After he's drained, his subconscious will guide him. Leon stands firmly, telling Marbus he's ready to begin. Because if you're not risking permanent coma, are you really showing dedication to a dark, centuries-old family vendetta? Leon unleashes a burst of purple magic, eyes shining gold. The text clarifies his raw ambition for power. He's in it to restore House Marbus. Whether this leads to triumph or meltdown remains to be seen. Exhausted, Leon lowers his hand, sweat on his brow. He announces he's reached his mana limit, somehow proud of the near-fatal drain. Congratulations, you've emptied your magical tank. Next step, mysterious mind journey, obviously. Leon staggers and Pullen lunges to catch him. Purple sparks still float around, proof of the insane magical strain. Seems like half of Leon's training sessions end in near collapse, but that's dark magic for you. Pullen cries, begging Leon not to abandon them. The retainer's loyalty is in full heartbreak mode. House Marbus's hopes hinge on this kid not dying mid-spell, so the tears are somewhat justified. Marbus steps in, scolding Pullen for clinging. He insists Leon isn't your average mortal, so no babying allowed. The demon cat basically says, relax, he'll be fine or not. Either way, trust the process. Pullen trembles, arguing that Leon's still a young lord with limited real-world dark magic experience. But hey, Marbus never cared about age or caution. You either drown in demon magic or learn to swim quick. From across the hall, the doppelganger dismisses Pullen's fears. It gestures at Leon, calling him the most promising heir to Marbus. Because in a dark fantasy, optimism sounds cooler when delivered by a shape-shifting shadow. Marbus surprisingly agrees, nodding at the doppelganger. He's certain Leon's talents go way beyond average necromancy. Look at that demon cat and shapeshifter in rare harmony, bonded by their faith in the scrawny kid passed out on the floor. Marbus tells Pullen to hold those tears. If Leon is truly Welland's equal, he'll awaken tougher than ever. That's the demon cat pep talk. Basically, stop crying, kid's unstoppable. Probably real comforting. Pullen tries to collect himself, promising to trust Leon's strength. He's still trembling, but House Marbus can't afford any more breakdowns. Faith in Leon is all they've got left in this undead-littered chess game. Walter bursts in, wielding a training sword, bragging about mastering basic swordplay. Then he sees Leon sprawled on the floor and his excitement vanishes. Guest swordsman triumphs pale when your necromancer lord is unconscious. Walter's eyes go wide, rushing over to Leon's side. Panic flashes in those red irises. Clearly, this guy loves dramatics almost as much as Leon loves dabbling in world-ending magic. Perfect combination, right? Walter kneels beside Leon, voice shaky. Pullen advises him to calm down. One meltdown is enough for the day. Both care deeply for their young lord, but dramatic outbursts won't fix this magical coma crisis. Walter whispers his unshakable belief in Leon's resilience. Even seeing him out cold doesn't weaken that faith, because if you can't trust your necromancer boss to cheat death, who can you trust in this realm? Marbus hovers overhead, unimpressed by human theatrics. He wonders how Leon's colossal power stayed hidden so long while House Marbus almost fell apart. It's like discovering your candle was a raging bonfire all along. He reflects that given House Marbus's decline, missing Leon's potential makes sense. Pullen looks relieved yet guilty, realizing they nearly lost everything before they noticed the unstoppable force disguised as a teenage necromancer. Leon lies silent on the polished floor. He appears serene, but inside he's locked in a private war for deeper power. Because of course your biggest battle happens when you're unconscious in fancy black robes. Suddenly he's alone in a vast darkness outlined by a faint glow. Welcome to the inside of Leon's head, folks. This is where the real nightmares lurk and hopefully a few hidden magic power-ups. His footsteps echo against invisible ground as each step parts the shadows slightly. It feels like a beckoning journey into secrets only he can reveal. If this were a vacation spot, I'd request a refund. Suddenly, the void reshapes into a wrecked courtyard, collapsed walls and tattered banners everywhere. In the debris stands a lone figure, back turned, waiting like it's been expecting Leon's arrival for ages. As Leon steps closer, the figure turns around, older, eerily similar to Leon. He greets him with a knowing smile like, "Finally, you made it." Because who doesn't love meeting an older clone in a dreamscape? Leon is stunned, staring at this older look-alike. Is it a future version of himself or someone else entirely? Confusion hits hard, but in necromantic dream logic, you just roll with it and ask questions later. The older figure's smile radiates serene confidence, like he's survived countless battles. He really does resemble Leon, just with extra wisdom in those eyes. Honestly, it's like Leon meets his calmer, less freaked-out self. He suggests they walk and talk, saying there's much to discuss. The ruined courtyard feels deserted, but the stranger is totally at ease. Looks like we're about to uncover some buried family secrets in this mental ruin. Leon whispers, "Father," realizing this familiar face might be the dad he once knew. Why he's showing up in Leon's subconscious remains a mystery. But hey, if any place to reunite with Dad, it's inside your own mind. Leon's dropped into a ruined courtyard of shattered towers, pitch black sky overhead. Silence rules, and he feels this isn't reality, just haunted by House Marbus's tragic past. Up ahead, a tall silhouette stands by a stone staircase, totally ignoring Leon. He's torn between dread and hope, sensing hidden truths about his family's lost legacy. Stepping up cracked stairs, Leon recognizes the figure's stance, eerily like his father. The face stays hidden, regrets swirl, but he's determined to uncover whatever waits up there. Leon freezes just before the final step, and the figure also pauses mid-step. A chilling hush takes over. Facing these buried secrets might boost Leon's necromancy. The figure pivots slightly, telling Leon his presence proves he's tapped unknown magic. Calm voice and faint pride mix like a father thrilled his kids, finally pushing boundaries. Leon admits he's clueless about how deep his power runs. He just knows House Marbus needs saving. Luckily, his loyal crew stands with him, no hesitation. Images of Pullen, Valter, the doppelganger, and Marbus rush through Leon's mind. Their devotion moves him, proving real power is fueled by magic and loyalty. The father's face softens as he calls Leon lucky to have such allies. Support can matter as much as any spell. They share a quiet spark of hope for House Marbus. Dad reveals he's merely a memory from his battle with Alan Sylvester, which cost his life. Leon feels regret yet grows determined to succeed where Dad failed. Leon grasps this surreal truth. Once formidable, Dad is now just an echo. Still, these dream lessons might guide his path and sharpen his inherited power. Dad admits his defeat came partly from weak magic skills. Leon feels that sting of frustration and silently pledges to rise beyond such shortcomings. Despite his faults, Dad insists he can still offer guidance in this spectral form. Leon is grateful, sensing this dream might hold the key to saving House Marbus. Dad flashes back to his younger days, struggling with necromancy under Marbus's watch. Little Lion Marbus looks unimpressed, reminding everyone that dark art is no easy ride. He tried touching the sacred Necronomicon, but it stayed silent. Leon sees how that crushing failure wounded Dad, paving the way for a tough childhood. Returning to the present, Dad urges Leon to choose a brighter path. He spots a rare spark that could eclipse their founder's feats. Leon feels both duty and excitement. Dad steps in, revealing he crafted a potent spell to funnel ancestral mana into Leon. He'll only grasp a fraction now, yet Dad's pride is unmistakable. With a somber smile, Dad says this mana infusion confirms Leon as patriarch, warning that such power can be a precious gift and a heavy burden. Leon remembers those red flags about taking in someone else's mana. The risks are serious, yet he can't shrug off Dad's offer, even in a dream. A sudden vision shows a faceless soul drowning in purple mana, destroyed by reckless ambition. Leon steels himself, determined not to repeat that tragic misstep. Dad explains each caster's mana carries their personal will, making ancestral absorption dangerous. Still, he trusts Leon's grit to handle the risk without losing himself. The father places a hand on Leon's shoulder, calling him a blank slate for dark magic. It's absurdly rare since well in von Marbuz's era and Leon's mind reels. Leon echoes blank slate while staring at his hand, trying to process it all. The broken courtyard glimmers in anticipation, as if the dream senses his potential. Dad reveals Leon's stash of pure dark mana is unbelievably rare in their bloodline. A purple aura flickers around him, hinting Leon might remake Necromancy's entire future. Dad conjures a pulsing violet orb, glowing like a miniature star. The courtyard quakes, bowing to the potent energy father and son command together. The orb flares wildly, shooting arcs of deep violet across the night air. Leon feels it tug at his soul, leaving him breathless and awestruck. Dad announces Leon's bottomless dark mana is his ultimate gift. Pride mixes with sadness in his gaze, knowing such raw power can easily lead astray. Leon's sight blurs under the orb's searing brilliance, time practically crawling. He senses the colossal might and looming danger that could define his entire path. The orb swells into a violet tempest while Dad remains calm, urging Leon to embrace this legacy. The courtyard seems ready to splinter under so many possibilities. Purple flames rage around them, but Dad's eyes hold gentle pride. This chaotic trial somehow draws them closer, forging a stronger father-son connection. Dad claims this spinning chaos reflects Leon's true essence. Sparks dance on crumbling stones, hinting at enormous potential sleeping beneath his cautious exterior. Leon feels both excitement and dread as Dad reminds him that big power demands a big price. Another wave of purple fury rattles the courtyard with unstoppable force. A colossal blast rips through the dream, toppling walls into darkness. Dad's voice echoes, warning Leon he's on the cusp of unimaginable power shaping his destiny. In a sudden hush, Dad smiles at Leon with genuine warmth. A swirling purple halo frames them, reinforcing their bond despite the chaotic dreamscape. Dad places a hand on Leon's head, a rare affectionate touch. Tiny specks of light drift around, highlighting the gentle warmth in this fleeting moment. Dad quietly notes their time is nearly up, with the orb blazing above them. Leon's heart tightens as he realizes these are the precious seconds they have left. Leon wonders if they'll meet again, but Dad's silence carries a heavy promise. Purple motes whirl around them, suggesting their connection might outlive this dream. Dad offers a gentle smile, saying he has plenty more to show Leon. Though the purple maelstrom intensifies, he stands firm, hinting this is only the beginning. Raising a gloved hand, Dad directs the glowing violet orb toward Leon's chest. A faint hiss accompanies its descent, as if the orb recognizes Leon's budding potential. The orb settles against Leon's chest, shooting purple sparks all around. Leon gasps at the raw power pulsing through him, while Dad remains calmly confident. Leon's thoughts spin wildly under the orb's radiance as the courtyard darkens around them. Dad's unwavering belief hovers nearby while Leon's transformation takes root. Dark shadows coil behind Leon as he bows his head, absorbing the mana. Wisps hover protectively, suggesting his magic and spirit are finally sinking. A soft glow coalesces over Leon's chest, blending into the pendant he wears. A subtle magical hiss hints that the amulet is awakening with fresh possibilities. Dad announces the pendant's true name, Greed. It devours whatever lies beneath Leon's path in pursuit of ambition, a fantastic gift or potential disaster depending on his choices. He lifts the amulet carefully, reminding Leon never to forget its name or purpose. Their eyes meet, both aware this artifact could seal Leon's fate. Leon softly repeats Greed as the courtyard floor suddenly splits with a deafening crack, signaling the dream's end. Anxiety and resignation flicker across his face. Dad smiles gently, assuring Leon they'll meet again if his heart yearns for it. As the ground crumbles, Dad's calm helps Leon keep his footing amid chaos. He hopes they'll reunite soon, his voice laced with optimism. Broken stone chunks float like tiny islands, framing these last precious seconds of fatherly closeness. They share one final look before the world crumbles away. Dad disappears, yet an unseen thread still binds them, leaving Leon with renewed resolve. Elsewhere, Dad stands on a lone floating slab, peering into darkness. He yearns for Leon to surpass every predecessor, with violet flecks swirling as hope and nostalgia merge. He envisions Leon becoming the brightest star on the continent, banishing past failures. Though Dad can't steer events directly, his unwavering faith echoes in the silence. He admits this colossal dark mana might either save Leon or doom him. Dad's expression flickers between pride and anxiety, a conflicted father knowing the stakes. With a faint violet shimmer, Dad fades completely as the dream collapses. The emptiness signals not an ending, but a new beginning Leon must forge alone. A last whisper of Dad's voice surfaces, confessing he fears Leon's power might one day lead to ruin. Purple script swirls, hinting that this worry will linger. Back in reality, Walter, the doppelganger, Marbus in his cat-lion form, and Pullen huddle around Leon's unmoving body. Their eyes anxiously wait for any sign of life. Leon glistens with sweat, his breath shallow. Marbus perches close, worried yet snarky, while Walter and the doppelganger stand guard as Pullen fidgets nervously. Pullen trembles, wondering if Leon will ever awaken. Despite his fear, everyone silently agrees they're not leaving his side no matter how long it takes. A burst of purple mana erupts from Leon's body. Pullen jumps back, the doppelganger slips into defense mode, and Walter braces for whatever might come next. Marbus, ever the smug demon lion, watches calmly. He declares this confirms Leon's transformation, a magical upgrade that was long overdue, and nothing surprises him. Walter carefully brushes a tendril of mana, startled by its density. He glances at Marbus, who smirks as Leon's newfound strength speaks loud and clear. The doppelganger assures Pullen there's no need to worry. Everyone senses that this prolonged slumber might be a crucial step toward House Marbus's revival. Marbus orders everyone to give Leon some space while the dark mana intensifies. Purple mist swirls around like a living force, testing everyone's composure. Settling near Leon, Marbus explains that his newly unleashed power needs time to integrate. The demon lion's eyes spark with excitement at Leon's rapid evolution. Walter tests the floating magic, seeking clarity from Marbus. The crackling energy hums with fresh potential as each second builds anticipation for Leon's awakening. Marbus hops onto the bed and peers at Leon with a smug once-over. He's certain Leon will snap awake any moment, unbothered by the swirling purple aura. Marbus proclaims Leon's revival is imminent, but warns he won't be the same kid anymore. The purple energy thickens, fueling excitement and uncertainty among them. He tells everyone to brace themselves because Leon's new power might blow their minds. Pulling gulps, Walter squares up and the doppelganger stands vigilant. Suddenly, Leon's eyes snap open, shining bright yellow. A surge of magic ripples through the room, causing Pullen to stumble as Leon's gaze sharpens. Leon slowly sits up, locking eyes with his relieved friends. Pullen nearly cries while Walter and the doppelganger lean in and Marbus grins slyly. Marbus then flops onto Leon's chest, refusing to budge despite Leon's polite request. This playful standoff shows that even with power, some things never change. Meanwhile, Walter trains fiercely in an open courtyard, preparing for war with House Sylvester. Each swing of his wooden sword shatters dummies as loyalty fuels his strikes. Leon arrives, conjuring a glowing violet orb to guide Walter in refining his bluish aura. Their teamwork speaks volumes of their trust in House Marbus's future. In a grand hall, Leon addresses newly gathered retainers with House Marbus banners behind him. Soldiers kneel, sensing his upgraded presence as he vows to resist House Sylvester. Meanwhile, dawn bathes House Sylvester's polished castle. Towers gleam, gardens sparkle, and an announcement declares only 4 days remain until war begins. In a training yard, rows of armored knights raise shields marked with bold crosses. Black banners snap overhead as they form a disciplined force ready to crush opposition. Count Alan Sylvester lounges on a lavish throne, draped in purple and gold. His regal air reassures his courtiers that defeating House Marbas will be effortless. Standing tall, Count Alan declares it's time to eradicate Leon's legacy for good. His knights roar, convinced House Marbas is too frail to resist. A herald booms the order from a high balcony. Soldiers pound their spears in unison, thirsting for battle and believing their campaign is unstoppable. Alan's advisors sneer at House Marbas, calling them ancient necromantic fossils. They hype the soldiers with scornful taunts, blind to Churchill, who is actually Leon's doppelganger undercover. Count Alan paces dramatically, promising to rewrite history by obliterating Leon's name. The knights cheer fanatically, unaware of Churchill's secret infiltration. Cries of glory to Howe's Sylvester thunder through the fortress. Churchill raises a fist, fueling the fervor while secretly working for Leon behind enemy lines. As the rally peaks, a subtle violet glow flickers around Churchill's eyes. Unnoticed by the troops, this hint of dark magic sets the stage for a decisive clash. In the fog-shrouded graveyard, a black crow with fiery red eyes perches on an iron fence, glaring like it's daring intruders. Trust me, you'll feel its chill. Count Alan Sylvester, decked in regal purple, leads armored riders among battered tombstones. He's sure House Marbas left an open back door. Spoiler, overconfidence rarely ends well. Churchill, actually Leon's disguised double, points out every Marba's weak spot. Count Alan beams, thrilled he's got a defector. Meanwhile, Churchill quietly enjoys steering Alan into Leon's plot. Impressed by Sir Churchill, Alan showers him with praise, unaware the real Churchill is dead. The imposter bows, hiding a grin that hints at Leon's grand plan. The silver-haired fake thanks Alan for his trust, nailing the polite act. He effortlessly blends in, secretly fueling Leon's ambush with each carefully chosen word. Alan halts near a forgotten headstone, remarking how lightly guarded the Marba's graves seem. He assumes its weakness and dismisses the possibility of danger. Big mistake. Churchill slyly suggests House Marbas obsesses over necromancy, not strategy, feeding Alan's confidence. The Count practically salivates at the thought of a cakewalk victory. Alan calls Marbas a decaying relic. He vows to crush whatever pride remains, seeing them as relics clinging to glory they tossed away long ago. Churchill hesitates just enough sweat to hint tension, then reassures Alan. Inside, he's delighted, nudging the unsuspecting Count further into Leon's awaiting trap. Alan senses the pause, demanding answers. Fog thickens, matching the standoff vibe. It's as if the graveyard itself leans in to hear the conflict. Churchill denies any doubt, addressing Alan respectfully. Despite the pressure, his facade remains flawless while discreetly guiding Alan toward Leon's setup. Satisfied, Alan orders his men forward. Silhouettes dissolve into the mist, clueless they're marching into a carefully baited trap on Marba's soil. Alan suddenly stiffens, spotting something ominous in the haze. His earlier bravado wobbles, sensing this graveyard might not be as empty as he presumed. He sees House Marba's soldiers marching in close formation. Their spears glint under moonlight, sending a chill through Alan's cavalry. Surprise, the tombstones aren't deserted. Leading them are Leon and Walter, radiating an eerie aura. Each heartbeat throbs with tension, reminding everyone that House Marbas is no pushover. Both forces freeze mere steps from colliding. Silence crushes the air. Nobody speaks, but the impending clash could alter the entire war's balance. Leon greets Alan with a calm, slightly mocking smile, like he planned this rendezvous. Civil words aside, he's essentially saying, "Welcome to my spiderweb." Alan's face darkens. He expected a skeleton crew, not a full battalion. Feeling tricked, he seethes at being outmaneuvered. Tip, always double-check intel before barging in. Alan grips his sword hilt under the moonlight, poised to strike at the slightest trigger. Tension hums like electricity about to spark. Consumed by suspicion, Alan attacks Churchill, accusing betrayal. His blade rips through the gloom, demanding to know if this defector deceived him from the start. Dark purple energy flares around Churchill, shrieking like restless spirits. The ground vibrates with necromantic might, rattling anyone who believed this was a normal fight. Churchill's form ripples in that purple haze. Even injured, he looks disturbingly smug, as if pain barely registers. Clearly, he's no ordinary mortal. His eyes blaze, declaring only Leon may strike him down. This vow echoes with forbidden magic, showcasing the twisted bond forging Churchill to Marbas's dark arts. Churchill's severed head dissolves into purple mana instead of hitting the soil. Everybody flinches, realizing decapitation doesn't mean much when necromancy rewrites the rules. The headless body stays upright, sparks dancing along the severed neck. This spectacle screams that normal biology doesn't apply to Marbaz's undead brand of warfare. Under Alan's horrified gaze, Kirchell's head reforms from swirling magic like a grim magic trick. Clearly, losing one's head is just a temporary setback here. Reattached, Kirchell grins eerily, joking he's never been beheaded before. That casual remark cements how unnervingly durable his necromantic form really is. Alan mutters a shaken curse, dumbfounded by a head that simply reappears. This glimpse of Marbaz's power cracks his once steadfast pride. Leon and Walter advance with their army, Marbaz banners flapping through the haze. They're here to defend their house, bolstered by the undead's unstoppable fury. Alan, livid, vows to punish Leon. He loathes being outsmarted by a teenager, letting his pride fuel a dangerously aggressive response. He gestures at his larger force, calling Leon arrogant. In Alan's mind, numbers always rule, but he's forgetting House Marbaz's unlimited skeleton supply perk. Leon calmly says he doesn't need equal numbers. He hints a secret weapon, prompting everyone else to suspect it's more bone-chilling necromancy. With a smirk, Leon dismisses Alan's arrival as trivial. Insulted, Alan simmers while Leon stands like a grandmaster controlling each move. Alan's rage boils over. He hates being belittled by this necromancer princeling. Suddenly, the battlefield feels very personal, pride overshadowing tactics. Leon lifts his hand, dark mana dripping like ink. This ominous gesture signals a terrifying twist about to erupt in the foggy graveyard. Violet magic coils at Leon's feet, crackling ominously. House Marbaz's true strength isn't in fancy uniforms, it's in potent necromantic sorcery. Purple mana circles ripple on the earth like portals to a macabre realm. Trust me, you don't want to see what emerges next. In a heartbeat, skeletal warriors explode upward, howling with unearthly fury. Their blazing eyes and rattling bones confirm Marbaz just upped the ante, literally rising from graves. Alan stands frozen, sweat dripping, whispering necromancy. Welcome to the undead extravaganza, folks. This is precisely why you don't ignore creepy purple warnings. Leon sarcastically applauds Alan's astute observation. Meanwhile, monstrous undead rampage across the field. Beneath that politeness, House Marbaz has fully unleashed its forbidden power. Leon addresses Alan's shock over necromancers leading undead hordes. Then grotesque creatures swarm Sylvester troops, rattling shields and nerves alike. Alan tries to maintain composure as vile abominations close in. Dark mana crackles, shattering the confidence he flaunted just moments earlier. He flashes back to old nightmares of an unstoppable foe. That dreaded scenario now breathes down his neck, living up to his worst fears. Alan recalls faceless specters towering over him in helpless visions. Reality mirrors those terrors, overshadowing any flicker of hope he once had. Elsewhere, his knights scream as undead batter their lines. Steel clashes with bone, magic thrums, and the horror crescendo proves Marbaz's might is no fairy tale. Alan mulls how innate talent obliterates fairness. He remembers gifted rivals overshadowing him. Now Leon's raw power cements that same merciless truth. Cut to Leon serenely confirming Alan's darkest suspicion, unstoppable genius. Layer that with necromancy and you get a nightmare formula. Marbaz's undead crush Sylvester lines. Arrows hardly faze them, ramping up the soldiers' panic. This unstoppable wave is exactly what Alan once dreaded. One bold Sylvester knight fells two skeletons triumphantly. The victory vanishes in seconds, more undead surge forward, unafraid of a second death. He eyes Leon and his robed necromancers conducting this chaos. Figuring he must sever the puppet strings, he decides Leon's downfall is the key. Steeling himself, the knight thinks Leon's just a teen, hoping a single thrust can break that smug facade. Desperate times, desperate logic, right? He charges, sword raised, ignoring skeletal claws. If he can just pierce Leon's defenses, maybe this horrifying necromantic carnival finally ends. Walter intercepts at the last second, blades clashing in sparks. The knight realizes Leon's no sitting duck, there's lethal backup defending him. Walter's red eyes lock onto the knight as their swords grind. Fear nips at the knight's courage, but he won't back down. Walter pivots, slamming a punishing blow. The knight staggers, clutching his weapon. Pain gnaws at him, but he won't abandon his target, Leon. He roars, "Who dares bar my way?" The question echoes, revealing he's battered but unwavering. Nothing will stop him from reaching Leon. Walter politely apologizes, stating his sworn duty is to protect Leon. Translation: step aside or face a swift end. Your choice, pal. He smiles calmly, radiating utter confidence. That unshakable resolve rattles the knight, who realizes Walter forms an immovable shield in front of Leon. Meanwhile, fresh undead waves engulf Sylvester's lines. Bone crackles, screams echo, and the fog roils with twisted magic. Nightmarish chaos reigns. Alan, seeing catastrophe brewing, commands his mages to strike. Lightning crackles overhead, aiming to incinerate these reanimated fiends before they shatter Sylvester's ranks completely. Sylvester's robed sorcerers form up, blue sparks leaping between their hands. The tension builds like a thundercloud ready to release raw electric fury. They unleash a blinding storm of electricity, forcing both allies and enemies to shield their eyes. The deafening crackle overshadows even the skeleton's piercing shrieks. A thunderous boom scatters skeletal troops into fragments. Some vaporize instantly, others crash in a jumbled heap. Sparks dance across the ravaged battlefield. Alan remains stony, summoning his elite knights of the vanguard. The roar of magic still echoes, but he's already planning his next all-out assault. He leads the charge, sword held high. Hooves thunder, armor rattles, and desperation fuels their push to breach Marbaz's front lines. Battle explodes in brutal chaos. Steel smashes bone, sparks fly, and undead shriek. Both sides fight like victory hinges on a single blow. From just behind the action, Leon watches calmly. Neither sparks nor swirling mana faze him, implying he's plotting a decisive countermove. Alan, astride his horse, rallies his troops to break through and reach Leon. Their battle cries pierce the fog as they press forward. Blood smears Alan's face. He admits he's always been a scaredy cat at heart, locked in a swirl of violence that exposes the self-doubt he's long concealed. Galloping through carnage, Alan reveals he hated his elder siblings. Years of resentment fueled his ambition, and he still wrestles with second-place status. Leon observes this outburst coolly. He couldn't care less about Sylvester family squabbles, remaining laser-focused on orchestrating Marbaz's triumph. Dark mana flickers around Leon's glove, hinting vast power held in reserve. He waits, measured and patient, poised to unleash a finale. Alan's eyes blaze, calling Leon a spoiled kid with no grit. He believes Leon's soft background can't withstand genuine pain or war's harsh reality. Brandishing his bloodied blade, Alan demands Leon's true motive. He suspects vengeance, insisting no one attacks House Sylvester just from duty or loyalty alone. Alan warns that vengeance leads only to a wasted death. He shouts Leon's anger will leave him empty, insisting real victory comes from something else. Leon, unruffled, points out two big holes in Alan's logic. Though his voice stays calm, the quiet determination says Alan is gravely mistaken. Leon places a hand on the Book of Necromancy, dark mana swirling around its ornate cover. "Allow me to explain," he says ominously. A violet glow from the book's embedded eye heightens the tension. Even the air seems to tremble, sensing forbidden secrets about to emerge. Leon grips the ancient tome, black mist coiling like a guard dog. He's cool as ever, reminding everyone necromancy is his real weapon here. His golden eyes meet Alan's stunned gaze, revealing Marbaz's true edge. They don't need numbers when they command the raw, dreadful power of the dead. Bathed in eerie purple light, Leon calmly claims no lust for revenge, doubting Alan can kill him. His tone is factual, not threatening, unsettling everyone present. As the rally peaks, a subtle violet glow flickers around Kirchel's eyes. Unnoticed by the troops, this hint of dark magic sets the stage for a decisive clash. A few days ago, the Marbaz camp was busy. Tents stood under banners, and soldiers prepared for the coming fight in the hilly green landscape. Inside, Leon, Walter, the doppelganger, and grumpy Marbaz gathered around a map. It looked like a very serious planning session indeed. Marbaz grumbled that he'd seen worse plans in his time, maybe. But he insisted Leon's idea was way too risky, practically asking for trouble. Leon calmly faced the little lion demon. He agreed the spot was good, but confidently stated his plan was definitely the best they had. Leon looked completely sure of himself. He felt playing it safe would be silly when the perfect, bold solution was right there for the taking. The spooky doppelganger chimed in quietly, showing its support. It declared it had complete faith in whatever Master Leon had cooked up. The doppelganger then muttered, wondering why they should listen to the silly lion cub. Poor Walter jumped, looking nervous about disrespecting the ancient demon. Walter quickly agreed with Leon, saying he'd follow the plan too. He nervously added he still respected Master Marbus's great wisdom, of course. Marbus flopped onto the map like a dramatic house cat. Annoyed, he asked if Leon would just ignore him, then sighed, telling him to do whatever he wanted. Loyal Pullen puffed up his chest. He declared he'd gather all their soldiers, promising on his honor Leon wouldn't face the war alone. Leon stood up, ready to go. He announced that with everything settled, it was time for them gentlemen to make their move. As they prepared to leave, Walter stopped Marbus. He mentioned he had one quick question he'd been meaning to ask the little demon. Leon held up that interesting amulet he wore. He asked Marbus seriously, what exactly happens if someone actually uses this thing? The amulet shone a golden cross shape with a red gem wrapped by something dark and twisty. It certainly looked important, maybe dangerous. Marbus shrugged, guessing using it probably meant death. The doppelganger shivered with annoyance nearby, muttering how rude the little lion was being. Marbus got serious, warning Leon his father might have held back some details. He explained the amulet was like poison, far too powerful for Leon now. Leon pointed out Marbus still gave it to him, so there must be a reason. Marbus admitted that, but insisted the time wasn't right yet. Dark energy flowed around Leon as Marbus spoke. Marbus assured him he was strong enough for now, having a gift far beyond normal people. But Marbus added with a stern look, Leon's power wasn't fully grown yet, like waiting for a tasty fruit to get perfectly ripe. Leon listened quietly, his face serious. He seemed to be carefully thinking over Marbus's words about his power and the amulet's danger. Marbus continued his lecture, reminding Leon his followers were only human and could mess up. As a mortal, Leon should understand their hidden feelings. Marbus warned that humans could turn traitor easily, maybe like some did to Leon's father. He questioned why Leon thought these mortals were worth such a huge gamble. Leon just looked calm, taking in all the doom and gloom warnings from the ancient demon without showing any reaction. Back to the present, Leon stood strong on the battlefield, Necronomicon open, purple energy swirling intensely around him as he worked his magic. Leon's eyes glowed a fierce amber color. He looked totally focused, channeling immense dark power from the ancient book he held. Count Allen, bloody but furious, yelled at Leon. He arrogantly demanded if that little shit thought he couldn't just kill him right now. Leon didn't answer with words. He just stared back, his glowing eyes radiating pure, cold power, a terrifying silent challenge to Allen's stupid threat. Allen froze, completely stunned by the sheer force in Leon's gaze. His anger vanished, replaced by sudden shock and a flicker of fear. Spooky dark energy tendrils spread across the ground, surrounding Allen and his knights. The air felt heavy, pressing in with terrifying power. Allen's face twisted in horror. He finally realized the insane amount of dark mana pouring off Leon. How the fuck is this possible? He thought, terrified. Allen gaped, realizing Leon wasn't just strong, but incredibly precise. He was using magic perfectly. How did this kid get such insane control? Leon's eyes burned brightly as he spoke, his voice echoing with power. He called out, commanding all loyal Marbus servants from the underworld to listen. Raw panic hit Allen. His gut screamed that something truly terrible was about to happen, a deep, instinctive warning of disaster. Allen gripped his sword tightly, steeling himself. Whatever messed up show was about to start, he had to try and stop it. Stop him, stop that boy from casting his spell. Allen shrieked desperately, ordering his soldiers forward against the overwhelming dark power. Leon's eyes narrowed, full of command. He announced that the true heir of House Marbus was officially calling them all to fight. The ground trembled violently as Leon finished his spell, calling his forces. Dark shapes began clawing their way up from the disturbed earth. Skeletal warriors in dark armor emerged from the ground. Their eyes glowed red as they stood ready with swords, answering their master's summons. More nightmares appeared, creepy monsters and undead archers, all rising from the dirt surrounded by swirling purple magic. An army of horrors. Allen stared, completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide with pure terror as he watched Leon unleash true necromancy. What fresh hell is this? The undead army stood ready, skeletons, monsters, dark archers, all glowing eerily. They formed a terrifying wall facing Allen's doomed knights. Marbus watched from a nearby rock as the undead rose and distant screams echoed. Looked like things were getting interesting from his perspective. Marbus sighed, muttering under his breath. He thought Leon was just as stubborn and disobedient as his famous ancestor Wellen, like grandfather, like grandson. A bright purple light flashed from the undead ranks. It was the signal the horrifying assault was about to begin. The undead monsters let out awful roars. Their red eyes blazed as they got ready to charge Alan's terrified soldiers. Things were about to get messy. A huge, muscular demon figure roared loudest of all. It hefted a giant spiked mace, looking like it could smash anything in its path. The big demon swung its mace with terrifying speed. Soldiers went flying like rag dolls, proof that these undead weren't messing around. Creepy undead mages gathered purple energy in their bony hands. They prepared to blast the trapped knights with dark, powerful magic spells. Dark magic exploded among Alan's knights. The blasts sent them tumbling, shattering their defenses and causing total chaos in their ranks. Curses, Alan screamed, watching his army fall apart. It's a trap, that fucking kid lured us here for this. He finally got it, too late. Alan fought desperately, sword swinging against the relentless skeletons. He has a whole army of undead. He yelled, stating the obvious, terrifying truth. Sweat dripped down Alan's face. His eyes showed fear and exhaustion as he finally understood how badly he'd messed up underestimating Leon. But Leon clutched his chest, looking strained. The powerful purple energy around him flickered. Commanding this spooky army was clearly hard work. Suddenly, Leon coughed, spitting blood. Using the Necronomicon's dark magic was definitely taking a serious toll on his body. Ouch. Seeing Leon stumble gave Alan a crazy idea. Stop this now or you'll die. He yelled, then quickly added, damn you, fine, I promise you and your people will be safe. Stop this nonsense now, Alan demanded, but Leon turned slightly, saying weakly, sorry to disappoint, my lord. His voice sounded faint now. The scene flashed back to the planning room again. Marbus's critical voice echoed, asking Leon why he thought these humans were worth the huge risk. Back then, Marbus had tugged Leon's cloak, trying hard to get the stubborn boy to listen to his warning about being reckless. Marbus had advised Leon to wait until his powers were fully grown before trying any heroic, selfless stuff. He wasn't strong enough yet to save others. In the flashback, Leon just listened silently. His thoughtful face suggested he heard the words, but maybe didn't plan on following the advice. Still lost in the memory brought on by his weakness, Leon's voice recalled addressing the demon, Master Marbus. Marbus had turned in the memory, listening to Leon's counter-argument, maybe expecting the boy's typical stubbornness. Leon had questioned Marbus's fruit analogy back then. Why wait for fruit to ripen? Couldn't you pick it early and let it ripen later, showing his impatience? The scene snapped back to the grim present reality. The battlefield was a mess of bodies and broken flags filled with awful sounds. This was the price. Count Alan threw his head back and screamed. It was a raw sound of pure fury and despair as his army was destroyed around him. Leon walked slowly across the muddy, blood-stained ground. He stepped past fallen swords, heading straight for the defeated Count Alan. Leon stopped, looking down. Count Alan was kneeling, beaten and exhausted, surrounded by the ruins of his once proud force. Total defeat. Alan looked up, his face a mess of shock, fear, and humiliation. He met the intense gaze of the young necromancer responsible for this disaster. Leon stared back down at the broken Count. His amber eyes glowed fiercely. Despite coughing blood earlier, his gaze was cold, steady, and completely victorious. After the big fight, the sky looks super gloomy, like it's upset. Dark clouds gather overhead, and a deep sound hints a storm is coming soon. Cold raindrops start hitting the muddy graveyard ground and old stone steps. The rain washes things clean, but makes the whole place feel even more sad. Leon stands tall in the pouring rain, looking serious. Defeated Count Alan kneels before him amongst the fallen soldiers, surrounded by Leon's spooky skeleton knights watching silently. Count Alan, looking totally worn out, asks Leon with desperate eyes if he truly didn't do all this just to get back at him. Leon looks down, a little blood on his lip, showing the fight was tough. He quietly agrees that simple revenge wasn't his only reason for fighting. Alan sees a tiny bit of hope and starts begging Leon, gesturing weakly with his hand while kneeling in the mud and rain. Bowing his head low, Alan pleads for his life. He admits he totally doesn't deserve mercy after trying to wipe out Leon's family before. Looking up frantically, Alan promises he'll never bother House Marbas again. He also swears he won't tell a soul about Leon's scary magic powers. Leon just listens quietly for a moment, his face hidden by the rain. The defeated Count nervously waits for an answer to his desperate pleas. Leon's expression gets sharp and cold. He asks Alan why he'd think they were ever friends enough for him to expect such big favors now. Alan stutters, trying a different tactic. He nervously argues that taking revenge will just start a never-ending cycle where their families keep fighting forever. Leon just stares back with his intense green eyes, totally unimpressed by Alan's warning. The blood mark reminds everyone how serious this fight was. Oh, Alan sees the cold look in Leon's eyes and pure terror washes over his face. The rainy graveyard suddenly feels extra spooky now. Alan shouts in panic that he didn't want to attack. He begs Leon to understand, saying that leading a noble house forces you into tough choices. He grabs his chest dramatically, insisting that lords have to do whatever it takes, even bad things, to help their family succeed. It's their duty. Leon pauses, tapping his chin like he's thinking. He sort of agrees that being the boss is tough, a heavy job for both of them. Alan jumps on this tiny agreement, eagerly saying the weight of his title made him do awful things. He hopes Leon gets it now. But Leon's face gets cold again. He says okay, being boss is hard, but why should that make Leon decide to show him mercy? Alan just freezes, his eyes wide with pure shock. That little bit of hope he had is totally gone. A tear rolls down his cheek. Leon explains calmly while a sword glints nearby that this isn't personal. It's just logic. Keeping Alan alive doesn't help House Marbas at all. Leon's eyes glow slightly yellow, showing his power. He looks right at Alan and says a very formal, very chilling goodbye to the Count. Alan clenches his teeth hard, making a pained noise. A tear of anger or sadness slips out as he realizes this is really the end. Finding his voice one last time, Alan yells that Leon is an arrogant kid. He warns Leon that he'll regret this big time later on. Too late, Leon moves super fast and his blade flashes through the rain. Alan's warning about the power Leon uses gets cut off abruptly. Leon watches without expression as blood splatters nearby. He stands still in the heavy rain, the grim task finally completed without any hesitation. Count Alan's body falls onto the muddy ground with the others. Leon stands over the messy battlefield, his weapon lowered, surrounded by his quiet undead army. The spooky dark energy around Leon's skeleton knights starts fading away. Their red eyes flicker out as the magic ends, showing the fight is truly over. Just as his summoned army disappears completely, Leon suddenly gasps. Looks like winning such a huge magic fight came with a painful price for him. He stumbles, grabbing his chest. Leon knew using that much incredible power would probably make him feel pretty weak and shaky afterward. He feels it now. Wisps of dark magic swirl around Leon as he struggles to stand straight. The immense power he used leaves him staggering in the rain. Seeing his master wobble, the loyal white-haired knight Walter cries out worriedly. He rushes forward quickly, reaching out a hand to catch Leon. The fluffy little demon Marbas appears, telling Walter not to worry so much. He explains Leon just used up way too much magic energy, called mana. Marbas watches Leon, thinking the kid's natural magic talent is amazing. He's definitely as good as his famous ancestor Wellen was way back then. Leon looks pale and sweaty, clearly exhausted. Marbas silently wonders if it's really okay for just a boy to have so much incredible power inside him. Marbas thinks that deep inside Leon is a monstrous force. It's so huge, maybe even Marbas himself can't completely control it if it breaks loose. A tiny, sneaky smile appears on Marbas's face. He remembers the dangerous deal he made, a big bargain involving Leon's whole future and being. Marbas then spots something important near Count Alan's body. It's lying there on the muddy ground next to the Count's dropped sword. Tucked in the dead Count's hand is a weird little charm. It's giving off a faint, strange pink glow that looks very unnatural. Marbas frowns, recognizing the magic. Looks like other demons might be interfering in human fights now, and that's definitely not a good sign. Zooming in on the glowing charm, we see a creepy dark scorpion symbol etched inside. Yep, that confirms it came from some nasty demonic source. Back at the graveyard scene, Walter, Pullen, and the doppelganger are all rushing towards the staggering Leon, worried about him after the fight ended. Later, safe inside, Leon's bright green eyes snap open wide. He's finally awake after resting and recovering from using all that powerful magic energy. Leon wakes up in a comfy bed surrounded by his crew, Walter, Pullen, Marbus, and the doppelganger, looking like a cool purple shadow guy now. Pullen feels terrible, bowing low and dramatically asking forgiveness, even offering his head. But grumpy Marbus just thinks the old man's drama would be funny to watch. Walter mutters that Marbus lacks sympathy. The doppelganger calls Marbus foolish, but Marbus snaps back, reminding them he's a demon and doesn't like insults. Leon sits up calmly, telling Pullen to chill out, no execution needed. He assures his loyal retainer that he did his job perfectly well. Walter gives good news. The enemy house Sylvester is falling apart without their leader. They probably won't be strong enough to attack Marbus again soon. Pullen is overjoyed, puffing his chest out proudly. He declares that thanks to Leon's awesome leadership, House Marbus is finally strong and respected again. But then Pullen gets serious and a bit sweaty. He nervously adds there's one more big, awkward problem they really need to talk about now. Leon looks straight at Pullen, totally calm and collected despite the sudden mood change. He simply asks what this other problem might be. Pullen stands before everyone in the room, looking embarrassed. He admits he feels ashamed having to bring up this next bit of bad news. Taking a deep breath and sighing sadly, Pullen reveals the major issue. Oh dear, House Marbus is basically completely broke, with almost no money left. Leon looks surprised, a little sweat drop appearing. Pullen adds it's even worse, the house also owes a lot of money. Leon asks him to repeat that. Marbus waves a paw dismissively, saying being broke isn't that bad. Just make the Sylvesters pay tons of money. Pullen nervously replies, well, usually. But Pullen explains, showing images of the Emperor and Prince. The big bosses in the Imperial family specifically said no asking the Sylvesters for money. Marbus is annoyed, demanding to know why the Empire would do that. Poor Pullen looks super stressed, caught between his lord and the Emperor's orders. Pullen reminds Leon that the Empire keeps a close watch on the 3 demonic bloodline families, including theirs. They don't want them getting too powerful. Leon gets it now. The Empire blocked the money to deliberately slow House Marbus down and stop them from becoming too strong after winning the battle. Marbus thinks the whole money mess is awful, thumping his paw. Leon, staying cool despite the bad news, calmly asks Pullen just how big the debt is. Pullen shuts his eyes tight and holds up his hand, like he's bracing himself to say a really, really big and scary number out loud. Leon tries guessing, looking a bit worried now. Is it maybe 50 million gold? He asks, hoping it's not too much worse than that. Pullen just keeps his eyes squeezed shut and stays quiet. That means Leon's guess wasn't even close to the real, much bigger number. Yikes. Leon tries again, sounding more stressed and sweating a bit. Okay, maybe 500 million gold. That's a huge amount of money. Still no reaction from Pullen, who looks like he's about to faint. Nope, the actual debt must be even more ridiculously, impossibly high. Leon looks shocked, muttering it surely can't be 5 billion. He thinks how easy just 500,000 would be to repay compared to that. Pullen bows slightly, sadly confirming Leon's worst fear was actually correct. Leon asks, correct about which part? Hoping he misheard something important. Pullen looks incredibly pained, like telling this secret hurts him physically. He takes one last deep breath before finally revealing the awful truth. He confirms the massive debt is indeed 5 billion gold. Leon is stunned, remembering being poor as a kid. This amount seems truly impossible to handle. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a fancy-looking young man arrives. He has cool, blue-tipped braids and looks very calm and put together. Who's this guy? This well-dressed newcomer is Richel de Flamel. He's a big-shot mage and school founder, and he's just arrived on horseback in Marbus territory. As Richel looks around the town, a sharp-dressed woman walks up. She greets him politely, calling him Master Richel like they already know each other. This woman is Carleen, a boss in a big criminal group called Lunatic. Her introduction card calls her a ruthless loan shark. Sounds dangerous. Richel seems nervous seeing her. He reminds Miss Carleen he thought his school paid back all the money they owed her group a long time ago. Carleen just smiles smoothly. Did he really think she came all this way for his old debt? Nah, she tells him her business isn't with him today. Richel apologizes, looking stressed again. He admits he still has bad memories of dealing with scary loan collectors from his past money troubles. Carleen gives a playful wink, remembering how desperate he was back then. She cheekily reminds him that's why reading the fine print is always important. Richel decides it's time to stop the small talk. He turns away slightly, ready to focus on why he actually came to this place. He gets off his horse, standing firm on the ground. Seems like he's preparing for whatever business brought him to the Marba's lands now. Carlene joins him, walking confidently. She guesses out loud that they probably both came here hoping to meet the very same important person. Poland addressed Leon with gravity, announcing that the total debt owed by House Marbas amounted to 5 billion gold. Silence filled the room, thick with unease, until a sudden knock echoed at the door. Poland moved quickly to answer it. The Marbas turned toward Leon, eyes questioning. Leon responded only with a quiet, hopeful look. Moments later, Poland returned in haste, announcing that there were visitors at the manor. When Leon asked for the number, Poland replied, 2 individuals, a man and a woman. Soon after, the guests were shown inside and seated comfortably. One of them introduced herself as Matrikel, head of the Ermina school, while sipping tea with calm authority. The woman beside her followed, identifying herself as Carlini, chief of the southern branch of looting. Leon offered a courteous welcome to both, showing formal respect to the guests of House Marbas. Walter leaned in, whispering to Marbas the lion that both individuals gave off a dangerous air. He remarked that inviting them may have been the right decision. Marbas questioned Walter's concern, but Doppelganger reassured them that their master was far stronger than they believed. If danger presented itself, he would handle it. Carlene brought up the recent victory in the War of Dobelhaus. She congratulated Leon for winning and hinted that the spoils should be used to repay the debt. However, she made it clear that she expected more than just repayment. Poland whispered something into Leon's ear, prompting a measured reply. Stepping forward, Poland reiterated the scale of the debt owed by House Marbas, 5 billion gold. During the time of Lord Guy, the estate had fallen into ruin. Of the total amount, 4 billion were owed directly to Carlene and Lanty. He emphasized that Carlene was the worst type of lender to be indebted to. Leon recalled that Carlene was the chief of the southern branch of the Lunatics, the largest criminal organization on the continent. She was known as the most dangerous kind of loan shark. Those who failed to repay were sold off to a dark mage for horrifying survival experiments. Carlene, unfazed, offered a cold smile. She acknowledged Leon's knowledge of their reputation and turned the conversation directly to business. Leon asked for the current outstanding balance. Carlene retrieved a document and stated her terms. A minimum of 10% had to be repaid immediately. The remaining 90% could be paid later. But the loan accrued an annual interest of 30%. She placed the document on the table, smiling knowingly, confident that repayment would come soon. Leon calculated quickly. 10% amounted to 40 million gold. With an annual interest rate of 30%, the remaining debt would grow by over 1 billion gold in a year, even after making the initial payment. He silently wondered how such a reckless agreement had been accepted. Poland hesitated before admitting the truth. Leon's own father had signed the deal. Leon sighed internally, cursing the man. Richel attempted to lighten the mood, asking Carlene to allow Leon time to enjoy his recent victory. He pointed out that the young lord likely didn't have such a massive amount readily available. Carlene responded with a chilling laugh. She warned Richel against interfering in her business. She loathed unnecessary chatter and suggested that such meddling might result in a corpse. Richel, visibly shaken, took the warning seriously and left the room, stating he would return once their business was concluded. Carlene sipped her tea with disdain, commenting sarcastically on the waste of good tea. Leon opened his mouth to speak, but Carlene cut him off before he could say anything. She had heard every excuse before from his late father and wasn't interested in hearing them again. Turning to the Marbas, Leon whispered his frustration. Why couldn't they just take Carlene down? Marbas shut the idea down instantly. She was too dangerous, and Leon would be torn to pieces if he tried. Doppelganger remarked solemnly that, at this rate, they would be left with nothing. Even the doppelganger Crow seemed disappointed with his contractor. Poland stepped forward to defend the former Lord Rune, stating that he had done what he believed was necessary for the estate's survival. Walter, still young but full of conviction, spoke up and encouraged Leon to have courage and faith in his own wisdom. Leon gathered himself and turned to Carlene. He pleaded with her, not for his sake, but for everyone who lived on the estate. The boldness of his words sent a shockwave through the room. Outside the manor, Raquel stood quietly, his eyes on Wellen von Marbas' portrait. He whispered to himself, that meeting Leon von Marbus alone had made the entire journey worthwhile. He could sense the immense mana flowing through the boy. If he could convince Leon to enroll in the Ermina School of Mages, it would be a monumental gain for the institution. He knew he had to find a way to win the boy's favor. Summoning a magical vision, Rikel reached out to an old man. The elder mage answered in panic, calling Rikel headmaster and pleading with him not to vanish again. The academy had descended into chaos in his absence. Rikel dismissed the concern and told the old man the explanation could wait. He had a more pressing question. When asked what it was, Rikel inquired about the number of gold coins currently in the Ermina vault. Back at the manor, Carlene raised an eyebrow at Leon's desperation. She questioned whether he thought of the lunatics as some mere street gang. Without warning, her aura flared. Magic surged in a sharp burst, shattering Leon's teacup with a violent shockwave. Walter leapt forward, furious that anyone would threaten his lord. Carlene explained calmly that their wrath was only reserved for defaulters. She wanted everyone present to understand the consequences clearly. Leon, shaken but honest, admitted the truth. They had nothing left. The estate's coffers were completely empty. Carlene's gaze sharpened. She finally understood the reason behind Leon's trembling. Rising from her seat, she declared that it was time to demonstrate what happened to those who defaulted on their debts. Her body radiated power as a terrifying aura enveloped the room. Just then, Rikel returned to the manor. Carlene sneered at the situation, mocking their lack of money and likening them to a picky puppy. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, but Raquel stepped forward with authority. Raising her voice, she demanded that everyone calm down. She firmly told Carlene to stop crushing the potential of Eremita School's future. Leon and Walter were stunned by her boldness. Walter turned to Leon, commenting that as expected of the young master, Leon had already planned ahead. However, even Leon was taken aback by how quickly things had escalated. Carlene eyed him with suspicion for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Leon then requested that everyone step back, indicating his desire to speak privately. He turned to Rachel and asked if she truly intended to recruit him into her academy. Rachel confirmed it, adding that Eremita School would pay off 10% of his debt. Leon questioned if that was all they had to offer. Raquel explained that during the recent regional battle with Sylvester, Leon must have used the magic of summoning the dead. Leon asked what made her believe that. Raquel answered that it was a battle impossible to win without necromantic magic. She noted that Carlene had likely come to the same conclusion. Carlene sipped her tea, agreeing calmly with Raquel. That was indeed the reason she had come, to investigate, for the head of House Marbus seemed to have regained his original power. Leon, however, questioned Carlene's previous claim that she had only come to collect the debt. Carlene admitted that she had originally come to collect the debt, but after seeing the situation firsthand, she believed they wouldn't be able to pay it back immediately, so she decided to postpone. Marbus silently observed, thinking that this had probably been their plan from the start. Leon then said that if Raquel wanted to recruit him and pay 10% of his debt, that was fine, but he didn't understand where their confidence came from. He asked whether he truly had the power to command the undead, or if he had simply sought help from another house or hired mercenaries. Carlene responded that hiring mercenaries or securing help would require a fortune. Raquel agreed, saying that she never imagined Leon could win without her help. Her first suspicion was that House Marbus had awakened the ancient power of necromancy. Carlene added that even a trace of First Aid Wieland's level of power was enough to justify investigating the current head's unique talent. Leon acknowledged that, but reminded them that the debt still needed to be paid. In response, Carlene pulled out a gleaming object and declared that she was not someone who would ignore unpaid debts. From her possession, she drew a gun and aimed it directly at Leon, stating that she could now explain her real reason for coming. But Raquel quickly interrupted, asking Carlene for a private moment. She insisted that Leon was a valuable talent, whom Eremita School wished to recruit. Carlene lowered her gun and agreed, but she made it clear that Raquel would have to recover the debt first, as that remained her top priority. With that, Carlene turned and walked away. As she left, Raquel sighed in relief, muttering that they had narrowly avoided a major problem. However, Marbus remained wary, still eyeing Raquel with suspicion. He told her she was not someone he could trust. Raquel responded that the same applied to him, since he was one of the 72 demons. Marbus was surprised. A match capable of seeing him even without his permission was rare. He transformed into his original form, demanding to know who Raquel truly was. In turn, Raquel also transformed, revealing her demonic form with distinct horns and a tail. Marbus was shocked. A dragon. He had thought they had all perished during the anti-magic war. Leon, confused, asked if it was really a dragon. Marbus confirmed it, pointing out the unmistakable horns and tail. Raquel took note of the situation, observing carefully. She expressed curiosity over why one of the 72 demons was traveling with a human. She didn't know the exact reason, but believed it must be connected to the first head. Leon reassured everyone that Lord Marbus stood with humanity and was different from other demons. Marbus agreed, saying that although he was a demon, he didn't share the destructive desires of his kind. The air thickened with unspoken understanding as the two glanced at one another. Raquel acknowledged that if Marbus truly felt that way, then his involvement in human affairs made sense. Her eyes narrowed with a hint of suspicion as she studied him further, sensing there was more to his allegiance than mere coincidence. Leon then asked why Raquel joined Aramita School and what responsibilities he would be tasked with. Raquel explained that Aramita School was a generally reclusive institution, and Leon would be responsible for managing joint commission work while raising his status as a match. She also mentioned that the Academy's elite system was designed to groom him for far more than just academic achievement. Leon asked if that was all. Marbus interrupted, claiming that wasn't the full truth. Raquel sighed, admitting that they were all quite sharp and promised to speak frankly. She then laid down a serious condition. Leon must not join any other school. Marbus asked if it was simply to prevent Leon from strengthening a rival. Raquel agreed that was one reason, but she added that there was a far more significant reason. She then brought out an object, the same one Sylvester once had. Raquel explained that, apart from Aramita School, there were 2 other prestigious magic academies, and at least one of them worshipped demons, like herself. Hearing this, Marbus's expression darkened. He realized the gravity of the situation. He cursed under his breath, regretting not awakening sooner. Then, he warned everyone that their enemies had finally started making their move, and he questioned what their true goal was. With a final glance at Raquel, Leon nodded. He understood the delicate balance they were all now part of, but he knew that the stakes had just become far higher than they had anticipated. Ritual spoke of the anti-demonic war, the first great clash between humanity and demonkind. The war ended in tragedy with the death of the human sovereign, King Solomon, who used his final breath to seal away the demon Baal. But the seal, though once powerful, had begun to erode with time. The demon could now break free at any moment. Leon recalled unsettling whispers about the Emperor's declining judgment. Once hailed as a wise ruler, he had earned the title of the Witless Emperor. He questioned whether this decline was tied to the demon Raquel had mentioned. Rachel acknowledged Leon's insight, noting that demons were quick to exploit even the smallest weaknesses. She pointed out that Leon should know better than anyone, considering the demon traveling at his side. In his thoughts, Leon remembered that the anti-demonic war had been just as brutal for dragonkind and other species as it was for humans. Rachel affirmed that no demon could claim innocence. Leon then asked whether the real reason Rachel wished to recruit him to her school was because a rival academy had been found in possession of a demonic mark. Rachel confirmed his suspicion and invited him to join the Aramita school, promising not only the unfiltered truth, but access to a vast reserve of knowledge. The Marbus, standing by, dryly remarked that a supply of funds would be preferable. Rachel giggled, expressing regret that they could not assist in that area. Leon, undeterred, asked if there were any leads for earning a steady income. With a hint of excitement, Rachel proposed a solution, the Adventurers Guild. She explained that the guildmaster was a close friend of Carlene. By completing enough contracts, Leon could earn a gold crest and potentially secure jobs paying 10 million gold. Leon was stunned. 10 million at a time? He repeated Rachel's suggestion to the Marbus, again mentioning the Adventurers Guild and the Guildmaster's connection to Carlene. She had advised pursuing enough contracts to earn a gold crest and eventually reach high-paying missions. The Marbus mocked the idea, and the doppelganger nearby warned him not to insult their liege lord. He pointed out that one must first have currency to make currency. The Marbus sarcastically asked where he had learned such wisdom, and the doppelganger replied it was the old man butler. Meanwhile, Rachel noticed Carlene eavesdropping outside. He called out to her, saying there was no need for shyness. He was certain she had heard everything and asked if she could really turn a blind eye to those in need. Carlene, exasperated, cursed Rachel for knowing her too well. As she entered, Rachel introduced her to the group, pointing out that they were in the presence of a demon who now served Lord Leon. Carlene noted with resignation that first a necromancer and now a demon. Things were never dull when Rachel was involved. They prepared to depart, and Carleen demanded an explanation. She wanted to know how Rachel had roped her into escorting Lord Marbas to the Adventurers Guild. Rachel playfully replied that for someone owing 5 billion gold, going above and beyond didn't seem too much to ask. He asked her to show some heart. Leon questioned what sort of guild required a full escort just to reach. The Marbas shared the same curiosity, noting that no such institution existed in his time, and found it amusing how mortals passed their time. Carleen explained that the Adventurers Guild was an agency for accepting dangerous missions on others' behalf. It was a place where adventurers could form their own parties, split their earnings, and build their reputation however they pleased. Of course, many failed and died, often forgotten without a word of warning. But the chance of earning tens of millions from the right mission was a powerful temptation. The Marbas compared it to an enticing flame, drawing in 1,000 moths to test their luck. Rachel countered that it wasn't quite so grim. The guild operated on neutral ground, and members who made a name for themselves could be recruited as knights or mages by neighboring nations. In truth, adventuring was one of the most lucrative professions for those with the strength to survive. Leon then asked about the guild's crests and ranks. Rachel happily deferred the explanation to Carleen. Irritated, Carleen asked if she was now expected to act as his personal guide. Still, she explained the ranking system. Adventurers were divided into 5 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, white gold, and black, in ascending order. Each crest allowed access to higher-level missions. Leon concluded that reaching Black Crest status must offer the highest earnings. Rachel agreed, but warned that it was nearly impossible to achieve. Fewer than 10 Black Crest adventurers existed on the entire continent, and each mission at that level cost at least 100 million gold to initiate. Such wealthy clients were rare. Carleen advised Leon to first see if he even qualified for a Bronze Crest. Imperial law made it difficult for someone his age to register as an adventurer. Rachel lightly scolded Carleen for dampening Leon's excitement and suggested they start with signing him up for the entrance process. As they arrived, Leon observed the guild's grand structure. It was exactly what one might expect of an adventurer's guild. A white-haired youth inside took note of the newcomers. Sensing something unusual, he remarked that trouble might be on the horizon. As Leon entered, the sound of busy chatter and the clinking of weapons echoed through the guild's hall. Various adventurers, some in rough, battle-worn armor and others dressed in more polished attire, were exchanging stories of their latest missions.
We then see Leon and his mates purposefully entering into the main guild, where many people were enjoying their drinking and idle gossiping. Clarence slowly looks around the area. The people nearby get quite alert, wondering why she's intently looking around like that. Guild members started muttering quietly to themselves, saying, "Isn't that indeed Claren?" People are clearly scared by her imposing looks. They really don't want to mess with her, for sure. They very soon realized the quiet boy next to her was Lykel, the renowned head of the Aramina school. People are noticeably jealous of his fine looks and considerable skills. One person, while still drinking, tells that his current drink doesn't taste much like the drink which he often used to drink. This is very probably because he simply drank too much. As Leon briefly turns back, he noticed the quiet gossip spreading around the guild. Claren firmly tells him to focus on their main mission and just let them talk freely. Leon from the back quietly inquired about the particular person they were indeed looking for. He tells that he doesn't sense anyone truly strong there yet, but the fluffy cat quickly said, "Wait!" He says he can keenly feel someone secretly watching us all, using his own mana. A person with distinctive yellow hair is visibly sweating in his pants nearby. Leon slowly closed his eyes to properly focus his attention. As Leon uses his unique skills to search more around him, thus spreading his sharp senses wider. Finally, he indeed found someone suspicious, but suddenly she dashes towards him with speed, drawing her sword clearly to take his life. With a deadly serious look now on her face, she was preparing to cut off his head. Leon, in his immediate defense, swiftly takes his gun out from its place. The girl with the drawn sword expertly stops at the correct moment, because Claren has firmly pointed the gun at her head. A wrong move, and she would certainly blow her head off. Everyone around was in sheer, utter disbelief by now. Even Leon himself was visibly stunned at the quick turn of events. Claren calmly compliments her, remarking that she used to be a bit more polite back in the day. With a cold glare, the girl shortly said, "Is that really so, then?" Then she drew her sword back, firmly telling Didn't she clearly tell her to keep her identity a close secret? Leon curiously asks, so she's the truly strongest person here around the entire guild. The girl with an itchy, sharp attitude tells him pointedly she never gave him any permission to speak, and then asks him, what exactly is his name? She notices Marbas more closely. She soon realized he's a demon. Indeed, he is more powerful than his mere looks suggest. He introduces himself simply, Leon von Marbas, the acknowledged youngest heir of the well-known Marbas family. That's indeed what many people used to call him before this time. As we see the Beastman stoutly guarding the closed room ahead, while they were presently having a nice cup of tea together, and a generally good, quiet chat. Now as I notice she's actually more beautiful than Claren is, she then tells him that the great house of Marbas has somewhat changed, but she truly never expected that the heir would be a such remarkably small young kid. Claren tells her confidently that his magical skills and clear talent are very admirable to see. The girl pointedly questioned, but why should any noble come to a rather lowly adventurers guild? Claren just tells her, they had some specific work there. She tells Claren that, and then asks, why is there a demon among them? She states that her current friends are definitely too odd. Fluffy Cat insists she apologize to his contractor. The nearby yellow-haired guy then encouraged them. The yellow-haired guy jokes around that the black cat has maybe finally returned to his senses. Leon tells them quietly that he's in a massive debt, so he simply can't say anything much. Leon tells her plainly that he wants to properly work as an adventurer there at the Claren, subtly looking like Makima from Chainsaw Man, tells them this is a guild where anyone can readily join anonymously, truly resembling its defining main feature. Even Lykel then vouches for him, and firmly insists in giving him a solid chance to adequately prove his potential worth. The girl tells them that if you are insisting that much, then fine, they can let him have a fair shot, but he could actually die. Leon, with a calm, composed look, told her that the Marbas family inherently lives closest to the brink of death. With a screwed, unhappy look on his face, he tells them all, if he can't somehow pay that lunatic's pressing debt, it can indeed be even worse. With a quiet sigh, she thought grimly too, it surely can be far worse for him. As she unexpectedly spills a little tea from her held cup, it drips down. The spilled brown tea slowly makes an unusual pattern right there on the table's surface. Then bright magic circles suddenly began to clearly form within the small room all around. Leon was visibly puzzled to observe the unusual magic spell of this specific kind unfolding. The black cat calmly tells him that it's advanced teleportation magic. It's a difficult high-level magic spell, which she has now simplified. She can apparently use a very high level of intricate magic spell indeed, quite well. As the scene then shifts, we clearly see a lot of still knights, dutifully standing in a neat line. All of them, it seems, have been collectively teleported here to this spot. As she gracefully walks, she proceeds to tell him about the nature of the upcoming test. She tells him that among all of these still statues here, only one of them truly has active mana, and he simply has to find it. He has a precise total of 30 minutes for this. If he ultimately fails, he then has to promptly return to his distant home without becoming an adventurer. She asks him simply if he's fully ready. He replies he'll truly try his utmost not to disappoint her then. Then, for the official time being, she tells Claren nearby to set out the designated hourglass. She creates a brief magic spell, firmly telling him that she'll only choose to do this helpful thing once. She then creates a visible hourglass using nothing but her own potent spell. As Leon carefully walks along through the many still knight statues before him, he carefully tries to quickly figure out something significant about them. The watching girl suddenly tries to quickly tell him something urgent about the statues, but right before that happens, the nearest statue just behind Leon visibly moves a bit, sharply reminding him that this awakened statue will indeed attack him now if he's not careful. The statues promptly began attacking Leon, who was barely managing to dodge their quick attacks. Leon was truly astonished by their sheer brute strength as they were powerfully crushing the ground. As he turns around, he suddenly saw an incoming attack headed his way. Leon narrowly dodged the attack just in time, and he didn't really have the time to counterattack effectively. Claren then clicks her tongue audibly, as if she was quite dissatisfied with the situation. Lykel tells them the statues are now noticeably more powerful than they once were, so even an intermediate mage would find it rather difficult to fight well in these current situations. He tells them Leon might be talented, yes, but he's still only a kid with very little practical fighting experience. Claren tells them that the lady certainly knows that basic fact. The younger you are by age, the more easily you do tend to break. She tells them that all they can do is simply watch now, and Leon really has almost no significant chance of actually winning this. The fluffy cat keenly notices that the individual powers of each statue aren't the biggest problem here, but to locate the specific magic golem is almost impossible, mainly because of the continuous, relentless assault. As they also noticed, the ambient concentration of mana is indeed fairly low, making it considerably more difficult to find its source. The yellow-haired brat snidely tells them even that observant black cat probably might have noticed the obvious situation, but then the fluffy ball of fur indeed notices something quite new and important. Leon gets quickly surrounded by all the statues, now finding it very hard to dodge their many attacks. Leon then turns his body to face towards them directly. We see the white-haired girl thinking to herself that giving the official guild symbol to a mere inexperienced child is truly a very dangerous matter, because she knows well that here on this continent, even the supposed greatest powers have often crumbled. She has personally seen the tragic downfall of some of the greatest. Leon jumps swiftly back once more, trying hard to get himself some crucial needed time. With a suddenly serious new look, it now seems like he has just figured something vital out. He takes his potent black flames, forming them now steadily on both his outstretched hand. The statue's many eyes instantly turned a menacing, deep, glowing red. Leon powerfully emits black, swirling flames all around his immediate person. The statues abruptly stopped their attacks on him, freezing quite suddenly in their place. Leon thought with some confidence, well, this is certainly the most efficient way to proceed now. Everyone there was truly quite baffled and surprised by this sudden turn. Even the knowledgeable furry cat, for a moment, privately thought he was actually quite crazy. Leon tells them that he learned elements of Lord Marbus's unique magic spell, effectively creating a supernova-like condensed magic ball. He summoned quite a lot of powerful magical spears, held ready to attack at any precise moment as he then orders. He named it his Dark Spears, an attack looking alarmingly somewhat like Kim Jong-un proudly displaying a nuke. Every single one of them was utterly stunned and amazed by the display. Lykel commented aloud, questioning if these were truly the same black spears that they previously knew or remembered. As he raised his hands up high, the numerous spears then began attacking with great destructive force. They were destroying the resilient statues, usually with just a single swift, powerful strike from each. Within another passing moment or so, the immediate ground before them was now completely cleared. Even the powerful Lord Marbus looked clearly shocked by this outcome. Leon had done it, and so very easily too. Claren tells Leon that the actual only main purpose of this whole test was meant to find out the one statue that truly contained active mana within it. With this destructive method, she now thinks he has definitely failed the stated primary test. But Lykel tells her with a knowing little look that there's really only one sure way left to still pass the test now. With a decidedly creepy new look, he tells Claren, if Leon's planning to actually do that, the very audacious thing he's now thinking, then they absolutely must recruit him into his notable school. Claren looked visibly quite startled by this unexpected suggestion. Leon then began the focused process to summon the now inert, fallen dead statue. With his potent dark necromancy magic, he soon created a visibly thick black aura of energy around him, as he sternly ordered them with clear authority to now obey him fully and without question. The solid ground itself then began shaking quite noticeably underfoot with the rising power. Everyone watching there looked truly amazed and deeply impressed by such a stunning display of these varied powers. Lykel thinks to himself, how very brilliant of him. That boy clearly thought of everything crucial from the actual beginning. He's essentially the manipulative Aizen of this unfolding manhwa. Since mana is fundamentally a life force by its very nature, then anything that actively possesses mana should technically be classified as living. This logically means that if it is then killed, it can subsequently be summoned back using necromancy. And with that realization, one damaged statue did indeed raise itself from the ground. Claren reflects that exceptionally few people in the world can successfully pull off a feat quite like that. Likel seriously comments in turn that, after seeing this display, they might have truly encountered a talent far greater and more unique than they had initially imagined. Claren now tells them aloud, that feat really is undeniably impressive to see firsthand. She compliments him further, saying that to formulate such a clever plan under duress is truly really something quite extraordinary. The white-haired girl, Layli, was quite clearly stunned beyond any words at seeing something so remarkable like this happen before her. As she walks over close to where he stood still, she then directly asked him, quite simply, how he possibly managed to do it all. Leon, with a genuinely dumbfounded young face, tells her plainly that he first killed it, and then he resurrected it again, just as they had all clearly seen him do. She asks him further how he actually knew about this specific method, and he tells her that, fundamentally, a true golem is not just an artifact, but should be seen as a type of actual creature. Pointing over towards the standing, reanimated golem, he then told her that only the specific golem itself could actually possess true active mana like that. As he looked towards the almost empty hourglass display nearby, he then asked with some hopeful anticipation, "So, did I pass the test then?" Especially as, yes, there was certainly still a fair amount of precious time left remaining within the set limit. The girl, clearly very pleased with his astute and logical answer, finally smiled warmly. Leon then informs her that it's a crucial kind of skill, one definitely needed to be fully possessed by the rightful head of the esteemed house. She joyfully tells him that he officially passed the difficult test. She will now assign him the notable silver rank badge because she felt that giving him only a common bronze badge simply didn't suit the kind of advanced magic he showed, especially with his evident high mana level. Claren was visibly quite shocked to now see that Layli had apparently been considering giving him a significant silver badge almost from the very start of this whole evaluation. Likel then remarked to her that this particular turn of events is certainly something most interesting indeed. Even the observant fluffy cat was, in its own quiet, subtle way, feeling quite proud of him too for this accomplishment. Just like some typical kindergarten kids often do, they both soon started to get into a silly verbal fight, with one saying teasingly that the boy can't even nicely accept a genuine compliment. As the yellow-haired one was deep in thought, we then see the Beastman entering, carefully touring the high walls, almost like a freaking ghost. He was genuinely surprised to even hear about a golem. He deeply thinks a golem is an exceptionally powerful creature, usually created using strong magic. But then again, there are some which are actually born from nature itself, and they possess a core. He was quite flustered and amazed to see his own master actually knew the clear difference between the green golem and an artificial golem. He was truly amazed at his remarkable skill. The girl inwardly thought to herself, he really is quite a prodigy. She warmly compliments him about his wonderful magical capabilities, and Leon gladly accepts her positive appraisal. He then asks her, if he's now a Silver Badge member, then surely he could earn good money from commission work, while Marbus thought, what a truly stingy brat this. Lichelle quickly thought, he's asking about money just after barely clearing the important test. Claren had told him it really depends, but now he can probably earn at least 3 million. With a somewhat deadly smile, she then said, considering the sheer amount of his debt, he's definitely going to need at least a gold badge. To try and encourage him further, Likel kindly tells him, it's actually a very good start. It's truly been ages since she's provided a silver badge right from the very start. Claren readily confirms it by nodding. The girl kindly tells him his very first official mission will be assigned to him tomorrow, so he should definitely take some well-deserved rest for now. He sincerely thanks the guildmaster for conducting the test. She then just flicks her hand. And just like that, everything returns precisely as it was in the very beginning. The observant Beastman was utterly amazed at seeing such incredibly powerful magic. Just a simple flick of her wrist is all she apparently needed to make everything return to normal. It was not only the vast amount of mana involved, but also the incredibly precise control demonstrated. He honestly expects nothing less than that from a true guildmaster. Likel, now with a gentle smile, kindly tells him, "Let's go ahead and head back now." As the current scene then shifts, we next see the guildmaster herself, quietly sitting in a comfortable chair. She then quietly starts thinking to herself, "My, what a truly amazing young boy Leon is." Just as he had probably thought, she indeed acted somewhat weirdly, yet he still managed to pass the test. He could easily tell the golem, infused with mana, was actually just a piece of cake for him to handle. But then, why exactly did he choose not to say anything about it? She seriously thought, was he perhaps deliberately hiding his true strength? As she slowly stands up from the nearby chair, she vividly recalls the desperate family of Marbas standing right on the very edge of life and death. But really what concerned her even more so is that very specific look in his young eyes, seemingly ready to sacrifice absolutely anything. Standing out there on her private balcony, deeply thinking about Leon's powerful vision, it certainly looks like she's becoming quite interested in him. The very next morning, they all gathered once again in the very same place. She then clearly tells him, now with his new silver badge, this here is his very first official mission. She carefully hands him the necessary mission document. As he begins to read the provided information, it seems there's a particular church in Arden. He now has to thoroughly investigate the rumors about the alleged corruption. She calmly tells him, yes, that's perfectly correct. There's indeed a notable city in the Selishi region. There is a persistent rumor going around that the head priest there had been secretly committing serious corruption. He now has to solve this tricky matter, and if successful, he could possibly get 1 million. Claren worriedly tells her, ma'am, that isn't this perhaps a bit too much for a very first mission? Both of them then briefly exchanged sharp glares. She confidently thinks to herself that, really, it's almost nothing, and he should certainly be able to handle this particular matter. Likel also thinks it's probably nothing much, especially if it's genuinely helping him to rank him up that much more quickly. Leon, meanwhile, thinks he will definitely give it a good shot. She then practically blackmails him, saying if he foolishly gave up this important mission, he would unfortunately have to start all over from copper rank. He reluctantly accepts the mission. She firmly tells them both to help him out. Likel grumbles and tells her, it really is quite a hassle. Does he truly, absolutely need to help him? Likel then tells her, well, he's actually been quite curious about Leon's unique kind of skills. Claren interjects and pointedly tells him, and so what exactly about his own opinion on it? He respectfully bows, sincerely thanking them both. He then tells them his own dear father always taught him that when being helped by others, he should always properly thank them. Claren is visibly quite shocked at such a sudden, marked change in the usual behavior of Leon. The observant, yellow-haired guy genuinely compliments his cunning master, telling him he really, truly knows how to expertly handle different people. Marbas, the one with black fur, retorts, well, of course, a powerful demon must naturally know how to skillfully handle the fickle heart of any human. The loyal beast man quickly interrupts them, firmly saying, but the young master is actually human. Marbas immediately looks back at him with a truly deadly, cold glare. The poor beast man was instantly scared as all hell. Just then, as Leon calmly speaks up, confidently saying that they will surely succeed in this, mainly because he really needed a whole huge lot of money. The entire scene then smoothly shifts over to the aforementioned church. There, inside, we can clearly see 2 devout priests fervently praying. We then also see a tall man with striking white hair standing nearby. As he finally speaks up, he simply just said, sorry. We then see clear water held within a plain bowl. We then see something mysteriously written forming in the still water. The truly miraculous saint, who fully inherits the sacred blessings of the great goddess of creation and all her divine power, will definitely be one of the 2 chosen daughters. Indeed, one chosen daughter shall gloriously rise. and the unfortunate other one will surely face utter downfall. Ultimately, the two of them destined should somehow become as one, and as both of them intently watch the prophetic writing form there in the water, and tragically one of them now has to first die for them to truly become one. Upon seeing this, both of them immediately knelt reverently down. We then see another man slowly emerging, a strikingly beautiful young man with vibrant green hair, and then yet another mysterious man appears with a faint blue mystical aura subtly surrounding him. We notice a heavy magical chain tightly binding one of his legs. Now, both of these men were grimly facing each other directly. The first mentioned character slowly walks over toward him, carefully holding that same small bowl in his steady hand. We then gradually came to realize that we're actually in an ancient old age. We see a certain man looking quite visibly displeased. He then simply hands the aforementioned bowl over to him. He calmly says, "Please feel entirely free to slowly savor every single last drop of it." He slowly takes the offered bowl into his own trembling hand. He proudly said he once was the absolute supreme one in the entire martial arts world, as we see another man humbly bowing down. He then turns, calmly explaining that the true martial world really isn't just something that you're currently thinking of. He sharply tells him, then why indeed are there powerful sects being formed, great clans long established, and strong alliances also formed? He then loudly screams at him to finally take his one shot now to attempt to become the new demon lord. He confusedly questions him back. What on earth is he even talking about now? He boldly tells him to directly challenge him right now in a fair contest. He further tells him to try and take the coveted title of future Demon Lord candidate simply by soundly defeating him in combat. Absolutely everyone present looked completely and utterly shocked. Even the skilled kung fu guy himself looked quite shockingly surprised. The scene suddenly shifts, and now we see them devoutly praying right in front of the statue. The other group worships the entity Baal, and also 72 other powerful demons. There are, surprisingly, even actual demon restoration cults in existence. They are indeed human. They customarily worship at the established Church of Arden, and the individuals who are specially chosen by the sacred divine power are widely called forth from all across the entire continent. They are known as the revered saints. Next, we clearly see a single carriage steadily going somewhere undisclosed. The main carriage driver appeared visibly worried and anxious about some particular thing. We then see everyone just sitting rather idly around inside the carriage. Leon specifically was sitting quietly with his familiar black cat, also known as Marbaz. Then we see a brief backstory, revealing how the carriage driver was initially asked to carefully take them all to the city of Selishi. Almost everyone present was intently looking directly towards them with curiosity. He regretfully tells them that Selishi is currently in a very weak and fragile condition, especially after the devastating religious war. Even the usual tourists have completely stopped visiting. As he cautiously asks them for their specific reason for going, Lykel simply tells them it's quite hard to properly explain. He then tells Claren to explain it instead to the driver, and she quietly nods in agreement. She calmly places a heavy bag, evidently full of gold coins, onto the table. She then tells him, at this particular point, they really don't need to ask why. She frankly tells him if he truly didn't want to undertake the journey, they'll just find someone else to help, as the guild certainly has other carriages available as well. He then tells them that, if his personal safety is absolutely guaranteed for the journey ahead, then he will most definitely take them all the way to Selishi. He silently thinks to himself, he certainly came here for the offered money, but is this whole situation really okay? He vividly recalls the grim image of Selishi in his mind, a once great city now utterly destroyed by the terrible and prolonged religious war. A new, hopeful cardinal was supposed to take the important place of the head priest, but ultimately, in the very end, the entire city just collapsed into ruin. He quietly swears under his breath, deeply thinking and brooding about the mysterious divine power. This is mainly because a new, much-needed saint of miracles still hasn't yet appeared among them. At this current troubling rate, the entire continent will very soon lose Arden's precious grace of divine power. Leon then asks them directly if their specific mission is truly only to expose the widespread corruption existing within the church. The observant beastman actively uses his brain, rightly saying something feels quite fishy here. Marbus interjects that in this current matter they're just considered small fries after all. The cat, Marbus, tells him reassuringly that there really shouldn't be any significant difficulty at all with his present skill level. Lykel confirms to him that it's indeed true. Human nations have substantially grown much stronger over many long centuries, particularly since Lotte Marbas was securely sealed away. He seriously tells them all to prepare themselves very carefully for what's clearly ahead. Claren further tells him that they absolutely have to be extremely careful, because this delicate matter directly involves influential members of the Church, and truly no human on the entire continent is completely free when acting under the revered name of Arden. And furthermore, no new, genuine saint of miracles truly blessed with observable divine power had yet appeared. Lykel then tells them that the main problem really is that the foretold saint of miracles is always a direct descendant of the Church's sacred bloodline, and this ancient tradition is fully expected to continue on forward. He gravely tells them there is indeed a very serious and pressing issue at hand. Leon explains to them that 2 daughters were unexpectedly born, when tradition dictates only one single heir should have been born. That unprecedented event caused a huge uproar right within the Church. With a very serious and solemn face, he firmly tells them only one single one of them could possibly inherit the sacred and unique power. The Beast Man then speaks up incredulous, saying that it's surely quite impossible for both of them to equally receive the exact same divine power. Marbas calmly tells them that, traditionally, such power passed down directly through bloodlines is invariably given to only one chosen individual. Tragically, one of them now has to inevitably die. Leon just stays completely silent and still upon hearing this. Lykel then tells them thoughtfully, it's all very strange and peculiar indeed, while pointedly looking directly towards Leon himself as he spoke. Just then, the carriage driver informs them all clearly that they finally arrived at their intended destination. They've arrived at the continent's very greatest and most historically religious city, known as Seleshi. As the current scene promptly shifts once more, we then see a lone man purposefully walking down a long, quiet hallway. He carefully opens the specifically designated large door before him. Respectfully addressing Your Highness, he formally announces, those individuals who requested the special mission have now finally arrived. The important man inside speaks, curiously saying, are they truly the right and capable ones for this task? The same man then says, is it actually true that they can effectively avoid the royal family's constant and vigilant surveillance? The attendant informs him, yes, Your Highness. It is indeed quite possible for them, and they absolutely have to hide this sensitive information very carefully from everyone. He's doing all of this simply and desperately to save his own precious daughter from terrible harm. And so, as they had finally arrived there at the grand estate, the formal head butler courteously welcomes them inside the main entrance, and then tells them his name is Glazer. Lykel politely tells him that he's the one who submitted the formal written request concerning the alleged ongoing corruption. He admits he truly hadn't at all expected the esteemed head of the Aramina school to actually carry out this dangerous mission so personally. Lykel clarifies to him that he isn't the one personally carrying out the active mission. The butler then asks, well, who is it then, if not you? Leon then quietly tells him that it would actually be him, Leon, undertaking. He immediately seems quite worried and concerned about Leon taking charge, mainly because he appears far too young for such a task, and they critically need to keep the entire mission a complete secret. Leon then calmly and confidently shows him the distinct silver badge he carries with him. The butler immediately recognized the special silver badge from the renowned Adventurers Guild. Before proceeding further, Leon asks him some pointed and direct questions first. Leon directly asks about the 2 specific women who recently disappeared. Are they to be considered the enemies in this situation? The usually composed butler is completely and visibly dumbfounded by this direct question. Suddenly, we see someone else unexpectedly standing just behind the surprised and momentarily speechless butler. They are, in fact, the very priests belonging to the local and influential church. The butler quickly tells them, let's please go to some more different private location nearby, because It seems they'll have quite a long and detailed conversation ahead of them. As the scene then shifted, we can see all of them just sitting together in a room, and as the butler then speaks, carefully watching Leon now, he inwardly thinks even the renowned strength of Celashi has indeed weakened, so there's simply no way such a very young magician could possibly help them out. But truly little did he actually know about our special boy. Leon then speaks. He's admittedly not entirely sure, but it's certainly best not to show any outward emotional changes just yet. As Leon distinctly recalls his name, Glazer, the butler was visibly quite shocked. He subtly tells him that whether it will help much or perhaps not, we soon came to know he's actually communicating directly to him through telepathy. He was truly astonished to realize that such a very young kid was currently using a complex magic spell, one that only a mid to high-level mage can typically use. Leon calmly tells him not to bother to hide, as he already knows everything about how the crucial mission was specifically assigned to him by the head priest. Leon effectively uncovers him much like peeling a banana. With a slightly flaunting, knowing smile, he confidently tells him to reveal everything concerning the real, hidden mission, and strongly advises him, don't even try to hide anything further, as the butler now clearly knows that he simply can't deceive him any longer, primarily because he already evidently knew everything important. He reluctantly agrees to tell them absolutely everything. With a very serious, grave look, the butler then tells them he will now explain precisely what the actual real mission is. Everyone immediately looks towards him in surprise. A real mission? What exactly is he talking about now? As the dramatic scene shifts once more, we then see the esteemed head priest of the Arden Church, intently watching the two shadowy figures reflected in the ceremonial bowl of water. The prophesied saint of miracle, the one who inherits the creature's sacred belting and profound divine power, will truly be manifested in one of those two particular daughters. One of them will surely rise glorious as the sun and greatly help all humanity, but alas, the other one shall inevitably face utter destruction. They shall indeed become one. The two attending priests were watching this all in utter astonishment. And so, one of them must necessarily die for the two distinct destinies to manifest. And as we then see two other priests intently watching them both, the two young girl priests' chests suddenly began brightly glowing, forming some kind of strange symbol. The grand priest is deeply worried, for if this ancient prophecy is indeed true, it will undoubtedly be a most serious issue. He then anxiously asks, but what about the two daughters? The man gravely tells him that the divine power unfortunately seems to have somehow split exactly into half between them both, and thus their individual powers are consequently incomplete. And for that immense power to become truly complete, one of them must therefore die. He furiously shouts out in pure rage, is he completely out of his mind? The man humbly apologies, but insists this is truly the only one way. Then suddenly, the large main door to the church creaks open, and we then see three imposing people purposefully entering into the church. He formally introduces himself by name as Caliban, the stern commander of the renowned Imperial Knights. By the direct and solemn order of His Majesty the Emperor, he has specifically brought a sealed letter, addressed to the concerned people of this church. Speaking in the great name of Esteban, the glorious sun of the entire empire, there simply cannot be two shining suns under the very same sky, and you surely believe he also believes this fundamental truth as well. One of them has to live on and dutifully serve her divine purpose as the true saint of miracle, and consequently the other one unfortunately has to die in order to fully complete the chosen saint's immense power. She will then have to tragically die in front of absolutely everyone, burned at the stake under the terrible name of a fallen saint. He desperately tries to argue back, vehemently saying, this is nothing short of clear, cold-blooded murder. He coldly tells him to simply think of it all merely as a necessary, small sacrifice for the greater. Then they all turned and returned back from whence they came. The grand priest was terribly afraid now and deeply troubled, utterly fallen down to his very knees in despair. He wretchedly thinks, why, oh why is he the one chosen to bear such terrible, heartbreaking trials, especially as he has tragically already lost his much-beloved younger sibling and now faces losing his precious daughter. He finally cries out in utter, profound helplessness. They all patiently listened intently to his sorrowful, heartbreaking story. But young Leon was still quietly thinking hard about everything. Lycan then tells them that, in very short terms, the true Saint of Miracles has actually not properly appeared for several long decades now. And this time, the prophesied saint born were actually identical twins, so consequently, the divine power was unfortunately divided somewhat between them. The butler gravely nods his head in solemn yes. He earnestly seeks for their invaluable help, desperately asking them all to please help in this dire, critical situation. He further tells them that even now, he's consciously going directly against the powerful, ruling empire by asking this of them. Leon then tells them that, this particular time he actually wants to ask for the opinion of someone else for a change. Instead of just Glazer, he politely asks for their excuse for a brief moment of his time. He calmly walks directly towards the two young lady priests. He gently sits down before them, softly asking them both, if by any remote, slight chance, is there truly anyone here among you who genuinely thinks it's somehow okay for one of them to actually die? Marbus sharply questions him then, asking if he's completely crazy to ask such a direct thing. Leon calmly tells him it's simply the most direct and efficient way to quickly get the honest, true answer. They sorrowfully replied, one certainly can try to escape, but truly, it's quite impossible to ever evade His Majesty's watchful, pervasive eyes. Ultimately, only one of them really has to die. Everyone present was utterly shocked and dismayed by this grim reply. But this very next time he pointedly asks again, so then, is there actually anyone here who genuinely doesn't want to die? Both of them immediately look up with clear, understandable suspicion in their eyes. Leon watches their subsequent reactions very carefully and indeed intently. As the scene unfolds, we see a man who is being terrified at the sights. The demon army was flying in the sky, wrecking chaos in the city, and there were a lot of them in numbers, while the head priest was worried about the situation. Because all of a sudden at that time the Saint of Miracle was not present in the city, he shouted towards the city saying that we had the power of light, they are useless. Suddenly a man behind him came rushing to inform him. He addressed him as Your Holiness. It was dangerous to stay outside. He told him to enter inside to a safe place. But his eyes were already watching in anger, saying that a demon was attacking their city and there's nothing that he can do now. He's not going to forget this time and will take revenge. Watching everything from his palace, he said that he will not forgive the one who betrayed his god. This scene shifts to another time, where you see a woman. Holding her stomach, she said that their child can become the new Saint of Miracles and help them fight against the demon and evilness. But the old man was worried, saying that every role comes with a burden. Even with great powers, there will be great responsibilities. But to reassure her, he said that, of course. With a worried expression, he said that he is worried about her. She gently grabbed his hand, reassuring him. She told him not to worry about her, and this child will be strong enough to defeat any evil, and she'll be the one to raise the child. Telling him to name the child Heaven. Telling him that she will bring a life like heaven to all the people. That's why she told him to name her Heaven, asking him how does it sound. He was shocked to hear that, saying that he had never heard any mother say something like that. While she slept on his bed, he was worried, saying that she had used all of her strength giving birth to the child. 2 new babies were born. But while giving birth, she lost her life. He cried heavily and sorrowfully, but there's nothing you can do. Recalling that the beginning was really a tragedy and sad story, and a tragedy is this to end like that. When the babies were born, he recalled that death is the fate of the sisters, and no one can change anything about it. 2 healthy and good-looking babies were born at that time, and they were sound asleep. The scene shifts to the present where both of the babies had grown up. While having a chat with everyone, one of them said that she made up her mind and she's ready to die, while the other sister said that she should be the one to die because she was the firstborn sister. Leon watched both of them talking, thinking that only one of them can carry their mother's will and one has to die. They both continued arguing that she is better than her, and of course someone who is not even worthy to live should die, and she should be the one to die. While Leon glared, the other was saying that he had never learned anything about the situation, and is confused, so what to do. While he thought that as they are saying it doesn't matter if any one of them lives or dies, then things might be simple. The Black Fur said that as he is his contractor in any case, his task is to save both of them, and if any one of them dies, he won't get paid for his contract for the quest. With a neutral look on his face, he said that he expected some sort of answer from Lord Marbus. He said to the sisters that why not try to look for other ways to save both of them. One sister said that it will be difficult, but they would like to try. One of them said that please don't let any harm come to their father because he is the innocent one, while the other said that she's right. Father is just doing his duty as a head priest. Listening to them, he thought that okay, he'll keep that in mind. After that, he asked about the specifications and when is the stake scheduled for. With a determined look, one of the sisters said, "Daddy, if the plan doesn't work, she will be the one to get sacrificed." Knowing that the stake was just 2 days later and it's unavoidable, he said that he will check if there are some other solutions for this problem. Suddenly, Li Kel spoke up to her, saying that he wanted to verify and check the mark that had been granted to the Saint of Miracles. Leon also insisted they show them the marks, but the sisters said that it was in a private location. One of them said that they'd like everyone to leave, except for Leon and the lady. Agreeing to her, she said that no matter where the location was, pushing Li Kel away, she said that they need to keep this person out of this matter. As Leon watched her push everyone away from the room, he thought, what's the woman trying to do? With a confident look on her face, like she had accomplished some great feats. As both of them started to undress themselves, both Leon and the woman started glaring at their chests. Because the symbol was present on their chests, Leon noted that it doesn't seem impossible to extract or transfer the power with magic. But the woman said that since it is in that location, it must have been hard to show to anyone before them. Lord Marbus said that from what he saw just now, there is only one way. Of course, it might take time to accept it, but in the end, one of them must die. Leon thought that too. There is no other way than that. The black fluffy furball said that prophecies and fate are really something else, and they ruin the life of people like this. He asked Leon if he was angry about that because his face was really in an angry expression. The narrative shifted to the castle, where the prince said that it's time to get started now. Moreover, the Saint of Miracle is being born. It's been more than a decade, and everyone will finally be happy. The man beside him said that one of them must be a witch and had to be burnt at a stake. Leon was watching both of them talking from the side. As they spoke that in the first place, why were they born as twins? They had to wait all this long for them to grow up. Thinking that, Leon noticed it really was right to say one wants to live and the other wants to die. Confused, Lord Marbus asked him what he is thinking about. As he thought that one is a good spirit and the other might be an evil one out of both of the twins. Creating black magic in his hand, maybe he is the only one who is death, and could really feel it, as the burning stake was already ready for another day. He was really confused whom to save and whom to let die. The Black Fur said that if he is going to decide that on the day, or has he already decided it, he just stayed silent because he hadn't thought about it yet. As the prince greeted everyone, saying that he is Louis von Archheim, declaring himself as the new emperor, and to witness the birth of the new Saint of Miracle with him. As the people were shocked, he ordered them to calm down. Just with that, he said that tonight the darkest night will come before them and it will be past soon, because a new ruler and a new Saint of Miracle will be born that day. Everyone in the crowd was puzzled, thinking that, did he just self-declare that he was the new emperor? The stake has already been ready to burn down the witch. The man beside him spoke that just as two suns cannot exist under the same sky, the same goes for the Saint of Miracles. One of them must die, so that the Saint of Miracle could be born. But since the children were a twin, they disrupted the continent's order that had been passed down through generations, thinking that it was some kind of tragedy. Throughout the process, the emperor will be in the name of royalty in front of everyone. With a deadly look in his eyes, he asked if there is any objection among the crowd. Everyone was silent, nobody could speak against him. Suddenly both the twins arrived with the head priest and Leon. As Louis went to meet the twins, remarking that it would be such a waste of beauty that one must die. With a look of a pervert, he said that if she hadn't been born as a witch, she would be worth keeping as a concubine. The word made the head priest angry, but he just ignored him and left from there. There's nothing that the old man could do now, he asked the butler. Is there any hope to save the children? Leon spoke up from beside them, saying that it's impossible to save them, saying that. But there's something I'd like to ask them here. A question for the holiness of the priest. The butler insisted that he could ask any question. He decided if there is any chance he would like to try something. Inside the church, one of the sisters said that if someone had to be sacrificed, it should always be her, not the other. With tears in her eyes, she said that what did they exactly do wrong such that they have to be sacrificed? She doesn't have the answer for that, but she said that in the end, they have to follow the orders because prophecies never failed and it must be fulfilled. As they at last decided this time it's actually better, at least they can choose who can die. Outside the church, the man ordered his guard to restrain the witch and take her to the stake. Without any delay, one of them went outside, while the other knelt down to her knees praying to God, saying that she should be the one to die. But suddenly Leon appeared behind her using his magic spell. He made her unconscious, she fell on the floor without any senses, and Leon's magic covered her. As he stood beside her, the Black Fur said, "Are you sure about this, and was this the best choice he could make now?" He nodded, saying that yes, though the word best doesn't fit here, this is the least he could do for now, as there are no other choices because one of them had been marked as a witch, and as the prophecies say, it never failed. Outside, the sister was tied to the stake. The crowd watched her and cheered, "Burn her alive." As the man put the flame to the wooden stake, it burned rapidly, covering up the entire stage, while Louis was laughing, saying that finally the moment has arrived, and the Saint of Miracle will be born along with the new emperor, and with this act, it should silence enemies who had been doubting him and his powers. His bodyguard spoke, saying that now no one would doubt the first prince and the emperor, he's the Almighty One. And with a menacing glare, he said that those who do not intend to follow his majesty, they will be sentenced to death. As the scream of pain was clearly visible from her mouth, while the fire was burning at full flames. Everyone watched them burn. Standing silently, there's nothing that they could do. Clary said, "Daddy, it was brutal to use such a method these days, and are you sure that he is the young lord now?" Lykel thought that this is neither a way of success nor a failure of the quest. But it's not exactly a failure either. And what kind of emotion does it take to become a father? Leon had never known about it, and he thought that he just had to make them survive. As the screams of burning were heard across the town, but he didn't know everything about the holiness. Still, he wanted his daughter to survive and make the head priest happy, but even if it means dying, she can die before his eyes, and that alone would be enough. We haven't known about it yet, but if someday he'll understand the necessary emotions and weights carried on the heart, it seems very unpleasant. Leon thought that he must have recognized it, that she's the person, it's okay either way, and he's relieved that only she was being punished, not both of them. While burning, she was still crying that unlike her sister she wasn't good at all, and she was really afraid of dying, but still, she chose to die for her. With that, she tried to lean on the kind words of her sister. As the prince ordered to pour more oil onto the stake, the fire started to burn more rapidly and heavily. Pain could be seen on her face, and she screamed and said she is sorry for her sister. He recalled a memory from 2 days ago, inside the Church of Keden's office. Questioned that. Do you wish to save his daughter who wants to live, or do you wish to save the one who is prepared to die? Asking his choice. What was he prepared to do? Caden replied, "Can such a thing ever be distinguished?" But Leon remarked that, "It's really hard to explain clearly, but I think he really has understood what he was trying to say." The old man said that if you truly have the eyes to see it, then he can save both of them. He said that then save the child he wished to give life to. It's his decision now. While his sister watched her burning, she cried, covering her mouth. Lykel and Clary watched silently from the side of the carriage. Inside the carriage, Leon said, asking them, "Who do you think was the one burnt just now?" Questioning that why did His Holiness try to see the other daughter was prepared to die, but not to save the one who was ready to live. Lord Marbus said that he is asking something obvious. He spoke further, saying that because he wanted them to feel the weight of life. Leon thought, what's the meaning of weight of life? Lord Marbus said that because the one who survives always has to live for those who didn't, and when the moment of choice arrives, the one who decided to die knows how valuable that choice is, meaning that they are in someone else's place and they have to get out of it. Leon, watching silently, thought that, but the one who wanted to live will never truly understand that. While he was scared, a fellow soul member once said gratitude easily fades, but at some point it became expected that the continued kindness turned into exploitation. Lykel, with a feared expression, thought that if this keeps happening, where should our anger be directed, and what exactly did they do wrong? Was it a mistake to be born as a twin, or to be blessed with such powers? Leon said that it was unavoidable, and it was written in their fate. Furthermore, the continent needs the Saint of Miracle, and it doesn't matter how capable they were, it's impossible to go against the royal family and defy their orders, or else they would be the target for the rest of their lives. Clary thought that all eyes were on Chelish for the Saint of Miracle, saying that since her power is the Saint of Miracle, it must have been completed. But suddenly Leon and Liko were surprised to hear that, saying that but the power isn't completed yet, because the one who died had the power which was required, because she was the one possessing the holy magic and she was burnt down. Outside, the head priest was surprised to see the other daughter, saying that, how is this possible? She should be the one dying, but she was there. But their conversation was heard by Louis. He was enraged by that, saying that it's getting out of his hand, and now he was furious. With anger in his eyes clearly visible, he ordered his man to kill him, saying that even after executing the witch, the holy power is incomplete, which means the head priest and his followers have been lying to him. The priest tried to explain that this was something out of his control and the child is definitely his daughter. He didn't know about something like that. But Louis, with an angry tone, said that was he trying to play games with him? He respected him enough to give him his time, but he made a foolish choice and tried to betray him. With a very cold and angry look, he ordered his man to kill him. Suddenly his man arrived beside him, saying that executing the head priest on the spot is something difficult, because he might still be hiding the real saint. Louis questioned that if he didn't reveal her here, it means he's confident that he has hidden her somewhere safe. With a naughty expression, he said that he has survived for decades without the Saint of Miracles anyway. There won't be much problem, and the religion won't be swayed away. With such words, the man was baffled, saying that he'll kill Caden. Drawing his sword, he said that he doesn't hold a grudge against him, but this was His Majesty's order, so he had to follow it. Caden tried to explain that she really was his daughter and he isn't playing any tricks with him. Fear could be seen in his eyes as he thought that he was really going to die. As he was about to swing his sword, he stated that if he was really saying the truth, then the crest would have been completed by now. But as he swung his sword, his other daughter took the strike, slashing through her body, ripping and drenching blood from her body. Her father questioned her why did she do that, why she was willing to do such things for a useless father like him. With her last breath, she said that it wasn't just for him, it was for her sister too. Her father questioned her decision, saying that what's the meaning of true life if there is no her sister? While his sister was completely burnt, she said that she kept searching for the meaning of life but never found a clear answer, so she wished for her sister to live. She tried to run away from saying that maybe this was her punishment. As Leon heard everything, he was startled by such deep questions. Using his magic, he drew the sword out of the burnt corpse, and from the dying sister. Using his necromancy, he said that the person who should have died was the wrong one. As her father said that what was she talking about? Which punishment is she talking about? She's no different from her sister, she is his daughter, and he was the one who should be punished. But she said that to His Holiness they were never his daughters, they were just to maintain powers, they were just used as tools. Tears enveloping her eyes, she turned toward him, saying that they should just admit it now to each other to find peace in the end. With such a statement, he was moved. As the lifeless body fell to the floor, saying that this is the only punishment she can give him, and maybe it's just that she could give him. Holding her lifeless body, he screamed her name, but her magical powers were mixing with the atmosphere. Golden light began emitting from her body like particles of gold. On the other side, Leon was furious, emitting his black aura. Lord Marbus tried to talk to him, saying that, "Contractor, are you there?" He opened his grimoire, speaking that the two that had been dead just now, who had lost their lives in the kingdom, listened to his words. Clary was confused at what was he talking to. Leon closed his eyes, ordering the souls around him, saying that, "I solemnly declare your duty is not over yet. As a rightful heir of the House of Marbus, I make this deal." With purple magic releasing from his body and grimoire, it surrounded the space. Clary was shocked that he is using an advanced level of necromancy. Two different types of souls began to flow in the air. As he watched toward it, saying that the dead ones respond to his calls as he was Leon von Marbus. Even as undead do they wish to continue their life. Suddenly both of the sisters' spirits appeared, saying that, "Can you bring us back to life, or will we remain like that?" He said that if they wish to continue to live even as dead, he is ready, and even if they want to live without a warm heart, he is ready for both of the options. Raising his hand, he ordered both of them to follow his command. Binding both of them with spiritual chains, they didn't even resist his chains. Leon said that this might be shameless, but he ordered both of them to work for him. But they were satisfied with his command, saying that it's fair, and if he asked nothing from them, then they would be more suspicious about his thoughts. Closing his eyes, agreeing to the agreement, he commanded them to bind both of their souls into the Marbus family and be prepared to swear their loyalty towards him. Smilingly, they both agreed to his demands. With binding magic, he completed the contract. He closed his grimoire, saying that at the end of the contract he truly hopes that they find the life they longed for and the things they were searching for. Recalling the past event, he said that in the end their values rest in his hands. Sincerely, he wished for it. As their father watched everything, lying beside his dead daughter, the man thought that he sensed a powerful magic force nearby, thinking what was really going on was the activation of the magic powers. Looking towards the Emperor, he said, "Other than Prince Louis, is there anyone capable of such feats?" As Leon walked away from the scene, Lord Marbus said that using his subjugation without consulting him, he should be prepared for the consequences when he returns. Returning to his carriage, he acted nonchalantly, saying that since things turned out this way, he saved both of them, saying that he'll get compensation. Laquelle complimented him, saying that he was truly amazing. But Clarice said that in another way, recalling that to raise those without intellect like a beast or as an undead requires a process called branding. It's a very difficult procedure, and it's truly most efficient when they have perfect control over it, or else the demons might get enraged. Leon thought then, how does subjugation begin? Was it with intelligence or just the soul? Lord Marbus said that he should persuade lingering souls with regret in the world to obey. Leon questioned, to make them obey, does that mean he will be the ruler? The Black Furball said that a soul with regret can't pass through to the afterlife without resolving it. The Necromancer helps them to resolve their regrets from life and borrow their power until they solve it. And this whole process is called subjugation. Leon began thinking that so this is all about resolving the regret of those who are still clinging to their life even after death. The Black Fur said that the stronger the regret, the greater the power to gain. He told him to remember that the Necromancers are not just the people who exploit it for profit, there's something more than that. After a while, as the heir of the Marbus family, he opened his grimoire, commanding, "Heaven, Helen, answer my call." Suddenly 2 spirits came out of the book. After fusing with each other, a girl appeared before him. Leon questioned why only one of them arrived when both of them were revived. The Black Ball said it's obvious because they weren't fit to be born in a body, so they fused with each other. Even after that, they can become one. Clarice said that it makes sense. While Laquelle thought that doesn't it make the mood feel strangely different, or some different thoughts arising in a single body? Leon questioned, Heaven or Helen, which one is standing in front of me now? The girl said that right now she is Heaven, astonished by his answer. Leon asked the dead, can she switch any time? She replied that she can do anything like switching, making multiple bodies. She said that though, there is one problem. They have to serve their master, which was something that won't be easy for them. Laquelle said that the personality had changed. Maybe it's the hidden ego inside Helen that just came out now. She told Laquelle to shut his mouth as they were talking with the master. Leon questioned then what are both of them good at. He tried to open his grimoire, saying that he made them undead. But if they are useless, he'll have to send them back to the afterlife. The number of subjugated undead he can register in this necromancy is limited, so he has to use it to its full potential. She was scared to hear something like that, saying that he spoke something scary so casually. While leaning towards him, she said that it's fine, she can do plenty of things to satisfy her master. Looking into his eyes, she said that there are a lot of things that she could be doing for her master. As the scene shifted, the guild master is shown saying that the job's done. While they arrived at a guild, she said that she didn't think that it would be handled so easily like this. Clarice said that anyway. His Holiness agreed to it and said that they will get paid for the job. Laquelle, saying that he was really amazing in many ways. Pointing towards Heaven, said that he is still raising his daughter as an undead in front of her father. Heaven, with an egoistic voice, said that where was he looking at and she belonged to her master and not to her father. With that answer, he was shut down. Lord Marbus said that if she really were dead and he brought her back to life, and yet her attitude was something different, but Leon said that he was completely fine with it. The Beast Man greeted them awkwardly, saying that he didn't know much about it, but the things have gone well and he's still alive. But he is not sure if the word alive is correct or not, because he doesn't seem that way. While the master was worried, thinking that she will acknowledge that for now and for the official recognition of the silver badge. She said that she will send the payment to their household, but Leon said that it wasn't the end. She said that she will contact them if she found a new job for them. Clarice told her that she is very strict with her time, so she should be informed earlier. But with a happy and pleading face, She said that their house says as long as they keep the payments, they are fine with everything. Likel, who was not satisfied with her acting, said that she was acting for no reason, but she pointed a gun toward him, frightening him. Lord Marbus said that they should be moving and check the powers that Heaven and Helen had been granted. With a happy face, Clary asked for more favors from the guild master. Spilling her tea on the table, she said, "Fine, she'll do it for this time." The scene shifted to the royal palace. The person was reporting to the king, saying that the head priest has refused to eat and drink, and is reportedly in a state of madness because of his health. The new emperor said that the shock of losing both of his daughters might be too great and he can't have just more children because he is such a weakling. Looking toward the dead emperor, he said that it's such a disgrace to show his majesty we have lost the chance to claim the Saint of Miracle. But who knows when the next prophecy will come? The man said that if he grants him another chance, he will devote himself to the empire and work for them with all his loyalty. He said that he better do that or else he will be killed. Inquiring about the black magic that interfered that time, he asked him for the report about the black mage. The man said that he doesn't have any report for now, but he will collect it soon. Watching the incident, it seems like both Saint candidates' souls have vanished, so he was the one who had collected them. Caliban said that as far as he knew, no mage can perform such precise magic control unless they are a necromancer. He hadn't heard about a necromancer for a long time. The scene shifted to the forest where everyone was standing. The guildmaster said that so they should be beginning the test. Thinking that what ability has Heaven unlocked, Leon said that he will show them directly and ask them to summon a suitable opponent for it. He said that he will be checking her abilities, and she agreed cheerfully. As she examined her abilities, the process was disrupted, saying that she was sorry her sister was rude to them. After a while, the guildmaster summoned the Sun Forest Trolls. Likel thought that a forest troll, won't it be too much? Clarice said to him that it would be hard, because it has great regeneration for a newly turned Heaven to handle it. It was a mid-tier boss. She said that, but well, the family head has shown us enough already. It would be easy for her. The beast man said that he had full confidence, and the other man said that he had full confidence in his master from the beginning, while the furball said that weren't they saying a bit much. Leon was stressing, asking can she handle that or does she need some help, but she said that she could do it. But Leon opened his grimoire. He gave her a weapon made from his black magic, saying it would help her. With a single swing of the weapon, she sent a troll flying away without much effort. The person was astonished that the girl is really powerful, while the furball said she's strong, but there is something dangerous. While defeating the trolls, hitting them on the head, she turned toward Leon with an eye of admiration. Leon was puzzled at why was she so kind towards him. He gave her another power, saying that let's leave the rest to Helen. With that, she pulled out a chain from her clothes, showing that finally her chance had arrived. Smiling as the monster arrived towards her, a chance to prove that she was useful, she swung the metal chain, throwing them away. She watched pervertedly, saying that they should die for the love between her and Leon. Everyone there was astonished at such a statement, while the furballs said that no matter how you look at it, they are all insane and powerful. The warm glow of sunset illuminated the grand stone archway of the Marbas estate, its green banners gently welcoming the return of their long-awaited young lord. Leon gazed up at his home with a look of tired satisfaction, breathing in the familiar air and announcing to his companions that they had finally made it back. His small demonic cat, Marbus, smugly commented that their troublesome trip was a success, since they had managed to resolve the mission and also gain useful information. Leon agreed with his demonic companion, reflecting on how the difficult journey had ultimately helped him grow stronger and become a much more skilled necromancer than before. The loyal beastman Walter looked at their departing allies with a bit of sadness, remarking what a shame it was that they had to leave so soon. The powerful mage Rikel smiled warmly, telling Walter not to worry because he was simply thrilled that his school would be gaining such a promising new star student. ***7. The lone chief Carleen cut in with a stern look, bluntly reminding Leon that he should not forget about the ridiculously large amount of money he still owed. Rikel cheerfully ignored the interruption and offered his hand to Leon as a gesture of partnership, while Leon's loyal retainer Pullen watched the important exchange in the background. Leon took the offered hand and gave it a firm shake, then asked if Richel and his sharp-eyed companion were planning on leaving them right away. Rikel confirmed their departure, explaining that they had been away from their duties for too long, while Carleen grinned greedily, adding that she had other debts to collect. Marbus let out a sarcastic little huff, admiring Carlene's intense work ethic, just as she turned her attention to Leon's white-haired knight and asked his name. Carlene studied Walter with a surprisingly sharp gaze, noting that his own hidden talents were quite impressive and that her boss would surely be surprised by his potential. Richel's smile became a little strained as he added that he sincerely hoped Walter would never have to face Carlene's fearsome boss in a real fight. This strange comment made Leon's eyes narrow with curiosity, and he turned to Richel, asking him to please explain exactly what he was talking about. Richel's expression grew serious, and he began to sweat, warning that the criminal group's captain was an absolute monster as an image of a golden-haired warrior appeared. He elaborated that while he and Carlene were quite strong, the captain of Lunatic was a different kind of terrifying beast who actually enjoyed hunting down and killing demons. The conversation then shifted back to the Beastman Knight, as Richel told Leon that Walter's talent was undeniable and that he would surely thrive under his guidance. Walter blushed at all the sudden and unexpected praise, stammering that he was really not used to receiving so many compliments from such powerful people. Leon looked over at his loyal vassal with a sense of great pride, declaring with absolute certainty that Walter was destined to become an excellent knight for him. He leaned in with intense focus, promising that Walter would grow even stronger than anyone could imagine because he would personally make sure it happened. Richel laughed heartily at Leon's confidence, suggesting that instead of a sad goodbye, they should look forward to the next time their paths would cross again. Leon gave a small, confident smile in return, agreeing that this was a much better way to part ways, with his faithful retainer Pullen watching proudly nearby. As she prepared to depart, Carlene gave Leon one last sharp look, reminding him that she expected her money back now that she had helped him out. The blunt reminder of his crushing debt instantly ruined Leon's good mood, and he let out a heavy sigh as he reluctantly agreed with her. Richel playfully turned to Carlene, chiding her for bringing up the massive debt and spoiling the mood on such a pleasant and otherwise lovely day. In response, Carlene whipped out her firearm and aimed it directly at Richel's head, making the powerful mage jump back in comical surprise and fear. She then playfully wrapped an arm around his neck, remarking that having a partner who talked far too much could sometimes be a very annoying thing. With her business concluded, she turned her golden eyes back to Leon and gave him a small smile, hoping he would be even stronger when they met again. Leon met her challenging gaze with a firm and resolute expression, giving her a single, silent nod to show that he accepted her dare. He then watched quietly as the two powerful figures, Richel and Carlene, turned and walked away down a forest path, finally leaving him and his followers alone. As his allies disappeared, Leon turned back to his estate with his companions Crow and Walter, only to be stopped by a completely unexpected sight before them. A large crowd of his people had gathered at the gate, many of them crying with overwhelming relief and shouting their thanks that their lord had returned. Leon was completely baffled by the emotional welcome, a bead of sweat forming on his face as he wondered what on earth was going on. Suddenly, his retainer Pullen broke from the crowd and began running towards him with arms outstretched, wailing dramatically and calling out for his young master. Leon stared blankly at the bizarre scene, completely confused by his retainer's extremely over-the-top and tearful display of emotion as he drew closer to him. Before he could fully process the situation, a mysterious purple-haired woman appeared from nowhere and delivered a surprisingly firm disciplinary blow right on top of his head. Towering over him with a furious expression, the woman began to scold him, demanding to know what he was thinking by abandoning his duties as lord. Leon stumbled backward from the unexpected strike, holding his head in pain and looking up at his attacker with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. He finally recognized the imposing woman standing with her hands on her hips, and he uttered her name with a tone of complete and utter disbelief. His loyal followers, Walter and Pullen, immediately rushed to his side, with Walter asking if he was hurt, while Pullen just kept sobbing and clinging to his leg. To escape the chaos, Leon suggested they all head inside, while Marbus quietly concluded that Leon's ruthless decision to create his new undead servant had been the right one. Later, seated inside, Marbus processed the new arrival, confirming that this woman, Diana, was not only Leon's childhood friend, but also the heir to a noble family. The entire group gathered around a large table in the meeting room, with Leon at its head and his followers seated on either side of him. Leon confirmed to his demonic servants that Diana was indeed a very powerful elementalist who had helped him out of trouble many times in the past. His shadowy servant Crow clapped his hands together with delight, praising his master's excellent connections and complimenting Diana on being such a very beautiful lady. Diana gave Crow a completely flat look and corrected him with a blunt statement, informing the creature that she was, to be more precise, a demon. She then turned her gaze to the tiny cat, commenting that it was much harder for her to understand why the great Lord Marbus was serving Leon. The comment caused instant reactions around the table, with Marbus looking smug, Pullen puffing his chest out proudly, and Crow's eyes twinkling with fresh understanding. Walter smiled awkwardly at the display and apologized for his companion's overly simple pride, explaining that their strange situation was just how things had turned out. Diana let out a long sigh and shook her head, remarking that Leon somehow always managed to find himself in the most bizarre and complicated situations. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she got back to her original point, demanding to know why he had abandoned his home to go off alone. Leon looked genuinely apologetic, explaining that his absence had caused a panic. He sincerely thanked Diana for taking over his duties while he had been gone. Diana's cheeks flushed as she looked away, admitting that she felt bad for the anxious retainer and had been waiting, certain that he would eventually return. Leon's demeanor shifted back to that of a serious lord, and he asked her directly if she had come to him with some specific business to discuss. At his question, Diana's own expression grew serious in return, all of her previous lightheartedness completely vanishing as she prepared to speak her mind. She lowered her gaze for a moment, her long purple hair shadowing her eyes as she gathered her thoughts before delivering some extremely grave and important news. Diana explained that she had come because there was not much time left, but Leon looked completely lost, repeating her ominous words back to her as a question. Seeing his confusion, she leaned across the table and gestured for him to come just a little bit closer so she could tell him more. As he leaned in, she quickly flicked him on the forehead, telling him it was punishment for forgetting such an important event as the head of the family. Leon reeled back in surprise and confusion, while Diana held his gaze with a serious look, confirming that the situation was exactly what he was thinking. Diana finally revealed the important thing he had forgotten: the upcoming exchange meeting, a formal gathering where all the most powerful noble families would be present. Leon listened with a calm and serious expression, his mind carefully processing this new and extremely important piece of political information he had completely forgotten about. She then looked at him intently, informing him that he would have to be her dance partner for the event, since they were partners after all. The scene changed to a magnificent, sunlit mansion with towering white pillars and elegant arched windows, the very likely location for the upcoming noble gathering. Inside one of the mansion's lavish rooms, a butler with a stern expression gently woke up a young, white-haired man, calling him by his title. The well-dressed butler formally announced to the young man that the grand gathering of all the noble families would be starting very soon. The young master complained from his bed, wondering why his brothers couldn't go in his place and saying he didn't understand why he had to attend. The butler explained that it was a special meeting of the three great dark mage families, hinting that there was another, more personal reason for his attendance. He revealed that this was a perfect chance for the youngest son of the Reinhaver family to finally clear his name as a well-known problem child. The white-haired young man finally sat up with a great heavy sigh, reluctantly pushing himself off the bed to get ready for the annoying event. With an irritated expression on his handsome face, he grumbled to himself that this whole affair had just become far more complicated and troublesome for him. Back at the Marbas estate, the loyal retainer Pullen helped Leon get dressed in a sharp, formal vest, preparing him for the important political gathering ahead. As he adjusted his formal attire, Leon's sharp gaze suddenly shifted to the side, his attention instantly caught by a beautiful and elegant figure entering the room. It was Diana de Varecha, now fully dressed for the grand event, who stood before him with an air of immense poise and unshakable confidence. Leon's mind quickly reviewed the important facts about the woman before him. She was the powerful future head of a great house and his official fiancée. After considering his political obligations and his fake engagement to the woman beside him, Leon let out a small sigh and asked if he really had to go. His new undead servant Heaven was shocked by his comment and grabbed Diana's arm, but Leon simply stated their engagement was just a formal arrangement. Diana grabbed his collar in irritation, complaining that for a fiancé he was far too immature and that she would have much preferred someone older. Leon remained completely unbothered by her outburst and simply replied with a calm, "Okay," which only seemed to make her even more annoyed with him. His servant Crow threw his hands up in frustration at his master's passiveness, turning to the retainer Pullen and demanding to know if this was all a plan. The poor retainer could only stammer nervously in response, trying to hide his flustered expression behind a handkerchief as he struggled to find an answer. Pullen tried to explain that the two of them had always bickered like this ever since they were children, because their families had been so close. Leon calmly interrupted their argument, politely asking his fiancée if she would please be so kind as to let go of the front of his shirt. Diana released him with an annoyed huff, complaining that he was still the same person he had always been, even after becoming the family head. Leon coolly replied that people don't change so easily, but his calm response only made her more frustrated, and she chided him for his bluntness. Giving up, Diana sighed and told him that he should at least try to ease the worries of his people, regardless of his issues with his father. The moment she mentioned his father, she instantly froze, her eyes widening as she realized she had just said something she absolutely should not have. A dark and painful memory of rain, cold eyes, and blood suddenly flashed through Leon's mind, a grim reminder of the many horrors he had faced. Diana immediately looked away from him, her face filled with deep regret as she quietly apologized for her extremely careless and hurtful choice of words. Leon's face was cast in shadow as he asked why she was apologizing, stating with a cold, steady voice that his father had no regrets. He crossed his arms and added that just like his father, who had protected what was important to him, he also had no regrets about his choices. Diana was visibly stunned by his chillingly pragmatic worldview, and a single bead of sweat rolled down her face as she processed his ruthless determination. She quickly changed the subject back to the meeting, reminding him that it was an event they simply could not miss, even though she hated such things. Her words hung over a brutal image of their victory, reminding Leon that he had to attend such events to re-establish their family's high ducal status. Leon quietly acknowledged that she was right, adding that he knew the other noble families were watching them closely, while Pullen beamed with pride beside him. His green eyes gleamed with fresh resolve, as he declared that if attending this annoying meeting was necessary to protect his family, then he would do it. His followers were thrilled by his decision. The formally dressed Walter clenched a fist in excitement, while his companion Crow agreed that it was an excellent judgment. With his mind finally made up and his purpose clear, Leon stood tall and announced with a firm, steady voice that he would attend the exchange meeting. The scene shifted to a magnificent grand hall, glittering with light and filled with elegantly dressed nobles who mingled and chattered amongst the lavish decorations. The view panned across the room, showing groups of gossiping nobles who laughed and shared drinks, their polite smiles hiding their harsh judgments and political ambitions. A handsome, golden-haired young man sat confidently at a table, enjoying being the center of attention as he casually sipped a glass of fine wine. At a nearby table, one noble leaned in to whisper to his friend, asking if the rumors about House Sylvester's defeat were actually true. A blonde-haired noble looked up from his meal with great interest, asking his friend who their opponent could have possibly been to achieve such a victory. The first noble nervously whispered the answer he had heard, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and fear as he named the Marbas family. A third, gray-haired noble scoffed at the news, dismissing it as a baseless rumor and questioning how a failing house could suddenly become so powerful. The first noble suddenly stopped speaking and pointed a trembling finger toward the grand entrance, directing his skeptical friend's attention to the new arrivals. Leon and Diana had just entered the hall, and the first noble sarcastically suggested that his friend should just go ask the new family head himself. Leon scanned the glittering, crowded hall with a grim expression, thinking to himself that these kinds of fancy, formal places really did not suit him at all. Seeking a bit of support in the uncomfortable situation, Leon reached out and took Diana's hand, holding it firmly and making the surprised young woman blush. She hid her flustered reaction with a scoff, but then admitted she also disliked such events and that handling them was part of a leader's duty. Leon was pleasantly surprised that they had something in common and gave her a small, genuine smile before sincerely thanking her for the much-needed support. Diana reflected on the boy she had known her whole life, shocked by his recent changes but thinking that his new decisiveness was probably a good thing. Leon glanced over his shoulder at his followers and quietly asked Diana if she thought the others would be okay on their own in such a place. He admitted that his followers were still quite inexperienced, just as Walter and Crow were seen awkwardly trying to fit in with a salute and a thumbs up. Diana laughed softly at his concern and teased him, saying that to everyone else he already appeared to be a fully developed talent, not a kid. Leon reminded her that as the head of the family, he was her superior here, which made Diana puff her cheeks in frustration at his comeback. Suddenly, the same gray-haired noble who had been mocking him, Rive, stepped up behind them and asked if he was the head of the Marbas family. Rev continued to smile at them with a smug and deeply unpleasant expression, his eyes full of cunning as he sized up the young lord. Leon turned to face him with a sharp, wary look, calmly confirming his identity and asking if the man had some business with him. Reeve claimed he had no real business with him, but his inner thoughts revealed his arrogant plan to see if this boy truly defeated the great Count Alan. The noble, Reeve, laughed condescendingly and said the rumors must be exaggerated, because he had heard that Leon was the one who had defeated Alan. Leon met his mocking gaze with unshakable calm, his voice perfectly flat and steady as he simply confirmed that the rumors about his victory were true. Reeve was so surprised by the blunt confession that he was stunned into silence, his smug expression finally faltering as he processed the unbelievable claim. Diana watched the interaction with a hard expression, thinking that Reeve was a coward for trying to undermine Leon in front of a woman. Reeve quickly recovered his composure and let out a dismissive laugh, saying that he honestly could not even begin to imagine how that would be possible. As he mockingly asked how he won, Leon looked up with a chilling expression and gave a one-word answer that stunned the entire room. He died. Reeve's smug grin instantly vanished, his eyes widening in shock as a dark energy began to crackle in the air around him. "What?" he demanded. Leon's eyes began to glow with a demonic light as he leaned forward, clarifying that he had killed Alan de Sylvester as the Marbas family heir. Reeve stumbled backward, his face a mask of dawning horror, as Leon added that it wouldn't be very easy for him to demonstrate the process. With his eyes glowing like a predator's, Leon issued a chilling threat, suggesting that if Reeve became his enemy, he might see the process firsthand. Diana was completely shocked by the gravity of Leon's threat, watching with wide eyes as her companion turned to walk away from the terrified noble. From his spot near Leon's feet, Marbas let out a tiny, impressed puff of air, muttering to himself what a completely crazy bastard his master was. Across the hall, the mysterious white-haired young man from the Reinhaver family watched Leon and Diana depart the scene with a look of intense, newfound interest. He slowly picked up his glass of wine, a thoughtful and deeply intrigued smile spreading across his lips as he processed the dramatic confrontation he had witnessed. Taking a slow sip from his glass, his purple eyes glinted with amusement as he mused to himself that a very interesting new player had arrived. The other nobles were buzzing with excitement over the confrontation, wondering aloud if the young head of the Marbas family was already causing a big scene. His companion quickly agreed, dismissing House Marbas as a powerless family anyway, while the defeated Reeve could only watch on with a bitter look of agreement. Marbas suddenly appeared on Leon's shoulder, his little demonic form observing all the drama in the grand hall with a look of cynical amusement. He quietly commented to Leon that he was throwing quite the tantrum in front of all these important people, but added that it didn't really matter. Leon's cold, unreadable expression did not change in the slightest as he continued to stare forward, his mind already focused on his next move. Taking his demon's advice, Leon coolly announced that he would be leaving and turned his back on the foolish noble, intending to walk away. But Rave refused to be dismissed feelingly and stepped forward to block his path, placing a hand on his chest and calling his behavior ridiculous. His voice was laced with venom as he warned Leon that if he planned to ignore the great Varela family, he would have to take responsibility. Leon glanced down at the hand on his chest, then asked calmly if he had done something wrong, reminding the man that he had started this. Reeve leaned in with a sneer, arguing that Leon's own words had implied a threat of a preemptive strike against his powerful family. Diana's cold, sharp voice suddenly cut through their argument, her face shadowed with anger as she told Reeve to start acting a bit more appropriately. She stepped between the two, looking down on Reeve with disdain and reminding him that his minor family branch did not speak for the great House Varela. A terrifyingly beautiful smile spread across her face as she declared his actions an act of rebellion and asked if he could truly bear the consequences. Reeve's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes glowing white with fury as he grit his teeth at her public insult. He seethed with anger and hatred, thinking to himself that Leon should not get too confident just because he had achieved one single, insignificant victory. He then turned his anger on Diana, sneering that the young lady of the Varisia family was just as pathetic, which made Marbas bristle with fury. Diana simply smirked at his insult, completely unfazed, and said that while a coward might be intimidated, she saw no reason to be scared now. Having been completely outmaneuvered and humiliated, Reeve lost the last of his composure and began shouting at her with a face full of uncontrollable rage. A new, calm voice suddenly cut through Reeve's furious shouting from behind, as someone commented that he was being just a little too noisy. Reeve whirled around with a snarl on his face, demanding to know who dared to interfere with his business once again, his patience finally gone. The moment he saw the newcomer, however, all of his anger instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of wide-eyed, absolute, and undeniable terror. His hand, which had been clenched into a tight fist just a moment before, suddenly went completely limp and began to tremble uncontrollably at his side. The once arrogant Reeve stood completely frozen in place, his entire body shaking from head to toe as he found himself petrified by the powerful newcomer's presence. Leon observed this sudden and dramatic transformation with a look of cold curiosity, noting how quickly the proud man had been reduced to a coward. The newcomer was the same white-haired young man from before, who now stood there holding his wine with an expression of bored aristocratic amusement. The powerful heir smirked at the terrified man, asking if he was shouting so loudly simply because he did not know who he was talking to. From his perch on Leon's shoulder, Marbus gave a sharp and urgent warning, telling his master to be extremely careful because this new guy was dangerous. The Rhinehaver heir calmly reached out and grabbed the terrified Reeve by his collar, his voice dropping to a quiet but firm command, "Speak." His purple eyes began to glow with a sinister energy as he leaned in close, asking with a cruel smile if he needed to explain himself. The scene shifted to the dark courtyard outside the Grand Hall, where Leon's loyal followers were waiting anxiously in the cool and quiet night air. The earnest beastman, Walter, turned to the retainer Pullen with a worried expression, asking if their master and Lady Varisha would be all right inside the hall. Pullen was sweating profusely, his face pale with anxiety as he admitted that this was his first time attending such a stressful and high-stakes noble event. Walter looked at his nervous companion with a knowing expression, stating that it was obvious Pullen was extremely worried about their young lord's safety inside. Pullen continued to sweat and fidget, looking completely overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere of the party, a stark contrast to the more composed Walter beside him. The anxious retainer dabbed at his sweaty brow with a handkerchief, letting out a shaky sigh as he tried to calm his frayed and overstressed nerves. He finally admitted that he was worried because their young family head was just a little too free-spirited and unpredictable for his own good sometimes. Walter looked toward the brightly lit entrance of the hall, agreeing that it was natural to be concerned, but reminded Pullen that they must trust their lord. Pullen felt a little better, noting that at least Lady Diana had agreed to join them, and that she seemed to be a very composed person. This made Walter curious, and he asked Pullen what Lady Diana was really like, mentioning the rumors that she was engaged to their young lord. Pullen struggled for a moment to find the right words to explain their very complicated relationship, while Walter pressed him to reveal the real truth. He finally explained that their relationship was more like that of an older sister, noting that there was a significant age gap between the two of them. Walter listened with understanding, concluding that Diana was more like close family who cared for Leon deeply, rather than a traditional fiancé in love. Pullen agreed, but then his expression turned serious as he said that he heard someone from the lunatic was also attending the important meeting tonight. Walter's eyes widened in shock at the name, his small fangs showing as he repeated the name of the infamous and dangerous organization with disbelief. Pullen confirmed it with a nervous sweat, describing this mysterious person as one of the 3 most dangerous heirs, a ticking time bomb everyone wisely avoids. He explained that the Rhinehaver family's power was on a completely different level, and that the weakened House Marbas could not hope to compare with them. Pullen's hand clenched his collar in fear as he thought about the sheer power wielded by the infamous young master of the Rhinehaver family. The scene snapped back to the confrontation, where the heir held Reeve by the collar and introduced himself as Knox von Rhinehaver, a name to be memorized. Knox leaned in with a cruel smirk, warning the terrified man that he should stay out of his business unless he wanted to get dragged into the mess. The terrified Reeve immediately collapsed to the ground and began begging for his life, apologizing for not knowing who he was and pleading for mercy. Knox casually let a few drops of wine spill from his glass onto Reeve's head, calling the man a stingy bastard not even worth the drink. He then cruelly upended the entire glass over the man's head, looking down with mock disappointment and wondering aloud what to do about the spill. A wave of pure, sadistic pleasure washed over Knox's face as he let out a quiet, chilling laugh, thoroughly enjoying the terror he was causing. The sheer malevolent power radiating from the cruel bastard was so intense that Diana and Marbus both reacted with shock and unconcealed demonic fury. Only Leon remained completely impassive, his expression cold and calculating as he watched the scene, calmly assessing this dangerous new player who had just entered the game. Some fancy dude in gloves just tips his glass, letting a single drop of wine land on some poor guy's head. Talk about a classy power move. The smug, white-haired pretty boy is literally using another noble's head as a drink coaster. He's got a seriously punchable, chill smile while he does it. The guy on the ground is totally freaking out, apologizing like crazy. But the pretty boy just turns and bounces, like his work here is done. Now the white-haired dude turns his attention to our main guy and his crew. His calm smile says he's just found some new toys to mess with. Our main guy, with his super grumpy-looking cat on his shoulder, straight up asks the new dude who he is. That cat is totally judging everyone. The new guy just smiles, super confident that everyone should already know him. He basically says if you have to ask, you can't afford it. He introduces himself as Nox, acting all proud. The purple-haired girl next to our hero whispers the name, confirming this dude is a pretty big deal. His fiancé gives him the lowdown, saying this Nox guy is from a super powerful family and is trying to pin this whole mess on him. Nox then claims with a friendly grin that he was just doing our guy a huge favor. His idea of helping is apparently just making a bigger scene. He then tells our hero he expects they'll be seeing each other around. You can't tell if that's a friendly promise or a very polite threat. Our guy coolly replies that he's down to meet up, but only if it's good for his family's business. He's all about the bottom line. Nox seems totally jazzed by this straightforward answer. He happily agrees they should hang out more, finding the serious attitude pretty refreshing and fun to poke. After their weird intro, the white-haired guy vanishes into the crowd. Our hero watches him go, already trying to figure out this new guy's angle. His fiancée leans in with some hot gossip, calling Nox the family's guard dog. Her advice is simple. Just be polite and don't poke the bear. Our hero remembers hearing that Nox was the family screw-up. He's wondering if that's true, considering the insane, terrifying vibe the guy gives off. She asks why he's caught up on rumors. The demon cat on his shoulder mentally tells him that Nox is a total genius, even if he's built like a twig. Our guy silently agrees with his cat. He has never felt such a crazy amount of dark magic coming off of one person in his entire life. As Nox strolls off, he feels like meeting our hero was fate. He's sure that whatever happens next is going to be super interesting, and not a mistake. A maid carefully walks up to him, calling his name like she's scared he might bite. She seems shocked he even bothered to get involved in the drama. She asks him why he went out of his way to help a total stranger. Apparently, butting into other people's business is totally not his usual style. The maid adds that he usually finds these petty noble fights incredibly boring. She's wondering what made this particular one so special and worth his time. He gives her a mysterious look, saying that things will be way different in a few years. His maid just repeats his words, looking totally lost. He then confidently predicts that soon everyone will know our hero's name. He even gets a flash of a super-powered future version of the guy. The maid is left completely speechless by his weirdly specific prophecy. She clearly has no idea what he's on about or why he suddenly cares. As they leave, Nox admits he's not sure if this new guy will be a useful ally. He's basically just gambling on a total wild card. Deciding he's had enough fun for one night, he announces it's time to go home. He figures they could both use a nap after all that excitement. Back inside, the party is still going strong with people dancing. The happy music feels like it's from a different planet compared to the recent showdown. His purple-haired fiancée suddenly grabs his arm with a big smile. She reminds him they're engaged, so it's probably about time for them to leave together. Our hero looks a little surprised and flustered by her forwardness. He seems totally clueless about what to do in this very awkward public situation. With a playful grin, she asks if he even knows how to dance. She's assuming a fancy noble like him must have taken at least a few lessons. He thinks for a second, then gives a firm, determined nod. He looks ready to take on her challenge, even if dancing isn't his thing. She smiles and takes his hand, leading him out onto the floor like a pro. They step out together, looking like they belong among all the other dancers. As the music starts, she expertly guides him through the dance steps. He follows along, and they move pretty gracefully among all the other swirling couples. Leaning in close, she teases him about his good dancing skills. She adds that his super serious, focused face is actually kinda cute. He apparently didn't hear her and asks what she said. She just playfully scoffs, telling him he's not her type anyway, so it doesn't matter. She then gives him a sweet smile and tells him not to take it so seriously. It's just a dance, so he doesn't need to look so intense. His expression stays dead serious. He explains his dad taught him that the head of the family has to be the best at everything, no exceptions. Then, in a slick move, he completely takes over the dance. He pulls her closer, and his sudden confidence totally flips the script on who is leading. She blushes, totally flustered by how close they suddenly are. She stammers, asking if they really need to be this cozy for a simple dance. Now that he's leading, she looks away, completely thrown off. Her usual cool and confident vibe seems to have totally disappeared in a single instant. Their sudden closeness and the intense vibe between them gets everyone's attention. All the other nobles start whispering and gossiping about the new couple's dramatic display. She gets her playful attitude back and teases him for being so serious. He just shoots back that she seems a little stiff now that he's in charge. With a strange smile, she tells him to shut it. She jokes that she remembers when he was just a tiny, unimpressive little kid. Their teasing stops as they just look at each other. There's a sudden, intense vibe between them that makes the rest of the party just fade away. Our hero's face immediately gets sharp and serious. His eyes narrow as he picks up on some kind of trouble happening outside the ballroom. The other guests start to notice the commotion too. They're all murmuring, wondering what kind of drama is going down at such a fancy event. A few guys rush over to the doors to see what's up. One realizes it's a one-sided beatdown and gets mad, asking who'd start a fight here. Forgetting all about the dance, our hero immediately turns and heads for the noise. His fiancée watches him go, looking worried that things are about to get ugly. They step outside and find a grim scene waiting for them. The party is officially over, replaced by a tense and violent standoff in the courtyard. A cloaked figure is standing in the shadows, giving off a super cold and powerful vibe. Just his presence makes the whole area feel way more intense. On the ground is the loyal butler, all beat up and trembling. The young beast boy stands over him, sword out, bravely protecting his injured friend. A big knight with blue hair and a massive sword is facing off against the beast boy. The kid is holding his ground, refusing to back down an inch. The beast boy's face is twisted in a furious snarl, his red eyes blazing. He is clearly struggling, but he is not going to give up the fight. The purple-haired fiancé spots a familiar jerk smirking in the crowd. She points him out and sharply demands that he explain what's happening right now. The guy she's yelling at is none other than the humiliated noble from earlier. He's just standing there looking smug, clearly enjoying the show. He mockingly asks if she's the boss of her family now. She gets even angrier and repeats her demand for him to start talking immediately. The jerk then sneers at our hero, mocking him for looking tired. He says that with his friends cornered, our guy is now totally and completely alone. The demon cat on his shoulder grumbles to himself. He's blaming this whole mess on that pretty boy troublemaker who started all the drama and then vanished. Our hero totally ignores the jerk's childish insults. He just walks forward with calm, steady steps, his full attention on his injured friend on the ground. He kneels down and gently lifts his butler's head. His face is calm, but his cold eyes are promising that some serious payback is about to happen. His eyes are now glowing with a scary yellow light as he calmly asks the beast boy for the full story. His quiet tone is way more terrifying than yelling. The beast boy flinches under his master's intense stare, totally stammering. He's so shaken up by everything that he can't even get the words out. The story flashes back to a little bit earlier in the night. The ballroom is shown with all its fancy chandeliers, a huge contrast to the brawl outside. The humiliated noble is walking away from the party with his buddy. His friend looks worried and quietly asks if he's going to be okay after all that. The noble totally loses it and yells at his friend to shut up. He furiously rants that no one can help him, especially not those two powerful jerks. The image of the pretty boy's smug smile as he poured wine on his head is burned into his memory. He can't get over the public humiliation. He also remembers our hero's cold, calculating stare. He feels like both of them were just looking down on him like he was absolute garbage. He clenches his fists so tight his knuckles turn white. He is just filled with a bitter, helpless anger that is desperately looking for an outlet. Running a hand through his hair in total frustration, he desperately looks for someone to blame. He needs to take his anger out on any available target. Meanwhile, the Beast Boy is explaining the party to the butler. He says it's just a big, fancy meet and greet for all the noble families to network. The butler nods, adding that it's a really big deal for their struggling family. This is their one big chance to get back in the game. The butler then says that their boss's main goal was to meet with a certain lord. The angry noble overhears them and decides to start some trouble. The Beast Boy smiles at the butler, saying he seems to know all of their boss's plans. He points out that they must be super close friends. The butler proudly puffs out his chest and confirms their strong bond. He boasts that he's known and served the young master since he was a kid. The angry noble interrupts them with a nasty voice, looking down on them. He asks if they're the servants from that washed-up family he's heard about. He stands there with his buddy, clearly the one in charge. The butler gets a really bad feeling, wondering why this big shot is picking on them. The butler, though he's clearly nervous, stands up for his family's honor. He firmly tells the noble that he won't let anyone insult his household. The noble just smirks, basically asking, or what? He then calls for his personal knight, a guy named Coleman, to come over and handle these two. A huge, intimidating knight with blue hair and a fur cloak steps out. His presence alone makes the whole situation feel way more serious and dangerous. The knight stands tall, his glowing blue eyes locked on the two men. He's obviously a tough warrior who will follow his master's orders without question. The noble's sadistic grin gets even wider as he gives his order. He tells his knight to go easy on them, which is code for the exact opposite. The knight actually hesitates for a second, questioning the order. He reminds his boss that they're picking a fight with a very powerful ducal house. The noble just scoffs, saying their family is about to go broke anyway. He tells his knight to just ignore their status and start the fight. With his orders confirmed, the knight puts his hand on his sword hilt. He is now fully prepared to carry out his master's cruel command. The knight draws his massive sword, the steel blade shining in the moonlight. He challenges the Beast Boy directly, telling him to draw his weapon and fight. The butler quickly tries to stop the Beast Boy, telling him not to fight. He warns him that their family is too weak to be making new enemies. The Beast Boy looks totally conflicted, his hand on his sword. He's torn between his duty to fight for their honor and his friend's wise advice. In that split second of hesitation, the knight attacks. The butler reacts instantly, shoving the Beast Boy out of the way and taking the hit himself. The butler hits the ground hard, coughing and gasping for air. The Beast Boy can only yell out his name in total shock as his friend falls. The Beast Boy's face is now a mask of pure, uncontrollable rage. His red eyes are blazing with fury as he glares at the jerks who hurt his friend. The butler, still on the ground, begs the Beast Boy to stop. He insists that he's okay and tells him to think about their master and their family. But it's too late. The knight, without any hesitation, brutally kicks the butler in the head, knocking him out cold and silencing his plea. The knight just stares down with cold, dead eyes. His face shows absolutely no emotion or regret for his cruel and totally unnecessary act of violence. The Beast Boy moves in a blur, his hand reaching out. He's not trying to attack but to stop the knight before he can do any more damage. He manages to block the knight's next move, holding up his hand in defense. A flash of blue energy shows him stopping the much bigger man. The Beast Boy then draws his own sword, its blade ready for a real fight. His narrowed red eyes are filled with a deadly focus, promising a tough battle. The butler weakly calls out his name, worried he's starting a fight. The Beast Boy just calmly tells him that his only goal is to protect him now. Holding his sword with total resolve, the Beast Boy makes a serious promise. He declares that he will protect his friend no matter what it takes to win. The butler is so touched by his friend's loyalty that he starts to cry. He knows the Beast Boy values him just as much as he values their boss. The jerk noble watches this emotional scene with a smug, mocking smile. He seems to find the Beast Boy's admirable display of loyalty to be really pathetic. His expression then hardens as he gives his knight a sharp command. He tells him to watch his back, which is a clear signal to get serious. The loud clang of swords rings through the courtyard. The knight and the Beast Boy's blades meet in a bright and powerful flash of light and energy. The force of the impact sends a huge shockwave outwards. It is super obvious that the knight has a major advantage in both strength and raw skill. The Beast Boy grits his teeth, sweating from the effort. He is clearly struggling to hold his own against the knight's powerful and relentless attacks. The knight smirks, totally confident he's about to win this fight. He swings his giant sword again, with swift, fluid moves that are hard to block. Their swords crash together again with a loud ringing sound. The Beast Boy just barely manages to block the hit, and the force sends him sliding backward. He bends his knees low to absorb the powerful blow. His face is a mix of intense strain and a fierce, stubborn determination to not give up. The two fighters are now locked in a tense standoff with their swords crossed. The air is thick with tension as they both prepare for the next move. The purple-haired fiancé's sharp voice cuts through the standoff. She demands an explanation for all the chaos, directly blaming the cowardly noble for everything. A noble in the crowd says that the other family has really messed up. Another guy with silver hair grins, saying this is a fun chance to test rumors. One woman in the crowd laughs, wondering what a minor noble even thinks he can do. Another guy hopes that all the villains just wipe each other out. The jerk noble turns to our hero with a sneer, inviting him to warm up. He mockingly points out that there's a big audience for this little show. Our hero just calmly accepts the challenge, turning away from the jerk. His fiancée calls his name in alarm, worried he's falling into a dumb trap. A swirling vortex of dark purple energy starts to gather in his hand. He looks totally calm and focused as he gets ready to unleash his magic. The jerk noble's face twists into a mask of pure, crazy hatred. His eyes are gleaming with malice as he screams a single, chilling word. Die! Our hero stands ready for a fight, the dark energy swirling around him like a cloak. He now faces the knight who is standing in his way. With his back to the Beast Boy, he speaks. His voice is filled with a sense of disappointment that probably feels worse than getting punched in the face. The Beast Boy looks down in shame, apologizing for causing so much trouble. He admits that he just let his anger get the best of him. Our hero glances back, his green eyes sharp and clear. He tells the Beast Boy that he's not disappointed because he decided to fight back against the jerks. A huge wave of dark energy suddenly explodes from our hero. The powerful blast sends the knight stumbling backward, totally unprepared for that much power. The purple energy erupts outwards in a violent, chaotic storm of pure magic. The huge blast completely fills the courtyard with its brilliant, dark light. After the smoke clears, the knight's sword is seen clattering on the ground. His arm is just hanging limp and useless by his side, totally broken. The knight just stares at his scorched and bleeding arm in total disbelief. He is completely shocked that one magic blast could wreck him so badly. Everyone watching, the jerk, the fiancé, and the Beast Boy, is just staring in stunned silence. Their faces show a mix of awe, fear, and total shock. Our hero's voice is as cold as ice as he finishes his thought. He asks the Beast Boy if he really did everything he could to protect the butler. He then turns his gaze to the terrified noble and his injured knight. He announces that it's time to teach them the new #1 rule of his family. Using his creepy necromancy skills, he summons 3 skeletons from the shadows. The undead mages rise up with a spooky purple glow in their empty eye sockets. The butler, still on the ground, just watches in total awe and confusion. He can only whisper his master's title as he sees the undead soldiers appear. One of the skeletons raises its hand, forming a purple blade to attack the noble. Our hero states that he will kill to protect his family and friends. His eyes are now glowing with a fierce violet light as he makes his vow. He declares that anyone who messes with him will be dealt with. Leon, flanked by spooky skeletons, calmly states that he is not afraid to get his hands dirty. With a menacing golden glow in his eyes, he declares he would even perish for his cause. Earlier, a bloodied Reeve trembled with shame after being thoroughly humiliated in a previous encounter. Kneeling in a pathetic puddle of his own blood, Reeve suddenly found himself under a shadow. Startled, he angrily looked up, wondering which new jerk had arrived to bother him now. He stared in shock at a very tall, very fancy man in a crisp white uniform. His jaw dropped when he realized the well-dressed stranger was actually the prince of all people. Utterly embarrassed, the blood-soaked man stammered an apology for his less-than-princely appearance. The prince just smiled, telling the messy noble not to worry and casually confirming his name. Reeve was completely floored that royalty even remembered his name and bowed his head in awe. The prince offered a quick, breezy apology for startling him, though he did not seem very sorry. He mentioned seeing the earlier spat and found the whole messy business delightfully entertaining. Leaning in, the prince's friendly demeanor vanished, as he admitted he was incredibly curious about the details. He wondered why two supposedly rival dark magic families had bizarrely seemed to be on Reeve's side. Reeve, sweating buckets, started to nervously explain the complicated history of the last territory war. The prince suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, politely telling him to stop talking now. His eyes glinting mischievously, the prince whispered a proposal for a fun little mission for Reeve. Reeve looked absolutely terrified, realizing the prince's fun mission was probably incredibly dangerous and stupid. He figured with royal backing, he could finally get some revenge on the seemingly weak Marbas family. A nasty grin spread across his face as he eagerly agreed to the prince's shady command. The prince smirked, quite pleased that his little pawn was now moving exactly where he wanted. Back in the present, Leon's undead minions prepared to give the terrified Reeve a very sharp haircut. But another noble stepped in, questioning Leon's right to meddle with another family's bumbling servant. Leon scoffed at the idea his loyal followers were just insignificant household members to be trifled with. Reeve's knight, Coleman, looked on with concern, his face half hidden in the dramatic shadow. Reeve's hand, looking quite pristine in its white glove, clenched into a very tight, shaky fist. He looked at Leon with disbelief, shouting and asking if all this drama was truly necessary. Leon coolly reminded him that when it comes to his new rules, there are absolutely no exceptions. He took a single, deliberate step forward, his dark energy making the air feel quite heavy. Surrounded by his bony friends, Leon looked down on the fool who dared to cross his family. Without even looking back, Leon ordered his beastman boy to take their injured friend to the doctor. The young retainer quickly acknowledged his master's order while cradling his unconscious companion, Pullen. Diana grabbed Leon's arm, telling him she understood his feelings, but this was getting too wild. She reminded him that starting a brawl in front of so many gossiping nobles was a bad idea. Leon just stood there silently, giving her words some very serious, very dramatic consideration. Seizing the moment, Reeve gave a sneaky look to one of his goons, a silent order passing between them. Leon's eyes widened as he realized the bad guys were about to do something incredibly dishonorable. In a flash, a thug grabbed Diana from behind, holding a knife to her throat like a classic villain. Watching from afar, Marbas the cat looked utterly disgusted by the cheap and predictable hostage tactic. Reeve grinned like a buffoon, telling Leon to stop acting tough now that his lady was in trouble. He threatened that if Leon did not want his precious toy to get a scratch, he should immediately back down. Leon thoughtfully considered this, wondering aloud if the man needed glasses, since Diana was not a toy. Marbas slapped his own furry face, exasperated by his master's dangerously literal sense of humor. Reeve smugly suggested they all just calm down and walk away before his lady friend gets hurt. The noble audience, who were enjoying the magic show, now looked horrified by the sudden thuggery. Leon's expression grew cold as he asked to confirm one little detail before things got messy. A storm of dark magic erupted from him as he furiously asked if they had just insulted his sister. Reeve flinched, feeling the air grow cold as he realized he'd just crossed a very serious line. Leon, his back turned, repeated his deadly question as dark energy swirled ominously around him. Marbas appeared, telling his contractor that the villain's terrified silence was all the answer they needed. Leon mused that silence being an affirmation was a new lesson for him, and a very useful one. His eyes blazed with white-hot fury as he reached out his hand to issue a new command. Reeve started to taunt him about hurting the woman, but did not get to finish his cliched threat. The thug holding Diana gasped as she suddenly grabbed the knife and expertly stabbed him in the neck. Blood splattered onto Diana's face, but she looked completely calm, as if this was a normal Tuesday. A shadowy mask of magic formed over her eye, revealing she was never really in any danger. She stood beside Leon, surrounded by her own dark power, looking ready for a fight. In a blur of motion, one of Leon's skeletons dispatched the remaining thugs with ruthless efficiency. The other skeletons quickly subdued the stunned Reeve, holding a blade to his throat for good measure. Reeve's face was a perfect picture of terror, finally realizing he'd picked a fight he could not win. Leon grabbed Reeve's face with a crushing grip, forcing the terrified man to look him in the eye. With glowing golden eyes, Leon's calm demeanor was gone, replaced by a truly terrifying cold fury. Pinned by Leon's hand, Reeve's eyes were wide with the pure horror of his impending doom. Diana watched, shocked and a little worried, wondering how this situation had escalated so dramatically. She knew Leon had gotten stronger, but she never imagined he was capable of this much raw power. Marbus telepathically told Diana she must be very important to his master, which only confused her. The demon cat explained that he had never seen his contractor show this much raw emotion before. This was a new, frighteningly protective side of Leon that even his demonic partner had rarely seen. Reeve, struggling for air, managed to squeak out a pathetic plea for Leon to please wait. Leon, his face splattered with someone else's blood, looked completely and utterly unimpressed by the begging. Diana watched with a worried sweat drop, realizing Leon was way too angry to listen to reason now. The nobles in the crowd were freaking out, wondering how a fancy party turned into a magic brawl. Two onlookers noted with fear that Leon's power was unstable, making him even more terrifyingly unpredictable. A wise noble predicted that from now on, Leon would either become a feared and powerful ruler, or he'd become a massive target for every other noble family to try and destroy. Choosing the path of fear, Leon tightened his grip on Reeve's head with a crackle of dark magic. He shoved Reeve away like a piece of trash and turned his back, his dark aura calming. Leon's expression was once again serene, as if he had not just terrified an entire room of nobles. Just then, the sound of a single person clapping echoed through the suddenly very quiet hall. The prince applauded, looking at Leon with great interest as he stood among his skeletal bodyguards. He smiled calmly, taking in the scene of destruction with the air of a theater critic. Leon sarcastically remarked that the prince must have peculiar hobbies to enjoy such a messy spectacle. The prince just chuckled, saying he was merely curious about the return of Marbus's forbidden magic. His expression then turned serious, noting that no one had controlled this power for hundreds of years. Leon considered the unasked question, pondering how he was able to wield such a lost art. He answered with one word: talent, admitting that even he found his own skills a bit strange. Leon added that regardless of how, the important thing was that he was still standing here, undefeated. The prince listened intently, his gaze sharp and calculating as he sized up the young dark mage. He gave a thinly veiled warning, hoping Leon's impressive talent was not aimed at the royal family. Leon smiled politely, assuring him it was not, as long as they did not bother the house of Marbus. The prince gave Leon one last calculating look before turning to leave with his rather boring attendant. Leon watched them go, his calm expression hiding the new, dangerous political game that had just begun. Later, Marbus warned him that his big show would attract a lot of unwanted attention from other families. Leon disagreed, believing his terrifying display would actually buy him some peace and quiet to get stronger. Marbus then changed the subject, his playful tone gone as he got down to some serious business. He warned Leon that the prince was dangerous, saying he could sense a familiar darkness in him. Leon agreed, admitting he also felt a strange, menacing aura coming from the seemingly charming royal. He described the prince's presence as feeling like a powerful demon was hiding under that fancy uniform. The scene shifts to the Marbus estate, looking surprisingly peaceful after all the recent drama and chaos. Inside, Marbus the cat stretched out on the floor, his long, fluffy tail twitching with contentment. Leon sat on his bed while his doppelganger servant offered him a bowl of very important snacks. He thought about how the prince had orchestrated the whole mess, and then just walked away casually. Marbus grumbled that the whole incident was definitely a setup by that sneaky, scheming Prince. Leon acknowledged their difficult road ahead, needing to both pay off debt and fix up the estate. He realized that to manage all this, he desperately needed a brilliant and trustworthy chancellor to help. In a flashback, Diana looked completely shocked to learn about the family's massive financial problems. She had scolded him, asking if he planned to be in debt his entire life and pass it on. Leon had looked away, while Crow suggested he just become immortal to avoid all his money problems. Helen told the doppelganger to be quiet, while Marbus huffed about his contractor's embarrassing financial situation. Leon knew a good administrator would cost a fortune, realizing he needed money to make money. Marbus scolded him for worrying, telling him to stop complaining and start planning for the future. With new determination, Leon clenched his fist, vowing to find an excellent manager for his household. His eyes burned with resolve as he declared he would do whatever it took for his family. He announced his simple plan to post a job notice, which made Marbus raise a furry eyebrow. Leon explained his radical idea. He would hire anyone with skill, whether they were a noble or a slave. Marbus seemed interested but cheekily hoped the salary for this miracle worker would be on the cheap side. Crow, still snacking, grumbled that Marbus's comment ruined a very cool and dramatic moment. Marbus glared at the doppelganger, telling him not to talk with his mouth full of peanuts. Crow hugged his snack bowl, declaring that it was his hard-earned reward and he would not share. Ignoring his bickering servants, Leon turned to the ever-smiling nun, Helen, and gave her an order. His expression grim, Leon called for his retainer, Pullen, to begin the first official family meeting. Elsewhere, in a magnificent moonlit castle, the prince was enjoying a quiet evening after a busy day. He lounged in a ridiculously fancy room with a glass of wine, looking quite pleased with himself. He mused that Leon was an interesting fellow, and likely the source of that dark scent he'd noticed. A wicked grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with a dangerous, predatory light. He loosened his collar, preparing to reveal the very dark and very dramatic source of his power. A sinister, shadowy tattoo of a goat-headed demon was revealed on his chest, which is totally normal. He admitted to himself that his own hunger for power was just as strong as Leon's. Meanwhile, back in the Marbas territory, the town square was full of ordinary people doing ordinary things. A job notice from House Marbas had been nailed to the town's main bulletin board for all to see. A crowd of commoners gathered around, buzzing with curiosity about the strange and unexpected announcement. One man questioned if the famously broke Marbas family could even afford to hire a new chancellor. Another man pointed out the most shocking part. The job was open to anyone, regardless of their status. His friends gasped, staring at the notice in disbelief. This was certainly not business as usual. A grumpy man pushed through, scoffing that this just proved the family was desperate for cheap labor. On the edge of the crowd, a woman with white hair and glasses listened to their chatter silently. Her expression was calm, but her sharp eyes were fixed on the job notice with intense focus. She clenched her fist tightly, this opportunity clearly meaning more to her than anyone knew. Back at the estate, Leon held a meeting with his retainers to discuss their dire financial situation. Marbus sighed dramatically, finally grasping just how broke his new contractor and his family truly were. Pullen nervously explained they could only afford to pay their new hire a pitifully small salary. He reported that the prince's political maneuvering was blocking them from receiving the money they were owed. Frustrated, he admitted that while Leon had provided some funds, it was barely a drop in the bucket. Most of the money was immediately gone, used to pay off their enormous and ever-present debts. Leon, ever calm, stated their funds would not even last a month, and announced it was time to go. Crow dramatically slammed his fist on the table, declaring that this was a very serious situation. He then demanded to sign a formal contract that included a clause for a steady supply of peanuts. Walter entered, announcing that the chancellor applicants had arrived and were waiting outside for their interviews. Leon stood up, agreeing it was time to stop talking and start taking some decisive action. With a determined look, he prepared to meet the candidates and find the one to save his house. Pullen fussed over Leon's clothes, making sure he looked the part of a proper lord for the interviews. Marbus yawned, clearly finding his master's primping routine to be incredibly boring, but also a little funny. Leon sighed, looking very tired of all the ceremony and just wanting to get on with it. Finally ready, Leon and his entourage walked out to the courtyard to begin the selection process. The family's training grounds were shown, with neatly arranged weapons that had not seen much use lately. Wooden training dummies stood under the bright sun, waiting for someone to finally come and hit them. An ornate, empty chair sat on a platform, waiting for the young lord to sit and pass judgment. A small, nervous group of applicants waited in the courtyard, including the woman with white hair. She looked around at her competition with a mixture of anxiety and fierce, unwavering determination. Suddenly, someone shoved her hard from the side, sending her stumbling forward into the dirt. She looked up in shock, wondering who would be so rude as to push her for no reason. A big, brutish man with blonde hair smirked down at her, pretending it was a complete accident. He mockingly said he was surprised to see a lowly commoner in such an important place. She recognized him instantly, Alcard, a horrible noble who had been relentlessly trying to bother her. She glared at him, furious that he had followed her here, and asked what he wanted. Alcard just grinned, acting as though her presence was his most important business in the world. He put his arm around her, calling her his future wife and introducing her as Siren. Siren slapped his hand away with disgust, her eyes flashing with pure, unadulterated rage. Alcard looked genuinely surprised that she had the guts to publicly reject him like that. He sneered at her, telling her to give up her dreams of climbing the social ladder. Siren shot back, asking if his noble status meant he could really have anything he wanted. He boasted that he could certainly have more than a poor, insignificant commoner like her ever could. She smirked, pointing out that for all his power and wealth, he still could not have her. Alucard's eye twitched with fury, and he cursed her under his breath for her sharp tongue. Her eyes burned with fiery resolve as she declared her intent to climb higher, no matter what. She proudly stated that she did not care about her humble origins or her difficult past. She vowed that she would change her destiny and climb the ladder one way or another. Alucard disgustingly mocked her, saying she'd only ever be a nobleman's plaything, not a true leader. Completely enraged by her sharp-witted insults, the brute reared back his fist to punch her. Just then, a single polished black shoe stepped between them, stopping his attack. Leon had arrived. The other applicants gasped, shocked that a simple interview had suddenly escalated into a public brawl. Alucard's fist was stopped by an invisible force, and he strained against it with all his might. A wave of dark magic erupted from the ground, sending the brutish Alucard flying through the air. He stared at his hand in confusion, while Siren looked on, stunned by the timely magical intervention. Leon's voice cut through the silence, calmly apologizing for the loud noise and the uninvited drama. He stood before the crowd, his quiet presence immediately commanding the attention of every single person. He took his seat on the ornate chair, looking every bit the part of a powerful lord. Leon introduced himself as the head of the house, with his loyal retainers standing beside him. He announced that the test to select the new chancellor for his troubled house would now begin. Siren looked up at the young lord who had just saved her, her expression full of curiosity. Leon's sharp green eyes scanned the crowd, carefully assessing each of the nervous applicants before him. Siren offered him a slight, nervous smile, hoping she had what it took to impress him. Perched high on a wall, Marbus the cat watched the proceedings with a very keen, critical eye. He seemed pleased, noting there was at least one decent candidate in the otherwise motley crew. The demon cat continued to watch, a thoughtful and slightly mischievous look on his fluffy face. He decided this whole recruitment business might not have been a complete and total waste of time after all. Leon sat patiently in his chair, preparing to use a very special, very secret skill. His eyes began to glow as he activated a magical ability he had gained from his demonic pact. The ability was a special gift from his demon master Marbus, designed for just this occasion. It was a piercing gaze that could see deep into a person's soul and true nature. This was the ancient way of demons, who could easily see the true hearts of mortal beings. They could identify a person's greatest talents and deepest fears, which was very useful for manipulation. A demonic hand offered false hope to a crowd of desperate, pathetic souls reaching for salvation. Then, once their will was broken and they were completely dependent, the demon would strike them down. The demon would then crush their prey, making them their eternal servant and sometimes a light snack. The latest subject of this powerful and very judgmental demonic gaze was the young woman Siren. She stood out from all the others, her inner strength shining like a beacon in the crowd. The gaze revealed that she possessed an iron will, one far stronger than anyone else present. Siren stood confidently, unaware that her very soul was being scanned by a demon cat from afar. Leon, his demonic sight now active, announced that the examination for the new steward would begin. Leon raised his hand, signaling for the first part of the challenging examination to begin immediately. Pullen handed him a scroll as Leon explained the first task, understanding the family's awful situation. Walter began handing out scrolls, which the applicants took with a healthy dose of nervous energy. Each scroll contained a detailed map of the Marbus lands, which looked large but also very empty. Leon admitted that everyone probably already knew his house was having some serious cash flow problems. He confidently told the applicants their job was to figure out a trade plan to fix this. A sphere of purple magic appeared in his hand, ready to form into something dramatic and time-related. The magic coalesced into a glowing hourglass, because every dramatic test needs a magical timer, of course. He gave them a mere 10 minutes to come up with a brilliant, world-changing financial proposal. The applicants frantically began scribbling on their maps, the pressure of the deadline already getting to them. Siren's eyes were wide with intense focus as she scribbled her own notes with incredible speed. She let out a small sigh, the sheer difficulty of the problem clearly weighing heavily on her. Tapping her pen against her chin, she forced her mind to race, searching for an innovative solution. She reviewed the grim facts. The estate was remote and had nothing to sell except one undeveloped mine. And unfortunately, the family was too broke to even begin digging, making the mine completely useless. With a swift stroke of her pen, she crossed the mine off her map, dismissing it entirely. As she muttered about the lack of a workforce, Alucard glared at her, annoyed she was actually thinking. His face was a perfect picture of irritation and jealousy as he watched her work so diligently. Siren noted the other big problem. No one wanted to move to the middle of nowhere to work. Alucard leaned in to whisper some discouraging trash talk, hoping to throw her off her game. She gave him a tiny, annoyed side-eye, refusing to give his pathetic attempt her full attention. Not wanting to waste a second, she immediately turned back to her map, completely ignoring him. Alucard huffed, turning away in frustration after his brilliant plan to be a jerk failed so spectacularly. He looked at his own map, scoffed, and declared the whole test to be utter nonsense anyway. But then he actually looked at the details and realized the problem was much harder than he thought. The magical hourglass ran out, its purple glow fading as the 10 minutes came to an end. Leon clapped once, announcing that anyone with a good idea could present it now. The applicants looked down at their papers, most of them looking like they were about to be sick. One brave but nervous young man raised his hand, asking to be the first to present his idea. Leon gave a slight nod, granting him permission to speak and likely make a fool of himself. The first applicant walked up the steps to the platform, looking more confident than he probably should have. He knelt before Leon, ready to present what he clearly thought was a truly brilliant and original plan. He held up his map, pointing to the mountains as he revealed the core of his groundbreaking idea. He started by explaining that the estate was a fortress, but had no valuable goods to sell. Then, with a brilliant smile, he presented his solution. They should totally check out that old mine. Leon immediately shot down his fantasy of finding jewels by asking where the money would come from. The applicant stammered, admitting he had not really thought about the whole money part of the plan. He quickly suggested they could just ask for a huge loan, as if that was an easy thing. Leon, looking bored, asked what he should do if no one was willing to lend them money. The applicant's face fell as he realized his entire plan was full of very large, obvious holes. Defeated, he bowed and admitted that was as far as he had gotten with his genius proposal. Leon dismissed him without a second thought, calling for the next person to come up and try. The other candidates murmured nervously, realizing this test was a lot harder than they had anticipated. Siren stood in the crowd, clutching her scroll, her expression showing she was ready for this. She took a deep breath, telling herself that this was her one big, life-changing opportunity. Her eyes burned with fiery determination as she vowed not to let this chance slip away from her. With steady steps, she began her walk to the platform, ready to present her own unique idea. The other, mostly male, applicants watched her with skepticism, clearly doubting her ability to succeed. Marbus the demon cat peeked over the wall, watching the promising young woman with great interest. Leon's sharp green eye followed her every move, his expression giving nothing away. Siren stood before the young lord, her posture straight and her gaze unwavering and confident. She looked nervous but also incredibly determined, ready to prove herself to everyone who had doubted her. The older nobles in the crowd whispered that House Marbas must be truly desperate to consider her. Leon heard their insults but knew they were right. His family had been struggling for a long time. He activated his demonic sight, its pink energy glowing as he peered into her soul. Marbus telepathically told him that this particular applicant might actually be worth listening to for once. The demon confirmed he sensed the same raw, untapped potential in her that he saw in Volter. Siren stood patiently, completely unaware that she was being spiritually scanned by a very judgmental demon cat. A warm, golden light seemed to shine on her, marking her as special among the candidates. Leon finally spoke, asking her to state her name and background before presenting her grand proposal. She introduced herself as Siren, stating clearly that she was an orphan with no noble background. Her intelligent eyes met his, showing no fear despite her humble origins and the intense situation. In a flashback, Leon recalled how he had gained this strange and useful new power. The ability to see talent had appeared just a few days after he made his pact with Marbas. The demon cat had told him he needed to build an army of loyal vassals and subjects. Only then could he hope to reclaim the legendary glory of his great ancestor, a powerful sorcerer. Leon had doubted the plan, questioning why they needed to recruit random people from the streets. Marbus had smirked, offering him a special power to tell the good ones from the bad ones. The young Leon had tilted his head, intrigued by the demon's very tempting and mysterious offer. Marbus had then demonstrated, summoning a swirl of powerful red and black demonic energy before him. The energy formed into a strange, glowing magical symbol that floated eerily in the air. The symbol flew forward and merged with Leon's eyes, which began to glow with a strange power. He had looked in a mirror and saw his own eyes blazing with a bright pink demonic light. He was shocked, staring at the incredible and slightly terrifying new power that he now possessed. Marbus explained that his new eyes would grant him perfect clarity when he was recruiting new allies. The more talented a person was, the brighter their unique aura would shine in his new sight. Later, Leon looked down at some new recruits sparring in the courtyard, testing his new vision. Marbus had asked him what he saw, curious to know if the new power was working correctly. Leon's eye glowed a bright crimson as he observed the fighters sparring below him. He described seeing a rainbow of different colored auras, all representing different types of hidden talents. Marbus confirmed that the brightest glow would always signify the greatest and most valuable hidden potential. Leon then turned to the demon, a serious and very important question on his young mind. He asked if restoring his house was even possible, and what hidden talents he himself possessed. Marbus just stared at him, his fluffy face giving absolutely nothing away about his true thoughts. He told Leon that was a question that did not need an answer from him right now. The demon just grinned, promising that Leon would find out the answer for himself very soon. Marbus thought to himself that he would enjoy watching what his contractor would have to sacrifice. Back in the present, Leon saw a brilliant, beautiful golden light glowing all around Siren. He stared, his demonic eyes wide, realizing her talent was far greater than anyone else's. Siren stood patiently, having no idea that her soul was currently shining like a golden beacon. In the flashback, Marbus explained that a rare few might have a black light of dark promise. A vision of the troublemaker Nox appeared, his purple aura marking him as one of these dangerous individuals. In the present, Siren gripped her arm, steeling her nerves for the most important speech of her life. She confidently began by saying she would present her own assessment of the family's dire situation. She held up the map, agreeing the territory had nothing valuable to trade for quick cash. Therefore, she argued, they needed to find a completely new and creative way to make money. Leon just sat on his throne and listened, his calm expression giving away none of his thoughts. The other applicants started grumbling again, complaining that her idea was boring and a waste of time. Leon's face darkened as he issued a very quiet but very firm order for them all to shut up. The hecklers immediately fell silent, shivering in fear under the Lord's sudden and intense magical pressure. His eye glowed a terrifying gold as he reminded them that their behavior was also part of the test. He then glanced back at Siren, silently giving her permission to continue with her presentation. She explained that the mine was a good idea, but the real problem was the lack of workers. Marbus the cat perked up, intrigued that she had correctly identified the true core of the issue. A very sly and very confident smile spread across Siren's face as she prepared her big reveal. She proposed using Leon's most powerful and controversial asset, his terrifying and very useful undead army. Leon sat in stunned silence for a moment, processing her incredibly bold and unconventional suggestion. Siren's eyes were sharp and focused, her brilliant mind on full and glorious display for all. Leon's own green eyes narrowed as he gave her truly insane idea some serious thought. He asked for clarification, making sure he heard her right about using his undead for manual labor. She confirmed it, arguing that his army of hundreds could be used for more than just fighting. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully, actually considering her completely radical but interesting plan. The other applicants were horrified, calling her a peasant who did not understand noble traditions at all. Siren admitted that she understood their point of view about protecting the arts of combat. She then looked Leon in the eye and asked him if restoring his house was not his ultimate goal. He quietly agreed that it was, and she argued that no ordinary plan would achieve it quickly. She passionately asked him to trust her, promising that he would not be disappointed with the results. A single bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she waited for his final, life-changing decision. Leon sat silently, his face unreadable as he considered the enormous risk of her unique proposal. He turned his head slightly, his final verdict still hanging in the tense, silent air. Leon raised a small shield bearing the roaring black lion crest of the Marbus family. He held the crest out, calmly informing Siren that she had officially passed his difficult examination. She sank to her knees, overwhelmed with emotion, as Leon said they would discuss the details later. A huge, joyful smile spread across her face, a tear of relief finally escaping her eye. The other applicants, especially the brutish Alcard, murmured in complete and utter disbelief at the outcome. Alcard's face was twisted with pure rage, unable to believe a commoner had beaten him so easily. Several of the other failed candidates tried to present their own mediocre ideas to the uninterested lord. One man with a smug smile tried to pitch his own plan, but Leon was not listening. His confident expression quickly melted into one of pure panic as he realized he had already failed. Leon's cold gaze silenced them all as another failed applicant crumpled his notes in frustration. As the sun set over the Marbus estate, the very dramatic first trial finally came to an end. Poland grandly announced the conclusion of the first trial, all for the glory of House Marbus. He informed everyone that the next trial would be individual interviews, and dismissed them for the day. Siren clutched the small, ornate shield in her hand, the proof of her incredible success. She pressed the crest to her chest, the reality of her victory finally sinking in completely. She shook her head, reminding herself that the real hard work was only just beginning now. She adjusted the strap on her humble backpack, ready to face whatever new challenges came her way. For safekeeping, she carefully slipped the precious family crest into her shirt, close to her heart. She stood tall and proud, her future suddenly looking much brighter and more exciting than ever before. Later that evening, she was shown to a simple but clean room in the Marbus estate. As she walked through a quiet courtyard, she noticed the evening light was beginning to fade. She continued on her way, a lone figure walking through the peaceful and empty estate grounds. But a quick glance over her shoulder revealed she was not alone. Several shadows were following her. She immediately stopped in her tracks, realizing that she had walked right into a trap. More shadowy figures appeared ahead, completely surrounding her and blocking any chance of an easy escape. She swallowed hard, realizing this many people in a dark alley could only mean very bad news. Her hand instinctively went to her chest, clutching the precious crest hidden underneath her shirt. In one swift and practiced motion, she reached into the sleeve of her simple dress. She pulled out a small, sharp dagger, its blade gleaming in the dim twilight. She stood ready for a fight, her back to a wall, prepared to defend her newfound future. Siren held her dagger defensively, her face calm but ready for the impending, unfair fight. A thug grabbed her from behind in a chokehold, making her gasp and struggle for air. Alcard's smug voice echoed from the darkness, telling her she should have learned her proper place. He stepped out of the shadows, looking like the perfect picture of a classic, arrogant villain. He mockingly asked if she was excited to see her future husband, the absolute creep. Siren glared at him with pure hatred, telling him his cowardly ambush was completely unfair. He sneered, saying fairness was a funny thing to complain about for someone from the slums. He held out his hand, demanding she give him the crest and give up her foolish dreams. She spat back, asking if he really thought she would ever submit to a pig like him. With a surge of adrenaline, she stomped hard on her captor's foot, making him howl in pain. As he loosened his grip, she cleverly threw a handful of dirt right in his face. Now free, she lunged at Alcard with her dagger, hoping to end the fight quickly. But he was surprisingly fast, easily catching her wrist and snatching the small dagger from her. He looked at the tiny blade in his hand, completely unimpressed with her desperate, failed attack. He decided his new bride needed a serious, painful lesson in proper manners and respect. He signaled his men, who began to slowly and menacingly close in on the now disarmed Siren. The scumbag gave his final order, telling his thugs to just make sure she was alive when they were done. The thugs swarmed her, their hands grabbing at her as she was completely and utterly cornered. Just then, the Marbus crest she was holding flared with a brilliant, protective purple light. A huge wave of dark magic erupted from the crest, blasting all of her attackers away. From a distance, Leon watched, lamenting that he really hated having to kill his own subjects. He looked down at the scene, his magic now protecting Siren within a swirling dark vortex. Siren stared in shock, realizing that the powerful and terrifying young lord had come to save her. Dark energy swirled around Leon's hand as he prepared to deliver his final, decisive judgment. He accepted his grim duty, declaring it was all for the good of House Marbas. Huge, shadowy skeletal arms erupted from the ground, crushing Alucard's terrified thugs without any mercy. The ground trembled as Alucard stumbled back, watching the horrifying display of dark necromantic power. His face was a mask of pure terror, finally understanding that he was about to die. Dark energy swirled around Leon's hand as he prepared to deliver his final, decisive judgment. He accepted his grim duty, declaring it was all for the good of House Marbas. Huge, shadowy skeletal arms erupted from the ground, crushing Alucard's terrified thugs without any mercy. The ground trembled as Alucard stumbled back, watching the horrifying display of dark necromantic power. His face was a mask of pure terror, finally understanding that he was about to die. Siren watched the terrifying magic, a mixture of awe and fear on her sweat-streaked face. She turned to find Leon standing there, and asked what he was doing here in the alley. She was completely baffled by his sudden and very dramatic appearance in the middle of her fight. He calmly explained that protecting his talented new vassals was now part of his job description. The sheer force of Leon's magical aura forced the terrified Alucard to his knees in submission. He begged for forgiveness, claiming he did not know Leon had a special interest in the girl. He pressed his face into the dirt and pleaded for mercy from the powerful dark mage. Leon found the man's assumption about his intentions with Siren to be both bizarre and insulting. His eye narrowed, and he silently ordered his skeletal warriors to pause their attack for a moment. The spooky skeletons stood at attention, their glowing eyes fixed on their terrified, groveling victim. Leon asked Alucard to confirm if his plan had been to harm the newly recruited woman. Alucard swore he would never look at her again, babbling that he must have gone crazy. Leon pointed out that Alucard would have just attacked anyone else who had tried to intervene. The cowardly noble remained silent, knowing that he had no good excuse for his horrible actions. Leon decided to ask one last question as his skeletal warrior raised its shiny, sharp sword. He asked the bully if his life of picking on the weak brought him any true joy. Alucard begged for his life, promising he would never cause any trouble ever again. His terrified eyes reflected the gleaming steel of the sword hanging right above his head. The skeleton brought its sword down, its movements swift and completely devoid of any emotion. Leon turned away, deciding that any answer the man gave would be utterly worthless and boring. He took a single step, his back turned as his magic finished its grim and bloody work. With one last, indifferent glance, he walked away, leaving the shadows to clean up the mess. Siren watched him go, completely stunned by his ruthless efficiency and absolute sense of justice. He turned to her and said that after all that excitement, a second trial was unnecessary. His green eyes gleamed, a silent invitation for her to begin her new and important duties. Later, back at the estate, Marbas cheekily asked if Leon just murdered one of his subjects. Leon calmly replied that he did, stating it was all for the good of House Marbas. Siren sat in a grand office, looking very small next to the tall, intimidating nun, Helen. She nervously looked around the fancy room, a bead of sweat on her cheek. This was her new life. Pullen reported that Alucard was a bad dude, and Leon assured him the problem was handled. Crow cheered for the extermination of worthless humans, while Leon just looked pleased the issue was resolved. He then turned and formally welcomed Siren to her new, exciting job at House Marbas. She was startled by his polite tone, asking why he was being so formal with her now. Leon explained it was just his habit to be respectful, asking if it bothered her. Pullen chimed in, telling her not to worry because their lord was just a bit weird like that. Walter added with a smile that he was also confused at first, but she would get used to it. Leon got down to business, praising her very creative idea to use his undead for financial gain. Siren smiled, but humbly admitted she was not sure if her crazy plan would actually work. Leon's eyes narrowed with confidence as he assured her that he would be the judge of that. He stated that all he needed from his team was their honest advice and good counsel. Pullen and Walter looked on with immense respect, clearly proud to serve such a decisive master. Even Marbas and Crow seemed to be on board with the new plan and their new co-worker. Siren was struck by how calm and clear-headed the young 15-year-old lord truly was. She wondered if the tragedy of killing his own father had forced him to grow up too fast. Leon blinked, noticing that she was staring at him with a very thoughtful expression on her face. He asked if she had a question, and she quickly said no, her mind racing with determination. With a confident smile, she thought to herself that this incredible opportunity was hers to seize. Helen then leaned in and whispered a very sharp warning to Siren not to get too friendly with their lord. Pullen and Walter burst into laughter, finding the interaction between the two women absolutely hilarious. Even Marbus and Crow seemed to be enjoying the moment, breaking the serious mood of the meeting. Helen put a friendly arm around Siren, the two of them sharing a laugh, now officially co-workers. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous hall, lit only by the flickering light of candles. The eerie reddish glow gave the entire grand chamber a very sinister and unsettling atmosphere. A shadowed nobleman mused on the news of Marbas's return, deciding this simply would not do. He sat alone at a huge table, a grim painting of a fallen angel behind him. An attendant asked how it was possible, wondering about the ancient curse on the Marbas family. The mysterious lord corrected him, stating that there was indeed a way to break such a curse. He explained it was the way of a true prodigy to simply ignore all normal human limits. The attendant froze, the chilling implication of his master's words sinking in completely. The shadowed nobleman grinned, declaring that his own grand evil plan needed to be sped up.